Today we are going to see. What if Bella adopted Alec and Jane? So let's get started. I simply couldn't believe it. I ran up to Edward before the clock tower struck the noon. I threw myself into his awfully hard granitic body to push him out of the sun. I let Alice drag me all the way from America to Italy so that my live presence could try and save a suicidal idiot who abandoned and destroyed me. And after all this, he doesn't even have so much sense as to realize that we're both still alive. He was wasting valuable time expressing his awe on the nature of life after death. And it didn't even occur to him that he should step away from the light. You smell exactly as you did before, he went on, when the clock finished striking. So this is hell. I don't care. I take it. I'm not dead, I interrupted him, slightly annoyed. Nor are you. Please, Edward, he have to move. They're somewhere around here for sure. I struggled in his arms and he frowned in confusion. But he didn't let go. He was still the same. Who cared what I wanted? What did you say? He asked politely. I nearly rolled my eyes. Ass. How could I ever love him? When the painful fog from his leaving lifted a bit, I started to realize just what kind of life I actually had with Edward. He was beautiful, polite, seductive, and very gallant, but he did everything his way. He kept on buying me gifts I didn't want, refused me kisses or touches if they could be dangerous, and sometimes he was so disgustingly patronizing, he often refused my ideas and wishes as if they were worthless. Because he was a man and I a woman, because he was over 100 years old and I merely 17, as if I couldn't think for myself. He was doing the same thing now, and I knew I only came because of my friendship with Alice. If he doesn't start listening to me though, it'll be all for naught. These were the Volturi, the vampire royal family, leaders, enforcers of law and order. They had to be somewhere there, to keep track of Edward. We are not dead, yet. But we have to get out of here before the Volturi. Finally it looked like he was starting to understand, I saw it in his face. Before I could finish the sentence, he jerked me out of the edge of the shadow, effortlessly turning me so that my back was pressed against the brick wall. Then he stepped in front of me, and stared into the alleyway. His arms lifted in a defensive position. I knew then that it was already too late. And really, when I peeked around his shoulder I saw two dark figures that separated from the surrounding darkness. Greetings, gentlemen, said Edward in a seemingly calm and pleasant tone of voice. I won't be needing your assistance today. I would appreciate it, though, if you relayed my gratefulness to your masters. They had to be employees. Servants. Of the three Volturi kings. Could we continue this conversation in a more appropriate place? A calm voice whispered ominously. I do not think it is necessary, said Edward a little more sternly. Felix, I know what orders you have. I did not break any rule. I couldn't believe how horribly arrogant Edward was. No, he didn't break a law, but he was about to. Willingly and with clear conscience. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to punish him just for that. Felix merely wanted to point out how close the sun is in here, sounded a second, conciliatory voice. They were both dressed in smoky gray cloaks, which reached the ground and were moving in the wind. Let us go find a better hideout. I will follow right behind you, was Edward's dry answer. Bella, go back to the square and enjoy the festival, would you? Enjoy the festival. Enjoy the festival. Did he really think for a second that I'll go enjoy a foreign celebration which I didn't even fully understand, when I really was there to help Alice keep her brother alive? He was truly pissing me out. Besides, existence of people who knew about them was against the rules, as the Cullens told me once. Did he think, by any chance, that they'll overlook it? No, take the girl with you, said the first shadow. You could tell he was smirking just by listening to him. I suppose not. The fake politeness was gone. Edward spoke in a steady, icy tone of voice. He imperceptibly shifted his body mass, and I knew he was preparing to fight. Was he serious? Against two? When he's in the wrong? Was he that blind? He couldn't do that. He'll get himself killed and Alice's and mine effort will be wasted. Edward, no, I said quietly. Hush, he whispered, and I bristled. Hush, is he saying, hush, to me? Like I was a child, who can't understand anything. He really didn't change. Under no circumstances is he my boyfriend. Felix, the second, more sensible voice warned. Not here. He turned to Edward. Arrow would simply like to talk to you again if you decided not to force us to interfere, in the end. I rather liked that vampire. I liked people who were sensible, and could use their words. And could control themselves, in contrast with Edward. Of course, agreed Edward. But you will leave the girl alone. I'm afraid that is not possible, said the polite vampire regretfully. We have rules which are to be obeyed. Yes, here it is again, the fact that I'm human, and know of them. Damned Edward with his stupid belief. He should have let James's venom to change me. In that case I am afraid I will not be able to accept Arrow's invitation, Dimitri. Excuse me, I looked at Edward head from behind his back incredulously. An invitation, and ignore his breaking of the law. Was he trying to get us both killed? I'm not here to die for him. Very good, purred Felix, and I knew they heard enough. Arrow will be disappointed, sighed Dimitri. I am sure he'll survive it, Edward sighed coldly. Both Volturi vampires moved closer to us. Before they reached us though, everyone turned to the mouth of the alley. I only understood their reasoning when I heard Alice's sing-song voice. Let's behave ourselves, yes. Ladies are present. She leisurely walked over to Edward and me and stood next to us in carefree manner. I hoped she was going to hold her beloved brother in check a bit. We are not alone, she reminded us quietly. I knew exactly what she meant, when we looked back to the square. A family with little girls in red dresses was watching us. I saw W as the man walked over to a group of men in red blazers and tapped one of them on the shoulder. A patrol. Dimitri shook his head. Please, Edward, let's be sensible. Let's, agreed Edward. And now, we will quietly walk our separate ways with no one being the winner. I gritted my teeth. Now he dares to use a dangerous situation, which he caused himself, to force his way. Dimitri heaved a sigh. I knew all his regret and worry were fake, but I felt sorry for him either way. Conversation with such a self-centered and artistic blunt head must have been a pain. At least let us talk about it somewhere privately. 6 guards joined the family that was still watching us. Damn it, Edward's teeth snapped together angrily. No, Felix smiled, but then a high, intense voice interrupted from behind us. Enough. We were joined by a small thing in an almost black cloak, one with a lean, androgynous body. It was a very pretty young girl. She couldn't be more than 12 when they turned her. The light red irises held a fully grown, cold look in them. It hasn't been a child for a very long time. She was so short, like Alice, that the reaction to her arrival struck me as odd. Both Felix and Dimitri relaxed immediately, retreating from their attacking poses. Edward moved into a more relaxed position as well, and he looked defeated. He's given up. I didn't understand it. What was so terrible abo? Oot this vampire that they all reacted this way. She didn't look to be dangerous. But in the end, it didn't matter. Dimitri and the other one obeyed her, and she made Edward behave and shut up with just one word. I was tempted to do something to make him shut up for a while now. It took her just about 5 seconds. Whatever was so horrible about her, she got a couple good points in my eyes. Jane, Edward sighed resignedly. Follow me, Jane said monotonously in her childlike voice. She turned her back on us, and floated away into the dark shadows. Felix indicated we are to go first and grinned. Alice moved after Jane immediately and I did so right afterwards, but Edward snaked his arm around my waist and led me, as though I couldn't possibly walk on my own. The alleyway was narrowing, and was falling down slightly. So, Alice, Edward started a conversation with Alice. I guess I shouldn't be surprised to see you here. It was my fault. Alice's answer was relayed in the same light, conversational voice. So it was my duty to make it all right again. What happened? He said almost carelessly, probably because of the long-eared vampires behind us. That's a long story. Alice glanced my way and back again. To summarize it, she really jumped off a cliff, but not to kill herself. It seems Bella's crazy about adrenaline sports nowadays. I knew what Edward would see in Alice's mind now. How I nearly drowned, how I was followed by vampires, how I was friends with werewolves. Said Edward shortly, but it didn't sound so careless anymore. Of course not, I thought unfavorably. Edward wouldn't like what I was doing. After all, I'm just a stupid little girl who can't really think. I don't know what is good for me, and need to be led by my hand just about everywhere. Not anymore. I spoke purposefully and sharply, not nearly as quietly as they did. The reason I did it for has lost all meaning. While talking, I noticed the declining alleyway turned in a long curve. I only noticed the dead end when we neared the straight windowless brick wall. I couldn't see that little Jane anywhere. Alice didn't slow down or hesitate, she continued walking straight towards the wall. Then she dropped down a hole in the ground elegantly. It resembled a drain in the pavement, the grating was halfway opened. The hole was small and black. I stopped short. Bella, it's all right, Edward sighed quietly. Alice will catch you. I stared at the hole in doubt. Jane came here. She went down. Yes. Edward's voice sounded so surprised, and he answered so promptly that I realized why question must have shocked him so much that he answered without thinking. It probably gave him stop that I obviously cared about that little Jane and her whereabouts more than I did about Alice. Alice, are you there? I'm right under you, Bella. Don't worry, I won't let you fall, she reassured me. Her voice sounded as if it was coming from a long way down, which wasn't exactly reassuring. Edwa. Rode took me by my wrists and lowered me into the darkness. Ready? He asked. Release her, came Alice's voice from the pitch-black darkness. My fall was quiet and quick, it didn't take a whole second. Alice caught me in her granitic embrace and I realized it wasn't much of a help, that will bruise anyway. It was not so dark down there, a weak light was coming from the opening above us, and it was reflected from the wet stones. Edward landed next to me silently, and attached me to his hip immediately. He started pulling me forwards. I nearly growled at him to let me go, even though I knew I likely wouldn't manage without falling sans his help. It was still dark and the road was not even. Edward was becoming more and more cuddly by the minute, he even stuck his face into my hair once. After a while, when the darkness receded a little, and my teeth started chattering, he finally let go of me. He took my hand in his, and used the other one to rub my shoulder, trying to warm me. I used it. I let go of his hand and shook off the other. Leave it, I'll get warm on my own. You're too cold. I heard a choked giggle coming from behind us. Quickly, or rather slowly based on Felix, occasional sighs. We followed the tunnel until we reached a grate. Its iron rods were rusty, and thick as my arm. The little door inside the grate was made of thinner, interwoven poles, and was opened. I bent, and went through the opening before Edward. I found myself in room with a low, heavy wooden door on its end. These doors were also open, and as I crossed into the room behind it I automatically relaxed, casting a surprised look around me. Edward on the other hand grew even more nervous, and his lips tightened. We were in hall now, it was brightly lit by neon lights, and a gray office carpet covered the whole floor. It was warmer here than it was in the canals. At the end of the hall stood the short silhouette of Jane, she was waiting for us, holding a lift door open. I immediately started forward when I noticed her. Side by side with Alice. I just managed. Right after I stepped forward, Edward moved his hand, probably to trap me with it again. I pretended I didn't notice. Another giggle followed, slightly louder this time. And Edward growled. When we neared the lift and I could discern the expression on Jane's face, I saw she looked quite apathetic and bored. Poor thing, she must have waited for a long time already. I automatically fastened my pace, and prayed I wouldn't trip. Thankfully I managed without this time. When I was finally at the lift, and passing Jane to get in, I didn't help it. I whispered a slightly guilty, sorry, under my breath. Then I entered. The only reaction that brought me was Alice's glance, and Edward's offended sniff. I nearly rolled my eyes at him again. While ascending, Jane, Dimitri, and Felix relaxed. They pushed the cloaks further back and let the capes fall to their shoulders. It was only then that I could truly observe Felix and Dimitri's faces. Their skin was like Lawrence, a little strange, because it was both pale olive and vampiric chalky white. Their hair was black, but Felix was short while Dimitri's reached to his shoulders. Their irises were dark red on the margins, and darkening to black inwards, where the color melded with their pupils. They were hungrier than Jane was. Edward wrapped an arm around me again while we were in the lift. And I gritted my teeth. The only upside was that we weren't ascending for long, and when we stopped I was distracted by my surroundings again. This room looked like a reception area in some noble establishment. The walls were covered by wood, and the floor was carpeted by a thick, dark green carpet. There were no windows, those were probably replaced by the numerous, brightly lit paintings of Tuscan countryside. Groups of pale leather sofas were strategically placed throughout the room, and glittering side tables carried crystal vases full of brightly colored flowers, aroma of which was washing over the whole room. The center of the room was taken by a counter made of polished mahogany. It had a woman standing behind it, a human woman with olive skin and green eyes. She greeted us with a polite smile. "Good day, Jane." Jane nodded. "Gianna." Then she continued straight to the two-winged door on the other side of the room. I automatically followed, with Edward still clinging to my side. Another vampire was waiting on the other side of the door when Jane opened it. It was a pale boy in a pearly gray suit, who looked about the same physical age as Jane was, and he could easily be her twin. despite the darker hair, and less full lips. He approached us with a smile and touched Jane. "Jane." "Alec," she answered, hugging him. They kissed each other on both cheeks. Then the boy, Alec, looked at us. His eyes also didn't fit his childlike face. They were deep, wise, and long bereft of the childish illusions. They reminded me of Alice actually. Her eyes were a bit like that as well, just much less than Jane and Alec's. And Alice was in a psychiatric ward when she was a human, in a time when it wasn't a win-win situation at all. If that kind of look was related to the human life of the vampire, what on earth could have happened to them? "They send you for one and you return with 2.5, he remarked, when he looked at me. "Well done." She laughed. Her laugh sparkled with happiness much like a child's laughter would. "Welcome back, Edward," Alec greeted. "It seems your mood is better today." "Slightly," Edward agreed monotonously. When I glanced at him, his face was grim. I returned my eyes back towards Jane and Alec. They really looked very much alike. And definitely not just vampire alike. Alec laughed at Edward's reply, and moved his eyes to me, looking me over. He was about to say something else, when I carefully spoke first. "Are you and Jane biologically related?" I asked him. Edward's arm constricted around my shoulders. "Bella," he hissed. I shrugged my shoulders to make him let go of me, but he didn't. "The idiot. I'm interested." "Sorry," I added towards Alec and Jane. "But you look alike, I think." "Which twins?" Edward growled in a demeaning tone of voice, but so quietly I nearly didn't hear him. Jane and Alec didn't have any problem though. Their eyes sparkled with sudden anger. "Shut your mouth if you know WH. "That's good." Jane started with an intense and angry look on her face, but she stopped mid-sentence when Alec placed a hand on her shoulder. He looked only slightly less angry than she, but he controlled himself. And when he exchanged a short look with her, Jane relaxed as well. Alec then looked at me, his hand still on Jane's shoulder. "Jane is my biological twin," he said and turned to Edward. When he spoke, his voice sounded exactly as neutral as it did before. "Arrow will be glad to see you again." "Let's not keep him waiting," Jane offered sweetly. Edward nodded. Well, it only took this little conversation to place Alec on the first place in my imaginary list of favorite new vampires. He was there along with Jane. From his calm reaction to Edward's obviously offending words I surmised that he had to be very old. Older than Edward, and must have experienced many tense situations if he could control himself like this. What Edward saw infuriated them both, but Alec not only overcame his anger. He also succeeded in calming Jane down, and then politely continued the conversation as if nothing was amiss. Now that was a feat. He definitely was family with Jane. The twins lead us, hand in hand, through another wide corridor, as if we didn't cross enough of them already. At the end of this corridor was a door, completely decorated and covered in gold. We didn't go to it though. Jane and Alec stopped way before it, and moved a bit of the wooden wall covering aside. A simple set of wooden doors appeared in its place, which Alec promptly opened for Jane. I nearly whimpered when I crossed the doorway into a room with the same ancient floor stones as the ones I saw in the square, alleyway, and the canals. To add to it, it was cold in there again. Thankfully, this room was just something like a foyer, leading into a bigger, brighter, and perfectly circular room. It had an extremely high roof, and the only source of light were narrow openings in the wall maybe in the height of a second floor. The beams of sunlight they let through illuminated a bigger, rectangular areas on the floor. There were only 3 pieces of furniture in this room, 3 massive wooden chairs resembling thrones. They were stationed close to each other near the back wall. This room was filled with a number of vampires, who were standing here and conversing in relaxed whispers, which seemed to fill the room with a form of weak humming. I noticed as 2 women in summer dresses moved into one of the sunny rectangles. Their skin reflected the sunlight in rainbow sparkles that shone on the walls. All faces turned to us when we entered. Beautiful faces, dressed in unassuming pants and t-shirts, at least most of the time. The man who spoke first wore a long black cloak, reaching all the way to the floor and so dark black that at first I mistook his black hair for a cape. I knew his face, it was one of the 3 I saw in the portrait in Carlyle's office. Edward saw his name was Arrow. "Jane, dear, you are back," the man said, obviously excited, but still he spoke in a quiet voice, just slightly above a whisper. As he moved towards her, his moves held such an ethereal beauty that I felt my eyes go wide as I gaped at him. Not even Alice could compare to this, and Alice's every step resembled a dance. I was even more amazed when he floated closer to us and I saw his face fully. It was like those unnaturally attractive faces surrounding it because he didn't approach us alone. The whole group moved along with him, some were walking before him, some behind, all with the caution and focus of bodyguards. I couldn't decide if his face was beautiful or not. I'd say his features were perfect. But he was as different from the vampires standing around him as they were from me. His skin was white and transparent, like an onion peel, and it looked equally frail, plus it made for a shocking contrast with his long black hair. I felt a weird compulsion to touch his cheek, to see if it's softer than Edward's or Alice's. Or if it's dusty like a chalk. His eyes were red, but the color was sort of covered or diluted, milky. I wondered if it affected his sight in any way. He approached Jane with a slithery stride, took her face into his papery hands, lightly kissed her full lips and stepped back. Yes, master, Jane smiled and she looked like a child doing so, an absolute little angel. I've brought him back alive. Just as you wished. Oh, Jane, he smiled too. You are my treasure. He turned his milky gaze to us and his smile widened, he was completely excited. And Alice and Bella, too. He cried happily and clapped his thin hands. That is a nice surprise. Amazing. I stared at him. He said our names as if we were old friends of his, who stopped by for an unexpected visit. Turning to our robust guide he said, Felix, be so kind and go tell my brothers about our visitors. I'm sure they will not want to let it pass. Yes, master, Felix nodded and disappeared the way we came. Do you see now, Edward? Arrow turned to Edward and smiled like a loving, scolding grandfather. I frowned at him. Why was he looking at Edward like that? He didn't so much as glance Alec's way since we came in. And he was 10 times better than Edward. What did I tell you? Aren't you happy I did not give you yesterday what you asked for? Yes, Arrow, I am, agreed Edward, and clasped me around the waist even tighter. I only just managed not to roll my eyes. My annoyed look accidentally fell on Alec when I turned my head so that Edward wouldn't see. Alec's eyebrows rose in a slight surprise. But other than that his face stayed impassive, it didn't show any feeling except neutrality. I do so love the happy endings, Arrow sighed. They are so rare, but I want to hear the whole story. How did this happen, Alice? His curious foggy eyes turned to Alice. Your brother is of the opinion that you are always right, but there was obviously a mistake somewhere. Oh, I am not always right at all. She smiled a blazing smile. She seemed to be absolutely calm, except for her hands, which were balled into tight little fists. As you could see today, I cause problems as often as I solve them. You are entirely too modest, scolded Arrow. I saw some of your excellent deeds and I have to admit that I have never met someone with such a gift. Amazing. Alice threw a small glance at Edward. Arrow didn't miss it. I am sorry, we were actually never introduced, were we? I just have a feeling like I know you already, and so have a tendency to move too fast. We were introduced yesterday by your brother, in a sense. You know, I have a gift similar to your brother's, but am detained by some limitations that he lacks. Arrow shook his head, he sounded jealous. But he is exponentially more powerful, added Edward dryly. He looked at Alice and explained. Arrow needs physical contact to read minds, but he sees much more than I do. You know I only see what's in your head in that particular moment. Arrow can read every thought you ever had. Alice raised her pretty eyebrows and Edward lowered his head. Arrow saw this as well. But to be able to read minds at a distance, Arrow sighed and pointed at them. And the conversation that just took place. That would be so convenient, he said, while I frowned to myself. Every thought I ever had in my life. How long did it take him to see it all? How could he even focus on it so that it wasn't just an incomprehensible mess? Arrow looked over our shoulders. Everyone else turned their heads that way too, including Jane and Alec, who stood a couple meters away from us, and Dimitri, who was standing silently next to me. I was the last one to turn. Felix returned with 2 men in black cloaks floating behind him. Both resembled Arrow, one of them even had the same black hair. The other had soft-looking snow-white hair the same color as his skin, actually which reached his shoulders. Their faces were covered by identical paper-thin skin. Marcus and Keyes. The trio from Carlyle's portrait was complete, and in the 300 years since it was painted it haven't changed a bit. Arrow just called out in a sing-song voice, Marcus, Keyes, look. Bella is alive after all and Alice is here with her. Isn't it wonderful? When I fully realized just what was happening. I was meeting with Marcus, Arrow and Keyes, the self-stated enforcers of the law whom many vampires referred to as royal family, and respected them, whether genuinely or out of fear. When Edward showed me that portrait, and he and Carlyle talked about them, I didn't think I would actually meet them. Suddenly I felt Edward's arm around me much more intensely. That wasn't right. Why was he holding me? It wasn't respectful at all. They were the ones who ensured that vampires didn't do whatever they wanted. And blew the secret to people. They deserved respect, even if their goals weren't completely white. That was clear to me from Alice's and Arrow's interaction. But if we wanted to get out of there, we had to show respect. They were the ones who decided if we returned home alive, or at all. Edward, I whispered hurriedly. Let go off me. Edward's head whipped to me. Bella, it feels disrespectful to me. You have to release me, I insisted. He tightened his grasp around my waist. But Bella, he began and I interrupted him, slightly annoyed now. Why did everything have to take so long with him? Edward, release me. This instant, I pronounced every word at a time. Edward stared at me in disbelief. He looked like he wanted to say something else when Alice turned her head towards him slightly. I don't know what she told him, but Edward gave me a confused and shocked look, and slowly pulled his arm away from my body. He stayed where he was though. Took you long enough. I grumbled to myself incomprehensibly, although they probably understood it, and stepped further to the side myself. Dimitri actually moved to make more space for me. I offered him a weak smile and thanks. When I finally looked up, Arrow was looking at me curiously. When he noticed my look, he clapped his hands enthusiastically, and nearly sang out, "We want to hear the full story." White-haired Keys, who looked slightly annoyed, moved and floated in the direction of the wooden thrones. Marcus stopped by Arrow and extended his hand. I thought he wanted to greet him, but he just touched his palm for a second and then lowered his hand back to his body. Arrow raised one black eyebrow. I was actually surprised when his skin didn't crumple at that movement. Edward gave a very quiet, half-disagreeable huff and Alice looked at him curiously. "Thank you, Marcus," said Arrow. "That is very interesting." About a second later I realized that Marcus was letting Arrow to read his thoughts. Interesting. And it was better than Edward's gift. No one was losing their privacy so easily, and more importantly, they didn't lose it without even knowing. Whatever Arrow found interesting, Marcus didn't seem to agree with him. On the contrary, he looked extremely bored. He floated away from Arrow to join Keys, who was already seated on his throne. Two guarding vampires followed behind Marcus, quietly bodyguards. As I thought previously, I noticed that the two women in summer dresses stood next to Keys in much the same manner. I found the idea that some vampire would actually need a bodyguard slightly ridiculous. But maybe these ancient vampires were as fragile as their skin seemed to be. Arrow shook his head. "Amazing," he said. "Absolutely amazing." Alice looked confused. Edward turned to her and explained quietly again. He was frowning a little. "Marcus can see relationships. The strength of ours surprised him." Arrow smiled. "How convenient," he repeated to himself. Then he said to us, "Marcus isn't easily surprised, you can be sure about that." When I next looked at Marcus's face, so devoid of life, I could easily believe that. It was strange to know that feelings, thoughts and sense, a whole being, were in reality hiding behind such a dead facade. I wondered what caused such a mask on Marcus. He seemed to have lost the reason to live. It was as if he was reacting to his surroundings more automatically than purposely. Yet I knew it couldn't truly be that way. If it was, he would not offer Arrow his thoughts. No, maybe he wasn't truly interested in anything, but he still saw everything clearly, and that mask was probably a partially created thing, to keep others at bay. This was another vampire who seemed to have mastered his self-control at an insanely high level. Probably in order to keep that mask on and any signs of feeling, thoughts, and living inside. It had to be abnormally difficult. I couldn't imagine myself ever looking like that. Who knows, maybe Alec took lessons in self-control from Marcus, even though compared to him, Alec's control looked like a very weak tea. And here I thought Alec's ability of self-control was respect-worthy. Marcus was most definitely a fascinating vampire. It was funny really, I was in their presence for only a couple minutes and I've already found 3 who I thought to be worthy of attention and interest. And I didn't even know them yet. Interesting clan, let me say that. Without warning, and quite suddenly in my opinion, Marcus's misty red eyes turned straight to me, and he gazed at me for a while. Then his head shook slightly, nearly inconspicuously, and he stood from his throne. He floated to Arrow again, touched his hand, and floated back. Arrow giggled with amusement and looked at me. "Well, Bella, it Ray. LLY seems you are creating bonds left and right here, he said. I blinked. What was I doing? Really? Arrow confirmed happily. When Marcus came, you were only here for half an hour and you already held a relatively strong bond to both Alec and Jane, and a weak one aimed at Dimitri. And just a while ago Marcus saw a weak bond to him appear out of thin air. Truly fast. I blinked in surprise, but I was quite satisfied when I looked sideways at Alec and Jane. They were both looking at me now, with slight surprise and stilled shock. Those two definitely deserved to have a bond from me. Arrow glanced at Edward next to me. Even now I can't truly understand it, he wondered. I had difficulties following his chaotic train of thought. How can you stand so close to her? It takes a little effort, said a slightly tense Edward. I felt his eyes on me. He probably didn't like me having bonds with the Volturi. I already knew he didn't like them at all. Nor did he respect them. Actually, I narrowed my eyes in thought. I wondered how my bond to him looked like now. Can a decayed and broken bond be observed in some way? But still la tua contante. Such a waste. Edward laughed without any trace of humor. I rather view it as a price, which I need to pay. Arrow was skeptical. Too high a price. Price for opportunity. Arrow laughed. If I didn't smell her in your memories I wouldn't. Believe the call of blood could be so powerful. I myself have never smelled something like that. Most of us would give anything for such a gift and yet you. I will waste it, finished Edward with a sarcastic tone of voice. Arrow laughed again. Ah, how I miss my friend Carlyle. You remind me of him but he wasn't so angry. Carlyle overshadows me in many more ways. I would certainly never think someone could beat Carlyle at self-control, but you shamed him. Hardly, said Edward, and now it sounded impatient. As if the pleasantries tired him already. His success pleased me, remembered Arrow. Your memories of him are a gift to me, even if they come as an enormous surprise to me. I'm surprised how glad I am with his success on the extraordinary road he has chosen. I expected he will be exhausted and weakened in time. I laughed at his plan of finding others who would share his unique vision. But now I rather feel that I'm glad I was wrong. Edward didn't answer. The whole speech confused me. I knew that while he said it, he wasn't truly glad that Carlyle succeeded with his idea of life. I think he was genuinely glad up to some point, but on the whole, not really. Carlyle, or was it Edward, once told me they never agreed on that particular question. Arrow thought Carlyle would fail and yet he, a vampire thousands years younger than Arrow, persevered. But still I felt Arrow was quite glad that Carlyle got so far. It confused me, although maybe it had something to do with the way he drooled over Edward. After all, he was the first result of Carlyle's attempts at family. And Arrow was besides himself over his talent. Carlyle and Edward did tell me that Arrow was something like a gift collector. Most of his guard consisted of talented vampires. If Carlyle failed, Edward wouldn't be turned. Arrow wouldn't have what to drool over then. Maybe he wanted him to join his guard and that was why he conducted himself like that. I hoped not. Edward was an idiot. I think. He got frozen at 17 and never grew up. It was kind of interesting really. The others, with the exception of Emmett, were more adult even though they were of similar physical age when turned. But your self-control. Arrow sighed again. I didn't even think someone could be so strong. To defy the siren call, not once, but again and again, if I didn't smell it myself I wouldn't believe it. Edward stared at Arrow without an expression. He really flattered him. And while it could be a siren call I was certain Carlyle was stronger. In the first place, Carlyle never succumbed and never tasked Ed human blood while Edward did. He even ran away from Carlyle and hunted humans purposely. Moreover, Edward didn't trust himself to turn anybody, not just me. Carlyle didn't really trust himself when he bit Edward, and he was afraid. But he tried. If he truly didn't trust himself at all, he wouldn't have attempted the change, he wouldn't risk so much. Edward didn't believe he could do it at all. I've been with him long enough to know. When I remember how tempting she is for you, Arrow giggled, it makes me thirsty. I looked at Arrow with interest. So he not only saw all thoughts and memories, he also experienced them. How could he handle it all? And not go crazy? Edward's muscles tensed. No need to be worried, Arrow assured him. I don't want to hurt her in any way. But I am terribly curious, and most of all about one thing. He looked at me with unveiled interest in his face. Can I? He asked eagerly, and raised a hand. Ask her, Edward offered with an empty voice. Of course, how rude of me. Arrow cried. Bella, now he talked to me directly. It fascinates me that you are the sole exception to Edward's impressive talent, Very interesting for something like that to even occur. And so I wondered if you would be so kind, and allowed me to try, to find out if you are an exception for me as well. He wanted to find out if his gift worked on me. I stared at him in surprise. I guess he really liked finding potential new talents if he was willing to be kind to me and not treat me like to a dinner. If he tries that, I'll find out how his skin felt at touch. I smiled and stepped closer to him. Of course, I said and extended my arm to him. He floated closer and reached out, pressing his ghostly white, paper skin to mine. His hand was hard, but felt more like shale than granite, and was even colder than I expected. I raised my other hand curiously and nudged his hand with one finger experimentally. Later it occurred to me that maybe I should have asked for permission or something first. But I did it automatically. Nothing happened though, unless you count Edward, who made some weird choking sound, as if he couldn't believe I was touching him voluntarily. Arrow's skin didn't dent at all, even though I pressed with some force. Pulling my thumb and point finger together in a pinching motion also brought no difference. I angled my head to the side in interest and confusion, and let the hand he wasn't holding fall to my side again. I looked into Arrow's face. At first he looked confident, and hypnotized me with a slightly strange expression, but then doubt appeared, closely followed by disbelief. That dissolved into the typical friendly expression in the end. So that friendly face truly was a mask. Encouraging. That's very interesting, he said when he released my hand and floated further away. He was quiet for a moment, and just regarded us thoughtfully. Then he shook his head suddenly. This is the first time, he said to himself. I wonder if she is immune to our other talents, Jane. Darling. No, Edward growled. Alice took his hand to stop him, but he shook her off. Jane gave Arrow a happy smile. Yes, master. Edward was full out snarling now, ND staring at Arrow with a threatening look on his face. The whole room fell quiet, everyone stared at him in amazement and disbelief as he was committing some embarrassing faux pas. I stared as well. This was entirely too much. I saw as Felix smiled hopefully and stepped toward us. One look from Arrow had him stopping in his tracks, and a disgruntled look replaced the grin. Arrow then turned to Jane, ignoring Edward completely. My dear, I wondered if Bella was immune to you, too. I nearly missed his quiet voice through Edward's growling. Edward moved in front of me and pushed me further, as if he wanted to hide me from them. I actually snorted snidely at that. As if that had any meaning at all, one vampire against maybe 20. Hopeless. Keyes moved closer to us like a ghost, along with his escort, he wanted to see it. Jane turned to us with a blissful smile. No, Alice cried, when Edward leapt at that little girl. I wasn't indifferent myself when I saw it. I didn't want him to hurt her. Before I could react, before anyone could do anything, Edward was lying on the floor. No one touched him, but he was writhing on the floor in obvious agony, while I only looked on in confusion. It only came to me when I looked at Jane, and saw that she was smiling solely at him now. Suddenly I remembered the time when Alice spoke of terrible gifts, and in that moment I fully understood why Yon treated Jane with an utmost respect. And also why Edward threw himself into her way. Her talent was the ability to cause pain at distance, a pain so strong it could overpower and cripple even a vampire. For a while, I stared at Edward in dumb disbelief. Jane, Arrow said in a calm tone. She quickly raised her eyes questioningly. She was still wearing that pleased smile, it held even more depth now. She liked torturing others. Why? The moment she averted her eyes from him, Edward stilled and stayed down. Arrow nodded towards me. Jane turned to me with that little smile of hers. I looked at her uneasily. I didn't really want to end up in a fit of agony on the hard stone floor. Out of the corner of my eye I saw as Edward sat up, and then jumped straight to his feet. I didn't look his way. I was too busy watching Jane. I wanted to know when she would try it. What was taking her so long now? She had Edward down in a second. Gradually, the smile left Jane's face, and she began glaring at me. She was gritting her teeth as she strengthened her focus, but still I felt nothing. It didn't work on me, she was trying already. Arrow started laughing. That's amazing. Jane gave a disgusted hiss, and leaned forward, as if preparing to lunge. Darling, don't let it get to you, Arrow said calmingly, and put his flowery white hand on her shoulder. She confused us all. Jane raised her upper lip, bove her teeth and continued glaring at me. I changed my footing anxiously. She didn't like me, because her gift didn't work on me. But it wasn't my fault. I couldn't control my gift, and I liked her, even if she seemed a little sadistic. I didn't want her to be angry with me. Arrow laughed again. Edward, you are very brave to take it without screaming. I once asked Jane to do it to me, just out of curiosity." He shook his head. Impressed, Edward glared at him in disgust. Arrow's words torn me from my unhappiness at watching Jane, and I gaped at him again. Then my lips twitched, and I shook my head with a smile I couldn't suppress. Trust Arrow to come up with something like that. Well, what to do with you now? Arrow sighed. Edward and Alice stiffened. They were waiting for this part. And I was as well, when it comes to it. I suppose there is no hope you would change your decision, remarked Arrow to Edward with expectation in his voice. Your talent would be a major asset to our small company. Edward hesitated. I saw Jane and Felix in my peripheral vision, screwing their faces. I nearly followed them. He couldn't be serious. Edward. It looked like Edward was thinking each word through before saying it. I think not. Alice, Arrow continued, still hopefully. Maybe you would be interested in joining us. No, thank you, Alice answered. And you, Bella? Arrow raised his eyebrows. Edward hissed quietly, and I stared at Arrow uncomprehendingly. Did he really just ask me if I wanted to stay back as a dinner? Excuse me, Keyes asked Arrow, and his voice, or maybe whisper, sounded completely devoid of emotion. Keyes, surely you can see the potential, Arrow scolded him kindly. Ever since we found Jane and Alec, I have not seen such a promising talent. Can you imagine the possibilities if she were to be one of us? Keyes averted his eyes with a sarcastic expression on his face, and Jane's eyes flared with outrage at that comparison. I didn't really notice it though. In some part of my mind my heart twitched with sudden comprehension when I realized Arrow wanted to turn me, and for me to become part of his guard. However, I couldn't react to that, because the larger part of me was too busy processing something else. Ever since they found Jane and Alec, he hasn't seen such a promising talent. Their talents must have manifested in their human forms then. But Jane's gift people couldn't not have noticed. Suddenly the words Edward used so maliciously earlier came to me again, witch twins. My stomach constricted with foreboding feeling. No, it wasn't possible. That time please no. I completely ignored Arrow when I turned to Alec and Jane with fear. I stepped forward, closer to them. Your gifts manifested when you were still human. I whispered to Alec quietly. I wouldn't be able to speak louder even if I wanted to, my throat was too tight. That would explain the look in their eyes, and their maturity. But it couldn't be true. Please let it not be true. No them, not the two vampires who I already liked almost as much as I did Alice and Emmett. Alec looked at me with an unreadable expression on his face, and after a while he nodded. But Jane people couldn't not have noticed Jane's gift. I insisted fearfully. Nobody said they didn't notice. There is a reason why evil tongues call us the witch twins. Alec's voice was as neutral as his expression. I shook my head in denial. No, please, you couldn't have lived during that time. Alec continued looking at me silently. Jane glared. My eyes prickled with tears. When were you turned? I whispered unhappily. They were about to burn us at a stake, came Alec's detached answer, and I flinched as if he hit me. My face contorted with pain. Your parents didn't do anything about it. I breathed out with considerable strain. Our parents were already dead, Jane snapped back angrily. According to them, we inherited it from them. They captured us the last. We took care of that. I basically staggered when her words hit me. It was true. In that time they must have practically hunted for them. There would be no place safe, no love left for them. They even killed their parents there. Yes, how could they do something like that to them? They were mere children, and they did this to them. They were through hell thanks to such a band of idiots. Poor Alec, poor Jane. Maybe that was why Jane enjoyed causing pain so much, but nothing will ever undo what she went through, no pain will ever equal what she experienced. And Alec, so neutral and controlled, how did he manage that? How they live on with such a past haunting them. We raided the village for them. Suddenly, Marcus's quiet voice sounded through the room. A couple of vampires gasped in surprise when he talked. Even through the state I was in, I realized Marcus probably didn't talk much. It didn't really surprise me. We killed everyone responsible. I looked at him with a misted sight, and nodded. At least that was something. But it won't return Jane and Alec's parents to them. Nor the lost illusions, and childhood. I crossed the space between us with an infirm step. I don't know how I managed not to trip, I stared at Jane before me, transfixed for some time. I couldn't stand it, mainly when she was still glaring at me with animosity. Suddenly I practically lunged and enveloped her in a strong hug. I'm so sorry, I sobbed incomprehensibly, my face buried in her hair. Unconsciously I raised a hand and stroked her head a couple times, like a mother would her daughter or an elder sister younger. "I'm so sorry," I whispered again. She didn't move a bit, she just stood there like a statue. I lowered my head and kissed her cheek in an attempt at showing that I liked her, and would never do something like that to her. After a while I drew back. Then I straightened her soft hair with tearful eyes. She was staring at me almost frightened during this, and let go of her. I turned to Alec, who for I was wearing a surprised expression on his normally impassive face. I approached him and hugged him too, as strong as I did Jane. I stroked his head a few times tenderly and I hope calmingly and supportively as well. Before I drew back and looked into his shell-shocked beautiful face. "I am so very sorry about that," I whispered, staring into his eyes with sad intensity. It was then that I fell. As if my power evaporated and I turned back, and returned to Edward and Alice, visibly downtrodden and resigned. Edward was glaring at me furiously, with an expression that was almost that of disgust. I spared him a warning glance. After something like that I was in no mood to deal with His Majesty. Arrow was looking at me for a bit longer. I was being perused by nearly everyone in the room for the moment, except for Alec and Jane, who were staring at each other, and Marcus, who was watching them, and then he sighed. "That's a pity. Such a waste," he said regretfully. Edward hissed angrily from his place next to me. But when he spoke, he managed to sound as if he took great care with his wording, even if his voice quivered with anger. "Join or die, is it? I assumed something like that when we were led into this room. So much to your laws." "Of course not," Arrow blinked in surprise. "Edward, we've congregated here before, and are waiting for Heidi to return. And not because of you." "Arrow," Keyes hissed. "The law's asking for their lives." Edward stared at Keyes intensely. My look was slightly saddened. So he wanted me dead. Arrow had wanted me to be one of them, but the moment has already passed and he didn't return to it. So I guess no vampire for me. More probably dinner. "How so?" Edward asked Keyes. He must have known what Keyes was thinking, but he obviously wanted to make him say it out loud. Manipulative idiot, intruding on other people's privacy. Keyes pointed his bony finger at me. "She knows too much. You have revealed our secrets." His voice was as papery fragile as his skin looked to be. "Just like Arrow and Marcus. There are people partaking in this charade of yours," Edward reminded him. I remembered the receptionist. Keyes' face contorted in a new expression, resembling a smile. If a tiger could smile just before tearing into its prey's throat. "Yes," he agreed, "but when they outlive their usefulness, they will serve as a sustenance. You have no such intent with this one. If she betrays our secrets, are you ready to destroy her?" "I think not," he smirked. "I would never," I began in whisper. Keyes shot me an icy glare and I fell quiet. Obviously I didn't like when people spoke before spoken to. But he was one of the Volturi leaders after all. I should have known better than to add myself into the discussion. Especially when they were discussing my fate. Punishment. "I'm sorry," I whispered soundlessly to myself, but Keyes still gave me a fleeting cold glance. Then he turned back to Edward. "Nor do you intend to make her one of us, so she stays with you as your mate." Keyes continued. When he said that I quickly looked up in protest, but I stopped myself before interrupting him again. But I wasn't Edward's mate. I wouldn't be with him even if he suddenly wanted to change me. "Keyes," Arrow interrupted his brother. "That is not Edward's decision anymore. She is not his mate, nor his girlfriend. On her side, their bond is dead. Someone made a grave mistake when he broke his sweetheart's heart." Keyes shot me another look. "In any case, she knows too much about us, and you lived with her for months without doing what our laws ask of you. And you left her, which is even worse, because then you had absolutely no control over her. She is our weakness then. That places your fate, and the fate of your sister into our hands for law breaking. And when it comes to her, ours is not only her fate, but also her life." I hypnotized him attentively all throughout his speech. Somebody, Edward or Carlyle, once told me that Keyes cared about their laws very much. I could see it now. He cared about the laws and their upholding, as it should be. He seemed as if he always wanted to meet the law and justice, regardless of what it cost him or anyone else. He would destroy the whole world if it meant achieving justice. At least I had that impression of him. My first impression of Edward was bad, and of Alec and Jane good. I will rather follow my instincts then. And right now, my instincts were telling me that Keyes was a man, a vampire, I could follow. He was someone who'll always do what is just and right according to laws, against All odds and disregarding personal feelings. Like a true leader, if my punishment was chosen by him, I was sure that however painful, it would be fair. I could live, or die, knowing that. I inclined my head slightly. Edward was baring his teeth next to me, but I ignored him. He wasn't important, and I will accept any punishment you choose for me, I said silently to Keys, with the slightest inflection on the word, you. No one else has any say in it. I offered a short look to Edward, then Alice. Alice was staring at me with a fair bit of surprise and attention. When I looked at her, she shot her eyes to Edward and back to me again. Bella, she questioned sadly. I knew what she was asking. It doesn't matter, Alice, I shook my head. I would have come either way. You're my best friend, and you care about him. My feelings are not important. You needed my help, so I came. Friends do that, but I got you into trouble, Alice said unhappily. It would have come sooner or later, Alice. It's a law, I reminded her. Then I turned back to Arrow and the others. At the moment, Arrow was floating towards Marcus, who was holding his hand out for him. He touched him briefly, and after a while he laughed. Fascinating indeed. He looked at me. I have to say I feel unappreciated, Bella. I blinked at him in confusion, and looked at Marcus. His impassive face didn't help me to understand Arrow's words at all. In the few minutes, not even an hour that you are here, you have already created bonds to 3 members of the guard, Marcus, and most recently Keys. And I am still left with nothing. Oh, I glanced at Keys, who was watching me with narrowed eyes now, and then turned back to Arrow. I'm sure it doesn't mean you're not good enough to have a bond with. They just caught my interest sooner. Maybe. Arrow laughed happily, but then he offered me a very regretful look. What to do with you, Bella? He asked, but not me. He looked back to Marcus and Keys. She never answered. Arrow, Marcus said quietly. Arrow looked at him with interest. Brother, ask her again. Arrow looked at me hopefully. Bella, would you like to join us? I blinked. Was he really asking me again? As a vampire? I managed to ask. Of course. Would you like to be a part of our little company? I gaped. He was asking me again. I looked sideways to the twins. I could be a vampire, like they were, and in a guard, just like them. I would come to know them better. Alec wore a small smile on his face. Jane's face was unmoving for a change, like Alec's before, and she was watching me with a very intense look. Her stony face threw me off a little. I liked them both very much, but what if Jane didn't like me and didn't want to even try getting to know me? I didn't want to force myself on them if they didn't want me. I looked to Marcus with hesitation. He was watching my every step, as many others. When he caught my eyes, he nodded. He looked as if he expected exactly what happened. Would you like for me to describe the character of your present bonds before you decide, Bella? I thought it would help organizing my thoughts. Yes, please, I agreed gratefully. Your bond to Dimitri is weak and uncrystallized. It can either deepen and gather strength or disappear completely. It is not answered on his side. Your bond to me is also not crystallized, but it is stronger. It can still disappear, but not without a trace. At the moment it is just a very general kind of bond, and only time will show if it is a friendly bond, familial, bond between the master and his vassal or other. Your bond, to Keys, is stronger than the one to me, which is quite extraordinary as it is so young. Your bonds to Jane and Alec are the strongest. All 3 bonds started crystallizing and stabilizing already, which is equally unique. Usually it takes at least several days of non-stop contact for bonds to start crystallizing. Your bond to Keys is that of respect, trust and loyalty. It is stabilizing as bond of a subject to his master. If Keys keeps it, he might acquire a subordinate as reliable as Arrow has in Jane. Him keeping it depends on many factors still. Your bond to the twins is nearly as strong as biological familial bonds. It is a protective bond, a familial bond between siblings. This bond has almost finished crystallizing, and whichever turn the events take, it will not change much. Since you found out about their human past, it starts to be reciprocated. Their bonds to you are still weak in general. In time they might deepen into a familial bond, but never as strong as the original bond connecting them to each other. That is a privilege of biological relations. You have several other bonds, weaker and stronger, connecting to people who are not here. I cannot say much about those. I would need their recipients to be present. Your bond to Edward is dead, shriveled and black. With time it will grow smaller, but it will never completely disappear, just as you will never forget who he is and what he's done to you. Your bond to Alice is a strong bond of friendship, also bearing weak signs of a familial bond. As you said, she is your best friend, and you view her almost as your sister. If you stay with us, she will have to come visit sometimes, or you her. If you leave, you will have to come visit Alec and Jane from time to time, and the bond to Keys will be restless in longer absence as well. It was more than enough when he told me the twins answered my bond to them, even if it was only hinted at and weak. If I decide in time that I would like to leave for a while, will I be allowed? I asked Arrow. You will have to arrange it with Keys if he will be the only one out of the three of us who holds your trust and loyalty, but yes, you will be allowed to leave. We already released a number of vampires from our services indefinitely, on their request. If I am not mistaken, one of them, Eleazar, now lives with his mate in Alaska, Arrow confirmed happily. He looked like he was about to start jumping up and down when he saw I was actually considering it. Will I be able to follow Carlisle's vegetarian lifestyle? Arrow stopped moving for a while, and leaned his head to a side in thought. His words were slow coming as he was thinking it through while he answered. If you can do it on your own and still be stable, we will see. It depends on how much you want it. If you will be determined and will manage as a newborn, why not? I nodded. Sounds fair, I admitted. I had to do it myself, there was no one there to help me with it after all. All right, I'll gladly join your guard. Arrow squealed with his silent little voice and seesawed on the balls of his feet. Excellent, Bella. A sharp reprimanding command came from my side and Edward's hand grasped my arm tightly. It hurt. Leave me alone, Edward. I jerked my shoulder to make him let go, but he didn't, and it hurt even more at that move. He pulled me to him. When I looked into his face, he looked extremely angry and his eyes were black. Do you even realize what you let go of me, Edward? That hurts. I snapped, and grasped his wrist. Instead of letting me go, he growled and tightened his hold even more. I gasped. Edward, release her, cried Alice. She leapt right to us and started wrestling his fingers from their grip. In the end it wasn't necessary though, because Edward screamed and fell to the floor suddenly. I leapt out of his immediate distance, and screwed my face with pain when I covered the bruised place tenderly with my other hand. I looked at Jane. She was glaring at Edward, and scowling. It was her. She helped me without being told to. I smiled at her through the pain, and my eyes filled with tears once again. Thank you, Jane. She looked at me. Her face showed absolutely no emotion. But she frowned a little when she saw me holding my arm. Cold hands drew my hand back carefully, and started examining the hurt arm with feathery touches. Are you all right? Jane asked detachedly. I quickly nodded. Yes, it's just a little bruised. Actually, Alice said at my ear with a slight scolding tone in her twinkling voice. She was the one examining my arm. I wouldn't be surprised if the bone had some minor damage done to it. It is not broken, but that grip was very strong. There may be some small fracture there. And it will bruise terrifyingly. You should have it looked at by a doctor. She raised her eyes to Alec and Jane. One of the most important things you should know about Bella is that she constantly downplays her own health, and understates her injuries. It will probably not be so important after her turning, but still. In the meantime, Arrow was looking at Edward disagreeably. He took the word when Alice finished. Edward, he tutted with disappointment. From the beginning you have known from Marcus's mind that Bella was no longer yours. You have no call on her. Suddenly, he stopped talking and his eyes flew to the door. Then he smiled again. Alec, be so kind and escort our visitors and Bella to the reception. Heidi is here, they can wait there and say their goodbyes. You will be turned after we feed, Bella, and Alice and Edward. We'll next see you when they come for a second, this time announced, visit. And if you willfully reveal our secret to another human or delay ridding of them when they find out, you will be terminated. The same goes for the rest of your clan, Keys hissed decisively. Edward glared, but Alice bowed with acquiescence. Alec bowed to Arrow and approached us, giving Edward a cold look. He carefully took me by the elbow of the hurt arm. Alice ran to my other side and took my other hand. Then they lead me out of the room together, with Edward stomping angrily after us. We saw a group of people on the distant end of the corridor. And Alec and Alice fastened their walk immediately. When we came closer, I saw that an amazingly beautiful woman was in the lead. She was as incredibly looking as Rosalie, and vampire to boot. The larger group of people that followed her was human. They looked like tourists visiting the castle, with the vampire posing as their guide. Hello, Heidi, Alec greeted her when we come closer. Alec, Heidi greeted back and looked at me with interest. I see we are alternating on time. Alec just nodded and hurried along. Alice looked worried. I heard them opening the door to the room we just left. And I weakly heard Arrow's voice. Welcome, visitors. I welcome you to Volterra. I managed a little snort despite the anxiousness which gripped me. I knew we just met Arrow's dinner. Isn't he a little dramatic? I asked with a slightly tense, but still amused voice. A bit. You'll get used to it. Alec smiled at me and hurried us on. I still heard the screaming that pted behind us and echoed down the corridor, though. I flinched and goosebumps shot all over my body, but I still tried to depersonalize myself from it all. I tried not to think of those people like persons like me, who had their lives and families they'll never return to. I liked Jane and Alec, and Marcus and Keyes too. I knew they saw them as food only, the potential vampires approached them differently. And they had to eat. However disgusting it was, they weren't about to change their menu and I can't and won't ask that of them. None of them would listen to me anyway. And Keyes would just get angry with me for such an idea. I'm sorry, Bella, Alice whispered, when we finally got to the illuminated reception area where that woman, Gianna, was sitting. I shook my head. It's fine, Alice. Alec, won't you go hungry now? Bella, Edward cried objection at my caring question, and I turned on him angrily. Shut up, Edward, I snapped. You've already proved yourself a complete ass today, don't make it any worse. Alec, no, Bella, I will run out later or they will get someone for me. I nodded and looked at Alice. She looked quite unhappy, but there was hope in her face still. When will I see you next? I don't know, Bella, we have to talk to Carlisle, but I suppose we will all come for a visit in some time. We'd just have to agree on the date with Arrow. He truly meant it when he said, announced visit. But we're fine, aren't we? We made it out alive, I asked hesitatingly. I didn't want them to be apart from me for too long again, but it was better than if one of us got killed. Alice smiled. Yes, we are, Bella. Now it's crystal clear that you are going to be a vampire. You will be happy, that much I can see. And we, at least Jasper and I, will come see you as soon as possible. How can you take it too easily, Alice? Bella cannot stay here. Edward spit out furiously. She is staying, Edward Cullen. It is set. It is her will and the will of Arrow, Marcus and Keyes. She will stay, you will leave, Alec said firmly. Edward snarled at him, baring his teeth. I looked at him contemptuously and took Alec's hand. I smiled at Alice. Don't you dare blame yourself for any imagined crime here, Alice. It's not your fault, none of it, except maybe for the fact that you didn't say goodbye to me when you left Forks. Still, I will see you again, even Marcus confirmed it. We will have to meet sometimes. Our bond is too strong for that. Alice returned my smile, and gave me a careful vampire to human with hurting arm hug. I'm looking forward to seeing you again, Bella. Vampirism suits you very much. But that's not fair. You've already seen me after my change here. I cried. Alice smirked. I saw you as a vampire just a few days after we met you, Bella. Now you'll look even better than you did back then. I really look forward to seeing the faces of others in family when they see you at last. I rolled my eyes. Come on, Alice, it's not going to beat Rosalie of even Heidi back there. But I am looking forward to finally seeing you guys. Alice smiled secretively, and gave me one last kiss on the cheek. Then she turned to Alec. You better take good care of my sister here. She warned him good-naturedly. Alec actually smiled at her. Edward huffed and turned his back on us, like the mature vampire he was. After some time that we spent waiting on the reception, Jane returned. Her eyes were bright red. Come, Bella, Alec. We will lead you to the room Arrow appointed to you. Have you said your goodbyes? I nodded and hugged Alice for the last time. Edward D was still standing with his back to us and gave no indication of hearing Jane's words. I rolled my eyes in his direction and smiled at Alice. You will wait here until nightfall and then leave. We will know if you do anything else. Jane informed Alice and Edward. Alice nodded. No need to worry. We'll try to make things easier for your parents, Bella. She glanced at me with regret. I swallowed. That was maybe the only thing I feared when it came to my turning. For Charlie and Renee, I'll be dead. I gave a quick nod. Thanks, I whispered. Then Alec tugged me towards Jane and the door. I looked back once more. I knew I wouldn't see Alice for some time now. The room Alec and Jane took me to was about a 15-minute walk away. It was rather nice, although very different from my own room in Forks. There was a bed with rich curtains hanging around it, a big wardrobe and a cabinet, several shelves and table with chair. Wardrobe and the bed were beautifully carved, everything was made of pretty rich brown wood. The curtains and covers of the bed were dark red. Narrow window on the far wall let through enough light to make the room seem cozy, and it offered a nice view of the country. The city of Volterra was deep below. I would have to stand right at the window to see it, and even then I'd mostly just see the roofs. There was little chance of anyone ever seeing me standing there, reflecting rainbow colors. I smiled for myself. Bathroom is through there. Jane pointed at the door at the side wall, closed at the moment. This will be your room while you are in Volterra. Alec's room is right next to you. Mine next to his. Besides us, there is only Chelsea with Afton, and Renata living in this corridor, if she is not with Arrow. Heidi, Dimitri and Felix have rooms in the next corridor, others on the floor below. Arrow, Marcus, Keys and their wives live on the floor above us and in the towers. Wives? Jane nodded. Yes, Sulpicia is Arrow's chosen mate and Athenadora is Keys' mate. I nodded, even though Jane's description both confused and interested me. Chosen mate? That sounded as if Arrow's wife was not really his mate, as if he only chose her to stand by his side. Did that even work? And Marcus's? I asked with a touch of uncertainty. Who knew if he had a mate? Jane and Alec exchanged indecisive glances. Didymus was Marcus's mate. She died a long time ago. We do not mention her. Marcus can hardly stand life without her, even without reminding him. Alec's words were quiet, I nearly didn't hear him. I did, though, and my eyes widened. Oh, shoot, was that why Marcus was so detached from the world around him? God, is that why he's so? I trailed off. The twins will understand. Both nodded. The only thing that keeps him here with us is Arrow and Keys. They need him, and he needs them. He didn't request death just because he knew the loss of him would hurt them terribly. They are like brothers. Instead, Marcus asked Chelsea to dull his bond to Didymus, just a little. So he could keep on helping Arrow and Keys. Chelsea could cover the whole bond, only a small sign of it would remain, but Marcus didn't want to forget what he had with her. My eyes filled with tears again and I wrapped my arms around myself. Poor Marcus. So that was why he was like he was. And he chose to keep on living with the pain of losing his mate, on his own accord. I probably never could do that. Even when Edward left me, I was completely out of it for some time, just seemingly alive. I suspected that was the time when the bond I had to him was dying and shriveling. I absolutely felt like something in me was dying. Maybe even I, myself. That was part of the reason why I felt like doing nothing. Why bother if there was a good chance I would die anyway? It was only when the feeling passed slightly and I ended up numb, feeling as if that something had already died, that I kind of woke up. I was still alive, so I could try to go on somehow. And when I got used to functioning again, the numbness was replaced by anger, practically fury at what Edward had done to me. He very nearly destroyed me. If Arrow's words that our bond was only dead on my side and the idiotic reactee on of that wanker when I caught up to him under the tower suggested so were true, if his feelings for me, if it could be called feelings, did not change, then I was very tempted to wring his neck. Back then, after I woke up, I just thought he turned his nose on me, that I was just a toy for him, that he didn't see me as a human being, with opinions equal to his, that I was just a momentary distraction. I was furious he saw me as something inferior and usable, and let me think the contrary, that he lead me on and then threw me out, intentionally wounding me during that breakup so much. But if he really liked me and hurt me so despite it, he completely destroyed me, and why? Just because Jasper deemed my blood too nice smelling to control himself. With that saintly fetish of his, he probably thought he was helping me in some way. That he was protecting me. Well, that help and protection of his has done me a lot of good. I nearly died, literally and metaphorically speaking. He played directly on my feeling of inferiority and my complexes. He intentionally destroyed me. Who would do something like that to someone they loved, even if it was to help them? If this was Edward's idea of love, then someone should really set that higher-classed ass of his on fire. Bella, Bella, I turned sharply to Alec, who was obviously trying to get my attention. I'm sorry, Alec, I was just thinking, I smiled apologetically. He smirked. We noticed. What were you thinking about? I shook my head. I just thought of Edward and what he's done to me. If he ever turns up here again, I will gladly hold him for you to tear to pieces. Jane offered, rather willingly, too. For a change, she looked rather pleasant and friendly. I laughed. If he keeps on behaving like a complete idiot, we might not be able to avoid it. I'll let you know. Personally, I'd rather he never came back. I like Carlisle and unfortunately, I think he would miss Edward. He would survive, I'm sure. Jane's words rang with conviction. You'll have to wait here for a while, until Arrow, Marcus and Keyes decide who will change you. It will be one of them, but as they are not here yet, they are probably deciding now. I'll go take a meal and Jane has other duties. Don't leave here, okay? You really do smell nice and one of the other vampires might take it into their head they haven't eaten their fill, and that no one will miss you. I shuffled my feet nervously. That wouldn't be a nice ending to this trip. Okay, I'll stay here. Will you return? If you won't be going through the change yet, then yes. Otherwise we'll see you when you wake up as a vampire. With that they left me alone in my room, and I sat on my new bed. So, according to what Alec told me, obviously I would be turned by one of the 3 Volturi kings. If someone told me this a year ago, I would never believe it. I wouldn't mind being turned by Keyes. It would be like doing justice, making sure the law would stay intact. But Marcus would be alright, too. Having such a strong vampire for a creator would count well for me unless he expected the same kind of strength from me. I truly didn't think I could ever achieve such a level of self-control like he and Alec did. And after all, Arrow was one of the Volturi, too, an old and strong vampire. I couldn't be bothered by him, too. Was there a difference in which vampire changed a human? Edward nor any of the Cullens told me anything about it. Did some characteristics transmit to the vampire from their father, or did it form some kind of bond? I wouldn't like being bound to Arrow. I didn't want to be bound to anyone I didn't have some kind of bond to yet. According to Marcus, I did not have any kind of bond to Arrow, no even an indication of a bond. I had a bond towards Keyes. What was it that Marcus said? That it was stabilizing as bond of a subject to his master. That fit. I was willing to serve him, certainly while he behaved as a just leader. And I also had a bond to Mark. Although I was not sure myself what exactly it was that I felt for him. A strong respect and regard, definitely, and admiration for his strength. But Arrow, I didn't know what to think of him. He looked very tense when speaking to him. She looked like she was exercising a big effort to weave her way out of danger. Arrow looked like an excited child, and friendly, but I knew it was a mask. His true face only appeared for a little while, probably, when he tried to read my mind. That look, right before his face, expressed doubt, disbelief and shock. That was his real face, those were his real feelings. Which were then covered by that friendly and carefree mask. Let's think he simply didn't want others to know his feelings, he wanted to appear in control. That might have been a reason to cover those feelings. Which were not fraudulent, nor did they deserve any suspicion or distrust. He was just shocked, and surprised that my shield was obviously working against his talent, too. Like he said, it was the first time something like that ever happened to him. That could be the reason for the disbelief. Even so, his true face came before those feelings, and I didn't know what to do with an information like that. I couldn't identify what I saw in his face back then. He wasn't outright untrustworthy at that moment, but that look was not the most pleasant also. It was weird. I had a feeling it contained so many different feelings and perceptions that it left me completely confused. They were overlying each other and mutating, and that was what I found weird. None of that helped me, though. I needed to separate the individual pieces. Maybe after the turning it would be easier. I heard a couple times before that vampire minds were clearer, they could understand things faster, things like that. Maybe I would be able to differentiate it all then. That is, if I still remembered what that expression looked like. After the turning, memories from before the change were supposed to be foggier. Until I managed that, though I would prefer it not be Arrow to turn me, but one of the others. The same kind of conversation was taking place in another part of the Volturi dwelling at the same time. Keyes left the feeding chamber the very minute all humans were dead and sucked dry. He only just took a seat in his office, when Marcus entered and sat in one of the armchairs opposite his table. Keyes glanced at him, but said nothing. Any other time he would strongly protest anyone entering his private rooms without his permission, but he had to suffer it this time. They had to decide who would be the one to change the girl. He knew Marcus would come, just as he knew Arrow would. Marcus knew it as well, so he didn't bother with knocking. So, Arrow stated excitedly, when he entered the room and closed the door. Wonderful ending to the day, don't you think? Marcus sighed tiredly and Keyes rolled his eyes. It's 1 after lunch still, Arrow. You should choose people who have less sugar in their blood. Come on, Keyes. Even you have to admit today was much more interesting than many other days already. Those 2 Cullens, Carlisle certainly knows how to choose them. Amazing gifts. Arrow calmed down slightly and sighed. Pity the tiny thing is so terrified of me. But with Bella with us we still have a chance to experience that gift of hers in its full power. You did say her bond with Bella was a strong one. Say, Marcus, was her bond with Edward a mate bond? Marcus was silent for a while. It had the potential of growing to the level of bond between chosen mates, I'd even say. It was nearly there when he turned on her. They were not true mates. That's interesting, Arrow trailed off, a calculating expression on his face. Irrelevant, it was a dominant bond to him. It's completely fried and void of answer. That got the attention of Keyes, too. Dominant, so no other bond that would ever form between them would ever overpower it. She will always see him as a potential chosen mate. Who betrayed her and hurt her? Will it be that way, even though she's not a vampire yet? Marcus nodded imperceptibly and watched Keyes with expressionless eyes. Keyes looked rather satisfied. At least something. If she is to have some kind of bond to me, at least she'll be smart enough to not be at odds with me when it comes to that little bastard. Oh, come on, Keyes, an amused Arrow comforted him. He is slightly strong-headed, but with a talent like that. I don't care what talent he has. He's an overconfident egotistical jerk without a speck of tact or diplomacy. Carlyle should have taught him some manners. He comes here, fully conscious of having broken the law, and he was the gall to lay out conditions. You should have punished him more severely, Arrow. He holds absolutely no regret for his deeds. Oh, that's truly not necessary, my dear Keyes. Edward's thoughts and feelings for Bella were more than clear. She may have renounced him, but he still thinks her his, and refuses to give her up. He does not want to turn her into a vampire, more or less only for religious reasons. He thinks Bella would lose her soul then, lose the very thing that makes her who she is. He worries he'll lose her by changing her, that what he liked in her will disappear. Foolish notion, Arrow chuckled. But really, he is just a young vampire. He is being punished simply by the Thogue. That she will be turned and it's partially his fault. Moreover, through little Alice he will know exactly when she will be turned. If he didn't abandon her, if he didn't lure her here, he shrugged with satisfaction. Keyes watched him. In that case let's stop wasting time and turn her. Who'll do it? It should be me. Arrow gave a decisive nod. Marcus's eyes shot in his direction. Why think so? She has bonds toward you already. High time for her to get some toward me. Keyes cocked his head to one side while the thought that over. I do not think that's a good idea, Arrow, Marcus remarked in a quiet, peaceful voice. Arrow's returning look was surprised. Marcus seldom took an active part in the appointing of a sire of a new member of their guard. Keyes' eyes narrowed suspiciously, and he looked at his brother too. You're showing a substantial amount of interest in that girl, Marcus. It's an interesting human. She doesn't have any prejudice about us and is open to us. She could turn out to be our strongest link with Carlyle and his clan. Her bond to Alice is a strong one, and I am almost certain that some of her other strong bonds lead to other members of that clan. And it is possible for her to grow such bonds to us also. She represents a chance we have not had for a long time. Bonds can die out, the very thing happened with Edward, Arrow reminded Marcus. Indeed, but what will determine which bonds it would be? And what would be the repercussions? None of us can answer that. Keyes frowned, but nodded, nearly against his will. Carlyle's clan is one of the largest these days, beside ours. And without Chelsea, their stability would be much greater than ours. As our link to them, she would be more valuable in the long-term scenario. We are more compact than anyone else with Chelsea on outside. Arrow protested with feeling, and Chelsea is our weak spot at the same time, Arrow, Keyes pointed out. Majority of the guard had their loyalty and devotion to us created and reinforced artificially. It helps when we want to rein the other vampires in, but the probability of us managing like that forever is slim. Without Chelsea, we may retain larger numbers than Cullens have right now. But the solidarity between us and the guard members would be unstable, much more fragile than the cohesion between the Cullens. That's why we should make sure Carlyle won't enlarge his clan anymore. And that his clan doesn't grow dominant ambitions. Bella has a strong bond toward both them and us. We all know what schemes you consider regarding Carlyle and his clan, Arrow. But that girl could prove to be a much better solution if we maneuver with caution. If we reinforce the bonds between us and Carlyle's clan. Carlyle's idea of a vampire life differs from ours too greatly, Keyes, Arrow snorted. Following it with a sigh. I genuinely like Carlyle, but cooperation will lead nowhere. We've already tried that. We didn't have a vampire with that girl's potential, Keyes stood his ground. If she has a strong enough bond to them naturally, and creates sufficiently strong bonds to us as well, she will be the kind of link we missed with Carlisle from the start. That is the very thing you always wished to achieve, Arrow. A close relationship with Carlisle, despite his differences. To find a common ground. I know you never gave up on that, regardless of what other variants you are thinking about. Arrow was quiet for a while. Finally, he heaved a sigh, raised his head and nodded seriously. You were right about that, Marcus. It always was a sore point with me when Carlisle left. He's just so unique, but we grew apart with time. It truly is possible to finally achieve that goal with Bella. You're right, we have to try it. And we will, but that does not say who should change her. Whatever we do, we only have a chance of achieving a close relationship with Carlisle's clan if her bonds to us are natural, and sufficiently strong as they are just like her bonds to them. The one who turns her will gain a bond to her automatically. If she is turned by someone she doesn't have a bond to yet, unfortunately like you, Arrow, there is a possibility the bond that appears when she gets to know you better will be at odds with the creation bond. If we want to take this road with Carlisle, Bella should not have to experience such a conflict. We should let her choose. Explain to her what kind of bond gets created by turning if she doesn't already know, and let her decide for herself who she will hold such a bond to. If she accepts it on her own terms, it will prove no problem when she turns. I don't know how long I waited, thinking and looking around the room, when someone knocked on the door. I doubted it was less than 10 minutes since Alec and Jane left me here. Come in, I said, nearly as a question. It was still their room, their home, I was still just a guest. I didn't feel such a management required them to knock whether it w. As the Volturi or someone from the guard. The door opened and all 3 Volturi kings entered. I raised to my feet immediately and turned to them, lowering my head a little, and shuffling my feet. Had no clue what kind of behavior was expected of me when meeting with them. It was making me rather self-conscious. And nervous. Bella, Arrow exclaimed cheerfully. How do you like your room? Alec and Jane maybe told you. This will be your private room while you live with us. I smiled weakly. They mentioned that. It's very nice, thank you. Maybe I would change some colors if I was permitted, but other than that I really like it. That won't be a problem, it's yours now, you can do whatever you want with it, Arrow assured me, waving it away. Do you know why we are here now? Alec said you will come when you decide who turns me. Quote, Arrow nodded and gave me a considering look. The smile on his face grew duller, as if he focused on something else than keeping his merry face on. I watched him carefully now, and more intently than before. Maybe I'll see something that will tell me who he really is. Tell me, Bella, do you know what happens when you're turning into a vampire? Well, Carlisle, and Edward told me something about that. When a vampire bites me, they poison me. The poison starts to flow through the veins, changing the body. It lasts 3 days and causes pain, strong pain. As if you were being burned alive. I couldn't keep my voice from wavering when I imagined that such a fate, literally, was what awaited Jane and Alec. And they only escaped it to experience a different kind of fire. The one that turned them into vampires. I didn't even know if they actually set them on fire, before the Volturi got to them. Alec said they were about to burn them at the stake, but I didn't know what it really meant. And I'll never ask them. What do you know about the consequences of the change? And the consequences of who will turn you? I frowned. Consequences of who will turn me? That sounded as if it did matter. Well, I will become a vampire. I will have to drink blood. Does it matter who turns me? I wanted to ask you while I waited. Are there some characteristics that are passed on to the vampire from their creator, or does it create some type of bond? I noticed Marcus's face seemed to change. He still looked the same, but it was as if his facial features softened. No characteristics are passed on to the vampire from the one who turns you, but it truly does create a certain type of bond. I will let Marcus explain better. He's kind of a specialist in this kind of thing. Arrow glanced behind him, presenting Marcus with a mischievous smile. As far as the consequences of the turning are concerned, did Carlisle mention anything about the newborn vampires? I shook my head slowly from side to side. Thinking hard, nothing came to mind. Well, you really will become a vampire, Bella. The matter of fact is, though, that newborn vampire that means a young vampire who was changed only recently is stronger and faster than other vampires. We believe it is that way, because while the poison spreads through the whole body during the change, replaces other liquids, and transforms the whole organism from the inside out, you still retain small remnants of blood in your tissues. That gives you additional power. This level of saturation with blood can never be achieved by vampires again, regardless of how much blood they drink. Gradually, this blood breaks down and is used up, and your speed and strength decrease to a level of an adult vampire. This ends sometime between 10th and 14th month of life, sometimes sooner, sometimes later. You should also know that newborn vampires tend to be quite unstable and wild. They tend to have trouble with self-control, and often they are only controlled by their vampiric instincts. They tend to be very moody and emotional, cannot focus for long periods of time that is caused by sudden increase of distracting things around them. Maybe you know that as vampire your senses will be much sharper: sight, sound, smell. It tends to be quite distracting and overwhelming, especially in the beginning. Most vampires get used to it and calm down during the first 4 months. That should be all. Did I mention everything? Arrow looked back at Keys and Marcus. Keys shook his shoulders. Enough to move forward. If anything else comes up, we'll mention it on the way. Marcus, the bond that is created between the creator and the newborn vampire activates the same moment your heart stops beating and you wake up into your new life. It is not a strong bond, but is clearly defined as a bond of respect and weak subordination, similar to the feelings you feel towards your own parents or grandparents. You will respect the one who turns you even if he did not really earn it, and it often more or less urges the vampire to obey. It is one of the weaker bonds. It does not force you to change your behavior, it only urges. At the same time, if the creator dies, it does not hit the vampire he turned significantly. He would have a feeling he lost something, but the loss of a sire doesn't force the vampire's instinct of revenge, as it is with the loss of mate or vampire to whom they have strong and deep bonds. For example, I kept on nodding even after Marcus stopped talking for a while. He said everything while wearing the same expression, and almost monotonously at that, but surprisingly it was not hard for me to concentrate on it. And if the vampire grows other bonds toward their creator, depending on the kind of person the older vampire is, it will only add to the bond of creation, right? Right. So if the creator died, and the bonds toward him would be deep, what would happen? Deeper and stronger bonds, especially positive ones, tend to activate the instinctive, animalistic side of the vampire, holding deeper bonds to the lost person. It usually performs in a strong, unstoppable desire for vengeance, although not always. Still, if the bonds were deep enough, the vampire would not be simply angry or upset, he would actively seek vengeance. The creator bond only offers more depth and color to the already strong bond. I nodded again. That made sense. Does it happen that the bond of creation doesn't correspond with the bond the vampire grows for their maker when he gets to know him? I noticed Arrow raised his eyebrow at my question. He seemed almost surprised. Of course it happens. It isn't even rare. Vampires, whose bond of creation is too much at odds with the consequential bond, most often abandon their creator, leaving and living on their own. The bond of creation is not strong enough to force vampires to stay together. It is not a problem. Does the bond of creation create some kind of bond on the creator's side, too? Marcus's features softened imperceptibly again. It creates an effect similar to the feelings of parent to his child. A will to protect and guide the newborn vampire. Teach him and take care of him, at least until he passes the newborn phase. It is equally strong, and unforceful, as it is on the side of the young vampire. I was still thinking when I nodded. I was quiet for a while. Then I asked slowly, have you decided who will change me? We have decided to let you decide. Arrow smiled at me. I raised my eyebrows. The Volturi leaders will let me choose my creator. That was unexpected. Oh, may I know why? I asked cautiously, looking from one to the other questioningly. Marcus's face was expressionless, Keys looked slightly impatient, but unreadable. And Arrow was wearing his favorite friendly expression. We want your bond of creation to be at peace with the natural bond, said Arrow with a kind smile, which was undoubtedly fake. To have you stay with us as long as possible, without you feeling uncomfortable or torn. Again, that was nice. And this time I was rather sure they meant it, because it was clear to me that Arrow especially would want me to stay there for a long time, with the talent I was supposed to have. If there was some other reason behind it, which it probably was, because all three of them looked so guarded, it was still nice of them that they went so far as to offer me a human, potential food and future member of their guarded choice. And explained everything so well to me in addition. With the information from Marcus, my decision was not as difficult as it might have been otherwise. I nodded determinedly, and looked at Marcus. Would it bother you if it was you, who held my creator bond? Marcus blinked. Do you want me to change you, Bella? If this doesn't bother you. It cannot be Arrow. I glanced at the black-haired vampire apologetically. As you said, I do not have any kind of bond toward him yet, and simply said. I don't yet know what to think of him. I wouldn't like it if my natural bond to him fought with the bond of creation. As you said before, I do have some bond toward Keys. And it seems it would not be at odds with the bond of creation, but it would urge me to respect him and obey him. That would be no problem right now, because he behaves as a true, just leader should behave. But I do not know him well enough, and I don't know if he is like that all the time. If he is, my bond to him will reflect that eventually, especially if it already has the potential. My bond to you is a bond of respect even now, and I doubt it will disappear so easily. I would not mind if it was joined by the bond of creation. But only if the effect of that bond does not bother you. It will not bother me, Bella. Marcus reassured me. You are an interesting human. Did I imagine it, or did the corner of his mouth uplift a little bit? Fine, that's done. You will be changed by Marcus, then. Start immediately. Be so kind. I want it finished with Edward Cullen, said Keys decisively, almost sharply. That surprised me. I looked at him. Excuse, but what does Edward have with my transformation? I ventured tentatively. I wasn't sure if I was allowed to speak now or not. Keys appeared rather cold and inaccessible all the time. Your transformation is a part of his punishment. He revealed his nature to you. And much else, and didn't even bother thinking about doing what the law demands. Not to mention, he arrogantly came here with the naive certainty that he won't be charged for his crimes. According to him, we will rob you of your soul by biting you. Because your bond is still active on his side, and as strong as it was before, it will be an excellent form of punishment for him. Key's voice almost rang with malicious satisfaction. I gritted my teeth when he confirmed what Arrow hinted at before. Are you telling me he still likes me? That he broke up with me and abandoned me? While he still loved me? They all looked at me. It was Arrow who answered. That is true, Bella. According to what I read in him when he arrived here, he left and made the rest of the clan leave to keep you safe. His lips twitched, and he looked amused. When that southern major tried to have a go at you, and Edward only just controlled himself not to suck you dry himself, Edward concluded that he and the rest of his family were too dangerous for you. He still likes you as much as he did before, but he decided he will do best when he leaves you. I stared at Arrow unblinkingly. I had to be dreaming. I'll kill him. I'll wring his sorry neck. Does it change anything of your agreement with us? Asked Keys, this time almost warningly. I didn't care. No, I said, trying to sound calm. It only means that if I see him too soon after my change into a vampire, Jane will be very glad to know me. Keys smirked at me. It surprised me so much that I didn't even care about the malicious shadow that shone through the smile. That's done, then. We will take our leave, Bella, Marcus. I'm looking forward to seeing you next, Bella. Arrow gave me a happy nod of his head, and left the room with Keys. When the door closed after them, I looked at Marcus. Should I lie down? Marcus nodded. If there are some memories you would like to keep, try to focus on them for a while. Tell me, when you go through all of them. They tend to be sharper after you wake as a vampire if you capture them in your mind before the turning commences. I blinked in surprise and smiled weakly. Thanks. It wasn't so hard for me to decide which memories I wanted to keep. Memories of everyone I cared about or who affected me more than others. Renee, Charlie, Carlisle, Esme, Emmett, Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, Edward, Jacob, Billy, the Wolves, Sam, James, Laurent, Victoria. The talk with Carlisle about his life, the Volturi, and the laws. Jasper losing his control, my feelings after they got him out, while Carlisle was mending me. Talk with Carlisle and his self-control. Break up with Edward, his cruel words. Sam, when he found me, my state during all those months. Laurent's death, Victoria's threat. Volterra, the Volturi, the twins and my feelings for them, their fate. Marcus and Keys, my feelings, and information I had on them. Every single memory of Arrow. I hoped I will keep those, so that I could study them later. Idiot Edward and his behavior in Volterra. Everything Marcus told me about the bonds and newborn vampires. Who knows if I keep everything. I had a feeling I wanted to remember too much. I looked at Marcus. He was standing next to the bed, a picture of serenity, and was watching me expressionlessly. I lied down. I think I've got it, I said quietly. He nodded. Edward D stubbornly ignored Alice the whole flight to Canada, where the others settled for now. Alice sent them a quick message letting them know they were not to return to Forks, just a moment after Alec and Jane led Bella away. They had been traveling to their old Forks house, so they just turned around and drove to one of the houses Esme designed for them. It was one of the places they returned to a lot. Far enough from humans to let them stay for longer periods of time without having them notice they weren't getting older. While they waited for their flight, Alice was on the phone with Carlisle. So now he had an approximate image of what happened in Volterra and he knew they would have to set up Bella's death. Jacob Black knew she left for Italy with Alice, to see Edward, so it was probable. He and others like him would know a bit more about what possibly happened. It got beautifully messed up, really. And all because she told Rosalie about her vision and her dear sister though it her duty to inform Edward. Wonderful mess. At least one thing was clear now, she only saw Bella as a vampire anymore. That was to be expected, though, she was undergoing transformation for several hours now. Edward growled. She ignored him. They were lucky the Volturi let them both leave after they broke one of their main laws. And Edward didn't help things along with his presentation at all. If Bella still returned his feelings, it would have been understandable, but Arrow was saying the truth. Edward knew Bella was done with him just a while after Marcus came in and saw them. She was glad when the plane finally landed and they could start running directly for their house. The dawn was just coming and they ran mostly through the wood, that was fine. Even though the term, they ran, was slightly too optimistic. Edward didn't bother waiting for her. He was still offended she accepted Bella's decision to stay in Volterra so easily. Alice rolled her eyes and fastened her pace. The others were all at home, waiting for them. Alice heard Esme's happy squeal and a hard impact when she hugged Edward. She was just approaching the house then. It was only a matter of seconds before she was there as well. Everyone was in the living room of the house. Esme was hanging on Edward with her arms wrapped around his neck just a couple meters from the door. Carlisle stood by the table. Rosalie and Emmett sat close to each other on the sofa and Jasper was settled in the armchair. When he saw her, he stood up immediately and hugged her in relief. "Alice, what were you thinking, going to Volterra of all places?" he murmured into her hair quietly. She smiled and hugged him back tightly. She missed him. "I had to. It all turned so messed up, even more than I thought it was." "But Volterra, Alice, the Volturi are not to be messed with." Jasper let her go, and led her closer to the others. She smiled blindingly at all of them, happy to see them. Esme let Edward go and all gathered in the middle of the room, close to the table and sofa. "I know that, Arrow most of all, but we managed." "You call this, managed, Alice?" Edward blew out suddenly. "Bella's there, losing her soul just because of you." Alice rolled her eyes. "She's not losing her soul. She's turning into a vampire, Edward, there's a difference. You know very well that none of us share your opinion, much less any of the Volturi or Bella herself. Considering how everything turned out, you can be glad it ended like this. We could be all dead just as well by now." "What exactly happened, Alice? Is Bella going through her transformation already? You only wrote she stayed in Volterra, that we have to set up her death, and we're not to return," Carlisle said worriedly. The same feelings were expressed by the others, even Rosalie, who looked rather embarrassed and was pushing into Emmett almost apprehensively. After all, it her who started it all. "Well, when I came to Forks, to make sure Bella was truly dead, I found out she wasn't. She jumped off of the cliff and into the sea because she apparently thought it a good idea for some reason, some kind of adrenaline sport." She shook her head. She still didn't understand what Bella thought, doing that. "Then I lost her and I thought it was because her life ended. But it was because werewolf came there. Jacob Black is a werewolf now and I think there is more of them running around La Push." "A new pack appeared," said Carlisle in surprise. That was news, indeed. "Yes, and I can't see them. All future disappears when are nearby. That's why I lost Bella." Jacob came to the area and pulled her out of water. Because she underestimated strength of the current at the time. Typical Bella. "In any case, I found Bella at her home, right when Charlie was preparing funeral of his friend at La Push. Edward called then, probably in reaction to Rosalie's call, and he wanted to speak to Charlie. Jacob picked the phone and said Charlie wasn't at home, that he was preparing a funeral. And Edward saw it as a confirmation of Bella's death. I received vision of him in Volterra, asking for death right after that. I couldn't connect with him and it didn't take me long to ascertain he woe. And he believe me that Bella's alive even if I leave for Volterra immediately. Bella had to go herself. I told her and she agreed to go save Edward with me." Jacob didn't like it. Alice looked at Carlisle. It could be a problem, Carlisle. Jacob knows Bella went to Italy with me to save Edward. I know you had an agreement with the pack's leader once, and Jacob is one of them now. I don't know who the leader is. Carlisle nodded. Continue. I need to know everything as it happened. We'll start looking for solutions to problems then. We came there and I sent Bella forward. She had to run to the square because the Volturi refused to kill Edward and he decided to force their hand. He planned to show himself in the square at noon, naked from waist up, in front of all the humans celebrating the St. Marcus Day. The city was full of them. She made it in the last second. She pushed him back into the shadow. Then 2 members of the guard appeared, then I did, and finally Jane came. Jane stopped Edward and Felix before they started fighting, and led us all to the Volturi. Nearly all of them were there. They were waiting in a circular room with thrones until Heidi came with lunch. When Marcus came, he immediately saw the bonds connecting the 3 of us. That is Marcus's gift. He can see bonds, relationships between people. Edward knew right then, as Arrow did, because Marcus touched him and he read it in him with his gift that he's lost Bella. I don't know what happened between them and what he said or did to her in Forks, but their bond is dead on her side. I didn't know it. If I'd it, maybe I would not have taken her with me. Alice frowned unhappily. Jasper placed a reassuring arm around her shoulders. Others were listening to her tale speechlessly. Based on Edward's behavior and the strength of his feelings, they thought Bella and Edward were mates. If they were mates though, it would take Bella a long time to get over him, even if she was a human. She would never truly forget him anyway. Their bond would still be there, and if he ever returned, they would be able to continue from where they stopped. But she went quite willingly despite that. Alice continued straight away. She told me it didn't matter, she felt nothing for him anymore. That she went because his death would hurt me and she loved me and wanted to help me. Marcus said that our bond is a bond of friendship with signs of familiar bond. She sees me as her friend, almost a sister. Here Alice smiled widely, and her eye gleamed happily. Carlisle interrupted her. Wait, Alice, you said Marcus said it. But Marcus doesn't speak. Ever since his mate died, he doesn't quite realize what's happening around him. He spoke there. Not much, but he talked to Bella. Everyone was shocked when he spoke the first time. I will tell you everything. Well, when we came there, Marcus and Keys weren't there yet. Arrow sent one of the guard to call them. I think he knew everything about us and Bella by then, because he saw it in Edward's mind. Arrow can see all the thoughts a person ever had if he touches them. When Marcus came, he saw our bonds and he touched Arrow. Then he walked away to sit down on one of the thrones. The other was already occupied by Cause. He went straight there to sit down when he came in with Marcus. Arrow said the intensity of our bond surprised Marcus, and just a while afterward, Marcus stood and touched Arrow again. Arrow laughed then and told Bella she was growing bonds to them rather fast. It seems, when Dimitri, Felix, Jane and Alec guided us there, Bella already had a weak bond to Dimitri and stronger ones to Alec and Jane. Later, Marcus said her bonds to the twins were so strong they would never completely disappear and they were stabilizing as familial bonds between siblings. Somehow Bella found them interesting. Although I don't know how. Before Marcus stood from the throne, he noticed another weaker bond appearing at Bella's side, one aimed at him. Then Arrow talked to us. Which was quite stressful and frightening all in itself. He tried to use his talent at Bella, which didn't work, and he asked Jane to try it. Edward snarled and Alice's lips tightened. Yes, Edward didn't like it and he attacked Jane. Of course only after he was growling at Arrow. She tossed her head in annoyance. Just that little trick could have cost them their lives. Jane knocked him to the ground and then she went for Bella. But it didn't work. Arrow was besides himself with joy. Then he offered us to join the guard, first to Edward, then me, and then Bella. Keys didn't like that and Arrow reminded him he didn't see a potential such as Bella's since he found the twins. It was then that everything took a peculiar turn. I think Bella really liked the two, Alec and Jane. She got absolutely terrified when Arrow said that. I think she even forgot just where we were back then. She turned to Alec and asked him whether their talents manifested while they were still human. He confirmed that and she got even more afraid. Because she already knew that Jane's talent to cause pain and humans couldn't not notice that. They told her everything, like the villagers killed their family and then they tried to burn them at a stake. I thought she was going to faint when Alec told her that. Her whole body was shaking, but in such a way I never saw her, not even when James hunted her. That's when Marcus spoke for the first time and shocked everyone by doing that. He told Bella they attacked the village for the twins and killed everyone responsible. Bella then shocked Alec and Jane, her lips twitched and Jasper smiled when he was flooded by amusement Alice exuded. She nearly threw herself at Jane, she hugged her and collapsed against her, she even stroked her hair as if trying to comfort an unhappy child. It was a very moving scene actually. She even straightened her hair down and kissed her cheek. Jane looked absolutely terrified, Alice snickered. Bella turned to Alec then, he looked nearly as surprised as Jane did. And she did the same to him, too. She told him she was very sorry about it, kissed him, too, and then she returned, all depressed and sad, to us. Edward didn't like anything that Bella did. He doesn't like the twins. They had a bit of misunderstanding with Arrow then. Edward called him out on the fact that they knew what they wanted to do with them from the very start. And that was why we were brought to apparently a feeding room. Arrow said they were just waiting for Heidi, that they were not there because of us. Keys then joined the conversation, saying we broke the law and had to die. Because we told Bella our secret and we let her be, abandoning her, thus abandoning all control of her, and we did not even plan on killing or turning her, to let her stay with us as Edward's mate. Then Arrow told everyone, but mainly Keys, that Bella was not Edward's mate, that their bond was dead on her side. Both of us, Edward and I, already turned down Arrow's offer. Joining the guard and Arrow asked quite rhetorically what to do with us then, turning to Keys and Marcus. Marcus told Arrow Bella didn't answer yet, which she didn't, and to ask her again. I don't know how he knew it could make a difference. But Bella looked hesitant, she didn't refuse outright. Marcus offered to tell her of the character of the bonds he could see on her, so she found it easier to decide. He told her about the bond to Edward, that it was dead and shriveled and it would never truly disappear, just like she wouldn't ever forget who he was and what he did to her. He explained her bond to me, and the bonds to Dimitri. The twins, him and Keys, because most recently she acquired herself a bond to him, too quite strong as well. Then Bella asked Arrow a couple questions and accepted the offer. Only because she is confused and didn't know what she was going into. Edward exploded. She cannot stay there. Don't lie to yourself, Edward, she knows what she's getting into, she's not stupid. Alice growled back, annoyed. You just can't understand you hurt her so much that you completely broke her heart and she renounced you. That's what this is about. And do not think I forgot how you nearly broke her arm just because she decided to stay with them and go through the change. If Jane didn't knock you down again, who knows what would be the matter with her arm now? What? Carlyle exclaimed into the rush of sudden gasps and breath intakes that her sharp words brought along. That's not true, Alice, I just held her a little more tightly to make her realize what she was doing. Edward snorted at her condescendingly, glancing at Carlyle. Don't worry, Carlyle, I would not hurt Bella, she's my mate. That's why she cannot stay there. To make things clear here, Edward, Jasper spoke. I know you just lied twice when you said Alice was lying and you just held Bella a little more tightly, and the second time when you said she was your mate. We already know the second part anyway. If you were real mates, her bond to you would never end up like Marcus described. And if you just held her a little more tightly, as you say, Edward, Alice hissed quietly. Bella would not curl into herself at the pain and I would not hear that very quiet crack. Just a little longer and Bella'd have a broken arm. The bruise started showing right after you let go of her. You know perfectly well that by the time Jane came for her to the reception, after their meal, her arm was a dark purple color already. Is that what you call not hurting? Alice was scowling at him angrily. Then she looked at Carlyle in outrage. Edward behaved awful during the whole ordeal at Volterra, Carlyle, mainly if I take into account that he knew Bella's bond to him was dead. He was showing open animosity to the Volturi, and mindless protectiveness when Bella was concerned. We're lucky they didn't execute us just for that, especially when both Arrow and Marcus knew the protectiveness was not justified anymore. Arrow let the two of us go in the end, but not before Keys gave us an ultimatum. If we commit a crime like this again, revealing our secret to someone and not getting rid of them as the law requests, we will die, all of us. Keys doesn't waste words, sighed Carlyle. We have to obey the ultimatum or what he said will come to pass. Not even Arrow takes stand against his ultimatum. Regardless of how promising talents he sees among the guilty, he may be the most active out of the three of them, and most often he is the one who deals final decisions, but in some areas, he leaves the whole control to Marcus and Keys. So, Bella will become a member of the guard. Yes, Marcus turned her. She'll wake up in 43 hours, 23 minutes and 14 seconds. Considering what Marcus told her about her bonds, I will have to visit her sometime, or she me. Our bond seems to be so strong it will be restless during long separation. The same goes to her bonds. To the twins and Keys if Bella was away from Volterra. Is her bond to Keys really that strong? Carlisle raised his eyebrows. Alice nodded. We also have to announce our visit beforehand when we'll want to visit Bella. That should be everything important that happened there. What exactly is the nature of Bella's bond to Keys? Did Marcus say? Alice frowned. He said it was a bond of respect and trust, and was crystallizing as a bond of subject to their master. He compared her to Jane, said that if Keys keeps that bond, he'll have such a help in her as Arrow has in Jane. Carlisle narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. Is it possible that her bond to him, and maybe the others, is not natural? Alice frowned. What do you mean? Yes, that's it. That must be it, Carlisle, exclaimed Edward suddenly. So you see, we must get her out of there. What are you talking about, Carlisle? Repeated Alice, glaring at Edward. Well, there is one vampire among Arrow's guard, Chelsea, who can change the bonds vampires have to others. If she was close, in the same room, she could erase the bonds between us, for example, and create bonds to the Volturi, so that one of us would want to change sides. Alice frowned again. I don't think Bella was affected by something like that, Carlisle. It's true that she came up with bonds to many members of the Volturi, but it seems to me she came up with them on her own. No, that's impossible. My Bella would never want anything to do with the witch twins, or Keys. She is affected, yelled Edward furiously. Why do you stand up to them so much, Alice? Edward, stop it right now, Alice said, in a tightly controlled voice, staring at him intensely. Honestly, I am losing my patience with you. I understand you are hurt that Bella doesn't want you anymore. And you feel betrayed by what she did and my acceptance of it, but you need to stop screaming murder and leave the talking to those who are thinking rationally. I am. Jasper already called you out on a lie. Because you said Bella was your mate, and because you said you did not hurt her. Obviously, you are in denial and refusing to let her go, even if she isn't even yours never were, in fact. She is not your mate. Or her bond to you would not get broken and before you say anything, kindly remember that she was angry with you before we even entered the feeding room, which is the only place her bonds could be altered. There was only Jane, Alec, Dimitri and Felix before that. You know that she refused your touch 2 times while Jane was taking us to the rest of them. If she loved you, she wouldn't do that. That's enough of a proof to me that her bond was broken all on its own. And she did apologize to Jane for having to wait for us until her human pace caught up to her, and he did talk to Alec on her own when she met him, too. Both of those instances indicate a certain amount of interest in those two, so I'd rather think her bonds to the twins are real, too. The only bonds she acquired where Chelsea could have anything to do with them were the bonds to Marcus and Keys. Arrow did not tell her to do anything, he didn't even know she and I would be there, too. If he told her anything prior to our arrival, it would have only been intended for you, Edward, but your bonds are still the same. So no, I don't think Chelsea had anything to do with Bella. Her bond to Keys seemed very real to me when it appeared. Thank you very much. It appeared right after Keys spoke to us about breaking the rules and their right to punish us, and Bella kind of confirmed her willingness to obey his ruling literally just before Marcus shook his head and went to touch Arrow again. Would Chelsea's gift work on Bella, anyway? Asked Jasper calmly, when Alice finished. All set of eyes turned to him. We all know she is unaffected by gifts of Edward, Arrow, and Jane. Who's to say Chelsea's gift would even work? Your gift works, there must be some exceptions. My gift is different than yours, Edward. Your gift affects the mentality of the person, their mind. So does Arrow, and possibly Jane, because bodies of her victims are unharmed when she finishes with them. My gift affects the body, not mind. We've already determined that, and it seems to me that Chelsea's gift works solely in the mind, too. That's an interesting theory, Jasper, admitted Carlisle. And it sounds valid. I suspect her bonds to the twins, Dimitri and Marcus, and lack of one to Edward, are all natural. There is no way Arrow would have Chelsea bind anyone to Marcus. And Alice seems very sure Bella's bond to Keys is also natural. Alice gave a sharp, decisive nod. Which is what I personally find very interesting, continued Carlisle. I wouldn't say Bella would bond so strongly to Keys and the twins, out of all of them. Strong bonds take time to grow. Immediate strong bond, one that is already crystallizing mere minutes after forming, is unusual and tends to be connected to immediate emotional connection upon meeting the other. Alice nodded and smiled slowly. That would explain at least her bond to the twins. And Bella, she surprised me in Volterra, in many aspects. Mainly that she even went there with me. When she no longer felt for Edward, she willingly went with me into the headquarters of the most dangerous clan there was, just to help her friend. In addition, it was the Rai clan enforcing the law that no humans can know of them. It didn't even bother her that she came with me, even when we didn't yet know if they won't simply kill her. When I asked her, she just reminded me it was a law. And trouble would have come sooner or later anyway. I can only see her as a vampire now, and I don't see her away from Volterra. I think she will stay there for a rather long time. What will we do with the werewolves? We will set up Bella's death, of course. I think your car had a terrible crash when you were returning with Edward. Let's say a heavy truck hit you and destroyed you completely against another car or a wall, which also caused fire and explosion of the car. Death was immediate, before the fire even appeared, but unfortunately there was not enough of you left to bury. No identification card or anything important survived the crash and fire. The only phone card they were able to recover anything from was yours, Alice, so naturally, they called me. I will inform Charlie personally when we agree on everything and set it up. Afterwards, I will secretly meet up with the werewolves and explain the truth to them. We did not break the agreement I had with them. But I think they should know Bella lives in some way. After all, she chose the fate of a vampire herself, no one took the choice from her. Jacob Black loves her, there's a possibility he'll not want to control himself. Alice warned him, but it was him who told Bella who we were in the first place. Partially, he is responsible for the fact she was left with only 2 terminal choices. But Bella will be happy. At least as far as I can see her, she is happy. It was quiet, thought Alec while watching Felix mock fight 2 other guards. Entirely too quiet. There was the noise made by those 3 in front of him. And he could hear some snatches of vampiric conversation here and there throughout the castle, and the occasional rustle of fabric and shoe soles, but still. Too quiet. Can you hear that? Came Jane's voice from his right. She must have gotten bored with Heidi and Chelsea already. When Jane was bored, she either came looking for him, or leveled someone to the ground with her gift. No, I can't. That's exactly the matter, he grumbled morosely, turning to her. How come she isn't screaming, Jane? It's the 3rd day, she should be hoarse by now. She hasn't made a single sound since Master Marcus left her room. Jane twitched her shoulder. I don't know. Masters don't seem too worried yet, so I think she's fine. That's not what I meant, though. Listen, can you hear that? Alec frowned and looked at his sister's expectant face more carefully now. He focused on everything he could hear, even more so than he did before. Felix and the 2 guards, one of which just left a sizable crater in ground after Felix took hold of him and smashed him into the floor. Master won't be happy about that. Vampires talking and walking, silent distressed breathing of a vampire. Prisoner Master keys held in the dungeons, nearly imperceptible and fading sound of human heartbeat and breathing that were coming from Gianna, who was just leaving her removed office, and then the sounds of Bella. Pained breathing, occasional rustle of fabric when she twitched, the fastening sound of her heart. He stopped. Her heart speeding up, he yelped. Yes, it won't be long now. Come on. Master wanted us to be there when she woke up. He thought it'd be best if we're among the first few she saw. Her bonds to us might help ground her. Masters Marcus and Keys agreed. Felix, wrap it up, would you? You're supposed to be there with us, to give hand if she flips. Just a second, Jane, I'm nearly done, nodded Felix cheerfully, throwing one of the vampires into the far wall. Jane rolled her eyes. If you're not there by the time her heart stops, I won't be happy. Neither will be Master Arrow, and you know how he gets when you do damage to internal structure of the castle more than once a week. Jane turned and flashed through the training room door, closely followed by Alec. They made it to Bella's room within a minute, and silently stood side by side just inside the door. Bella was lying on the bed in almost the same position she was in when Marcus bit her. Her lack of writhing, flailing and screaming disturbed quite a few of them. They've never seen a person go through the change silently. Being this close to awakening, she already looked like a vampire. Her slim frame was more elegant and her hair looked fuller and healthier. Her skin was pale and flawless, thick dark eyelashes resting on the curve of her cheeks, doubtlessly hiding bright red eyes of a newborn. She grew more curves than she had before, and her scent changed. There was still the somewhat flowery scent she possessed before. But it was vampirically sweet now. Jane took a deep breath, and hummed to herself quietly. She smells good. Better than anyone here save Heidi. She seemed strangely satisfied with the fact. Alec smirked at her. They didn't really talk about it, but the discovery of her bond to them left neither of them cold. They didn't have any family, except for one another and their sire. They never would have one. Ever since they watched their biological parents burn. Alec didn't remember it, he remembered very little of his human life, but Jane remembered. She'd told him they both saw it from afar. Hidden from sight to avoid being noticed and captured. When Arrow mentioned Bella's bond to them, they were surprised. They knew her for half an hour at the time, spoke next to no word to her, Jane even less than him. Though she met her sooner, and yet she somehow grew a bond to them. They weren't even sure they believed it, although both knew Arrow wouldn't say it if it wasn't true, at least to some extent. At first they thought he exaggerated it to make it seem more important than it was. Her reaction when she heard about their human ends blew the theory to pieces. No, her bond to them, however unexpected and confusing, was as strong as Arrow made it sound. She wouldn't lose it like she did otherwise. And when she hugged them, red-eyed vampires that they were, and fell to pieces on them as if they were her own little siblings she just found out were terribly hurt, they couldn't stay cold. It didn't matter how it happened. Somehow, they acquired a vampire sister. Another member of family they thought spent. They didn't need to discuss it. Their stance was clear since they exchanged the short nonverbal conversation after she let them go. They were rather glad. The three leaders decided to let her stay, because they were already determined to give her a chance if the opportunity came. They were already decided to view her as their sister before they left her in her room. And their family would always be the most valuable in their eyes, more important than any other vampire except for their masters. Her attractive scent just made their stance more justified. It was only right that someone so important would smell nice. Alec smelled the air, and tilted his head to one side. I don't know, Jane, I think she might smell even better than Heidi. There is something about that scent. He trailed off. Jane narrowed her eyes and took another deep breath. She shrugged. I think Heidi's better, with her gift and all. It's not exactly the smell, I don't think, Alec frowned. It's not really anything I can smell outright, even. But there is something there, maybe like a lingering impression I've never noticed with other vampires. I can't really catch it, but I like it. Of course you do. Jane nodded resolutely. Everyone will like her. She didn't need to add the or else. They both understood. Bella was family. In Jane's mind, Bella vied for Adme. T-Tance into Jane and Alec's family by creating a familial bond to them, and was accepted when they decided she was worth it. Everyone respected Jane's family. She wouldn't have it any other way. Hence, everyone will respect and like Bella. It took me some time to realize the pain was gone. I pondered that fact for a while. It was there for so long its sudden absence felt artificial, somehow. I wondered if I grew accustomed to it. If the pain was still there, but I didn't feel it anymore. I rejected that thought right after I finished thinking it. I wouldn't get accustomed to that. Never. It was too strong, too overwhelming. I've never felt agony like that, not exactly. No, there was no pain now. No pain whatsoever. I felt fine, more than fine, actually. I felt perfect, strong, agile, healthy. Alive in every sense of the word. Why did that strike me as ironic? Alive, was I dead? What was that pain anyway? It felt like fire. Was I burned alive? Two young, perfect faces appeared in my mind when I thought it. A girl and a boy. Both with beautiful, angelic features and red eyes. Vampires. I met them before, I was sure about it. No, I wasn't burned alive. They were. I hazily remembered being told that, though not by whom. They didn't die, though. Someone else, I didn't remember who, but knew it was someone else, told me they rescued them. Got to them before they died and turned them into vampires, so they lived. In a sense, vampires. Vampires were real. I didn't even finish that though when I mentally huffed. Of course vampires were real. What kind of question was that? I knew a lot of them. I wasn't sure who, but I knew I did. I tried to think of vampires I knew. Everything seemed hazy, like I was trying to sift through thoughts that had been lying unaccessed for a very long time. How long have I been burning? Later. What was I thinking before? Vampires. Those two little angels I remembered so clearly were vampires. I liked them, loved them, even. They felt familiar, say. Their faces in my mind made me want to protect them. No one would hurt them again. Were they my family? My little brother and sister? I wasn't sure. They were as good as that, I decided. Even if they weren't my family. They felt like one. So they were. I remembered other red-eyed people. 3 vampires that exuded power, in a room with 3 wooden thrones. One of them was blurry. It was a male with dark hair. But that was all I remembered about him. I felt apprehensive and unsure when I tried to focus on that figure. The 2 others were more clear, though not as clear as my siblings. One had long black hair and looked bored. Apathetic, almost dead, but there was a flicker of life in his eyes here and there and I liked him. I liked the other one, too, although differently. He had pale hair, long, but it was nearly white in color. His face looked strong and ruthless, and while I liked him, it felt more like respect. I respected him more than I liked him, but he was strong and just and I admired and respected him greatly. I respected and liked the black-haired one, too, but him I liked more than I did the pale one. The black-haired one felt like family, too, but only just. Less than my brother and sister. Maybe he wasn't my family, but I viewed him like one. I didn't know. Keys. Keys was the name of the white-haired one. Keys. Volume what? Volterra. Volturi. Keys Volturi. Volterra. Was that a place? It sounded Italian. Was it a place in Italy? The 2 others were Volturi, too, I was sure. But I didn't remember names. Keys Volturi, and his brothers no. I didn't remember. Were the black-haired ones Keys' brothers? If they were not biological brothers, I thought absently. I knew more vampires, though. A lot more, but I couldn't remember one face with red eyes flashed before my eyes. Not as beautiful. In the memory he was very close to me, glaring at me with bloodlust flaming in his eyes, while my head and leg were killing me in comparison with the fire I felt before. It was nothing. Really, but still, that vampire was not my friend. But he was dead. Other vampires, different vampires, killed him. I recalled a vampire with yellow, golden eyes, staring at me with affection. And saying James was dead, I needn't be afraid anymore. The red-eyed vampire's name was James. The golden-eyed vampire I remembered looked almost godlike, like the Greek statues of gods. But the memory of his Adonis features curiously didn't affect me. I wasn't attracted to those godlike features. I felt dead, empty, and angry. So very angry. Why did I feel so angry and empty when remembering that one? I tried to think of more memories of him. Several flashes flew through my head, invasive and disrupting as a herd of stampeding elephants. Flashes of the golden-eyed vampire, good and bad memories. Him telling me he loved me, saving me from some bad men in a dark street, kissing him leading me into the woods, telling me he was leaving, that I was merely a distraction, he didn't love me. Didn't want me. I remembered pain, strong pain in my heart resembling the fire, but not as potent as that he hurt me. I loved him and he left me. He broke my heart, destroyed me. I remembered, once, he meant much for me. I hazily remembered wondering if he was the one for me. It always felt like there was something between us I never had with others. Those hopes and illusions were slaughtered when he destroyed me. I had many memories concerning that vampire. I recalled barreling straight into him under a clock tower in Volterra, so it was a city. Pushing I am into shadows so that humans didn't see his skin sparkling like diamonds in the sun. I remembered my sister and 2 other blurry figures meeting us there, leading us, and one other, short-haired and pixie-like vampire with golden yes away Alice. Future, she could see the future. She was Alice, she was my friend, almost felt like a sister, too. She thought of the other golden-eyed vampire as family, and she needed to bring me there. To Volterra, to help her save him. His name was Edward. My whole being boiled with resentment when that name appeared in my mind. I was really angry with him. Someone told me Edward still loved me. That he broke my heart because he thought it would keep me safe. That he left to keep me safe, because he loved me. I remembered kind of flipping at that news, and I felt justified in my previous and current anger. That vampire, that utter idiot, led me on and broke my heart, completely destroyed me, because he thought it would keep me safe. Who does that to someone he loves? I vaguely suspected I already thought or said that particular thought once before, but it didn't matter. I knew why I felt the way I did about that stupid Pratt now. I hoped I'll never see him again. But I liked Alice. I remembered several other times I saw her. She was always friendly with me. She jumped to my aid when that bloody prick clutched my arm, and it really hurt me. I remembered hugging her and remembered Alice smiling at my brother. Before I could remember any other vampires, I heard a quiet sound coming from several feet off to my left. One moment I registered it. The next I was crouching in front of the bed I was laying on before, glaring and hissing at 3 figures standing near the door to the room I was in. I blinked. Two of them were my brother and sister. They looked almost exactly the same as I remembered, but the big vampire next to them was unfamiliar to me. They were all looking at me apprehensively, but the big bulky one looked like he was smothering a smirk. He was big and strong and he was entirely too close to my siblings. If he hurt them, I hissed and crouched a little bit more, my eyes flicking between the little figures of my sibling GS and the dangerous vampire next to my sister. They needed to get away from him. It wasn't safe. They needed to come to me. Yes, they had to come to me so I could protect them. I needed to call them to me. What were their names? What were their names? Why couldn't I remember names of my own siblings? What was wrong with me? I tried to focus on memories I had of them, while keeping an eye on that big vampire. And trying to quell the instinctive feeling that felt close to panic when I saw how close the little ones were to him. I will tear him to pieces if he so much as touches them. I will know. First I needed to call them. But their names. Suddenly I remembered walking through a door with my sister. Alice, the idiot, and two other blurry figures who were probably male vampires were there, too. We met my brother on the other side of the door. He walked up to us, smiled, and touched my sister. Jane, he said. Alec, my sister smiled back at him and kissed him on both cheeks. Jane and Alec. Jane, I broke off. Suddenly thrown off track by the sound of my voice. I didn't sound like that before. Why did I sound I became a vampire. Marcus, his name was Marcus, the apathetic Voltur. A leader that felt almost like a father to me was named Marcus, and he turned me into a vampire. Because I decided to stay there with them, and become a vampire, rather than leaving with Alice and that bloody idiot back home. Wherever it was. Alice was supposed to visit sometime. That was good. I blinked and hissed in sudden outrage when my eyes once again focused on the bulky vampire in front of me. I tried to get my thoughts back in order. Did someone once say newborn vampires tended to be easily distracted? I believed it now. I needed to protect my siblings. I didn't have time to battle my own head for it. And I certainly as hell couldn't afford to overlook that big vampire, especially when he was so close to Jane and Alec. Jane, Alec, come here, I said quietly to my brother and sister. Flicking my eyes between them and the big vampire. Bella, said Alec. I looked at him and smiled. Such a beautiful voice my little brother had. I raised my hand to them invitingly. Come, Alec, come, Jane, come here, please. Slowly, carefully, they walked over to me. The big vampire made no move to stop them. Maybe he had some brains after all. When Jane and Alec were close enough, I carefully smelled their heads, and then, finding no injury, though I wasn't entirely sure how I would know if they were hurt from smelling their heads, I don't think I ever used smell to identify injuries BEF. Or, I pushed them behind me and hissed at the big vampire in warning. I heard a quiet chuckle from behind me. Wonderful sound of a happy child. My day was brighter just hearing it. Bella, Felix won't hurt us, he wouldn't dare. Jane told me, amusement clear in her angelic voice. It was so obvious my siblings were twins, with voices like that. No one will hurt them. Of course he won't, not if he knows what's good for him, I agreed. Glaring at him, Jane quietly snickered behind me. I loved the sound of her laughter. She was happy. That was good. I heard another sound now, quiet footsteps in the corridor outside the room. Coming closer. I growled. Another threat to my little ones. I smelled him before I saw him. It was a male coming up. I didn't know if I knew him, but his scent was weird. It was confusing. Not good and not bad. I didn't know what to think of him, if he was a threat or not. Probably yes. No vampire joining us in that room, while I was alone and trying to protect my siblings, could be good news. He came into view when he stepped in the doorway. I blinked again. I was pretty sure he was the blurry black-haired Volturi leader, brother of Marcus and Keys, the one I couldn't remember the name of. But felt unsure about. Maybe I was subconsciously aware of his confusing scent even back then, while human. Ah, Bella, I see you're awake now. Amazing, amazing, he cried elatedly, his voice barely more than whisper. I blinked again, a little annoyed now. Even that voice and its tone were in direct contrast and confusing. How did whisper and elation mix? Why was this vampire so confusing? Is he a threat to my siblings or not? I gasped when Jane walked around me and over to that vampire, while I was distracted by him. What was she doing? Jane, I gasped in panic. A smaller hand closed around my right palm. Alec's beautiful burgundy eyes were looking at me reassuringly. It's okay, Bella. It's Master Arrow. He won't hurt Jane, or any of us. Don't be afraid. He's right, Bella. It's okay. confirmed Jane calmly, without looking back at me, when she held her hand out to Arrow. I watched in tense disbelief and confusion. Was she really practically asking for physical contact? I blinked again, this time when I remembered Alice doing the exact same thing before. This Arrow Alec called him Master, so I was right and he was the blurry figure from before had a gift. He could read all thoughts, present or past, of the person he was touching. I relaxed a little in understanding, but I was still tense. At least now I knew why Jane was so obviously trying to touch him. Thankfully it didn't take long. Arrow held her hand in his, watching it curiously. A few seconds later he let go and smiled at me. That smile put me a little more at ease. It was at least partly genuine. There were annoyingly too many layers contributing to that smile, but at the moment I only cared about some of them. He was really, genuinely glad to see me up and about, and he was also smiling because he liked what he saw. And he was amused, presumably over something he saw in Jane's head. Well, Bella, I must say immortality does suit you very much indeed, he admitted, looking at me with satisfaction. And I incline to agree with Alec, you do seem to be even more alluring than Heidi, although in a different way. A feat not achieved by many I know of. He stepped closer to me and I tensed. But he stopped after that single step and didn't look any more threatening, so I gradually calmed, while he looked at me and seemed to be inhaling a little more deeply than before. I believe you are correct, Alec, he repeated, glancing at my brother. I, too, cannot pinpoint any scent causing that heightened attraction. Curious. And I see your bond to Alec and Jane survived the strain of transformation, didn't it? Bella, it was a rhetoric question, so I stayed quiet. He was annoying, phony, but didn't strike me as being entirely bad or dangerous. And he seemed to really care about me and my siblings. At least to some degree. So, I still didn't know what to think of him. Wonderful. I rolled my eyes and stared at him. I don't know what to think of you, I informed him coolly. He blinked and his smile slipped, only to recreate the next second. This time, the smile was more fake, but it contained genuine amusement and some sort of genuine sad smile. That's what you told me before, when still human. I see it still stands. Hopefully it changes soon, he whispered, then continued with more life to his words. But enough of that. Come, Bella, Alec, Felix, Jane. There are some people in the throne room who would like to see you now that you're awake, Bella. Come, come, he flowed out of view. Alec pulled me out of the room, following Felix and Jane. Arrow was gliding through the corridor in front of us, his black cloak billowing in a manner that contrasted with his sleek and flowy movement. I had to give it to him when he moved, he was rather fascinating. He flowed and glided through the corridor, seemingly not even touching the ground or moving his legs, just gliding. I walked nothing like that. Maybe I would, in time. After all, that's what I had loads of now, wasn't it? Vampires were immortal, unless torn to pieces and burned. After a short time of walking after Arrow, he was moving at just slightly more than human pace. For some reason Jane slowed down and fell in line with Alec and I. I smiled at her. I now had my brother at one side and my sister at the other. I was perfectly content at the moment. Jane returned my welcoming smile, but then she stared at me accusingly. She glanced at where I was still holding hands with Alec. He never moved to release me and I was more than happy to walk hand in hand with him, and then she glared at my left hand, which was swishing at my side listlessly. She returned her eyes to my face and stared at me expectantly. I laughed happily and grabbed her right hand in glee. Her following smile was one of satisfaction. Alec chuckled silently. Welcome to our family, Bella, he congratulated me contently. I think we haven't got to that yet. Yes, Bella, we're glad you decided to stay. We never thought we'd get to have a sister anymore. Thank you, little ones. You're not really my siblings, then. I wasn't sure. It feels like you are. I couldn't help the slight pang of disappointment at that realization. Not biologically, no, but that doesn't really matter, Bella. What matters is what we feel and the bonds we have. We never had another sibling before, biological or other, and we wanted one. For all counts and purposed. You are our sister now, and you will stay that way. Alec's voice was quiet and calm. So you do like me? You do want me as your sister? I ventured hesitantly. They wouldn't want to hold my hand otherwise. Would they? Yes, Bella, we do like you. We do want you as our sister, Alec confirmed steadily. I could not doubt his assured words. As far we are concerned, you are our sister. We thought about you that way when we left your room before Masters decided who will turn you. And you do have the familial bond to us. Master Marcus identified it before you even agreed to stay. Bonds do not lie. I'm sure Master Marcus will see our bonds to you reflect your bond to us when he sees us now. We think of you as our sister. So you are our sister, Jane stated resolutely. I nodded, once again happy and content. Jane's last words were almost the same I myself thought last when I remembered them upon awakening. If they felt about it the same as me, then we were just fine. My content mood lasted until we came in view of simple wooden door at the end of the hallway. The door was closed, but I could still hear quiet rustling of clothes and whispers from behind it, as well as several different smells. I frowned, and slowed down a bit. We weren't going there, were we? Arrow and the bulky vampire, Felix, might not have been about to attack me or my siblings, but I was. Far from entering a room with a number of unknown vampires. Arrow glided to the door, opened it and glided through, immediately followed by Felix. The door then swung slowly into an almost closed position by itself. Finally, about 20 meters from the door, I hesitated one last time and stopped. It's okay, Bella, it's the throne room. There are several vampires who want to meet you. No one will harm you, Alec assured me again. I huffed impatiently. Harming me is the last thing I care about right now, Alec. I will not lead you and Jane into a room full of unfamiliar vampires. None of them will harm us, Bella. You need to remember that now. We have lived here for a long time, serving the masters. No one will intentionally harm us, unless ordered by one of the masters. And if we take our gifts into account, no one has the slightest wish to harm us unless ordered, intentionally or unintentionally, because they know they wouldn't like the consequences. We can stand our ground, Bella. Jane's words were quiet and patient, but rang with resolution all the same. She was completely sure about this and she wanted to make me see the truth of it. I knew she would not heed my doubts, even if she may appreciate them to some extent. And logically, I knew she was right. I knew she lived with the Volturi since the times of witch burnings. Curse those damned bastards who hurt my siblings. And she and Alec held a rather high position in the overall hierarchy of the guard. At the same time, my instincts were violently protesting the very idea of entering a room with unknown vampires, ill having no one but myself to help me protect my brother and sister. And they should not be unfamiliar, Bella. You have already met every vampire in that room when Jane, Felix and Dimitri led you in before. I blinked. Felix. I knew Alec meant the time when I met the Volturi kings for the first time, along with Alice and Edward. I didn't know Felix was one of the two blurry figures. That was Felix. That big vampire who walked here with us was one of the two male vampires who lead Alice, me and that prick here. Jane snickered again and Alec's lips twitched, though he looked a little concerned. Yes, it was Felix and Dimitri. Don't you remember them? I shook my head. My memory's blurry. I only remember blurry outlines of two males. I didn't know who it was. Well, that's unfortunate. If the masters knew you wouldn't remember them, they probably wouldn't have Felix wait in your room with us. No wonder you felt threatened. Any normal newborn would feel threatened by such a big vampire if they didn't already know them. I didn't feel threatened by him, Alec, I corrected him. I felt you were threatened by him. He gave me a little smile. Yes, that you did. But anyway, there are only 4 vampires other than Master Arrow and Felix. There are Masters Keys and Marcus, and Chelsea with Dimitri. No one else. I startled and looked at Alec quickly. Masters Marcus and Keys are in there. Alec nodded. I was still uncomfortable with the idea, but I had no choice now. If Marcus and Keys were there, we could not keep them waiting. I suddenly gasped. Oh my god, there were all 3 Volturi kings in there now, waiting for us, and I kept them waiting. The 3 Volturi leaders. Arrow might be annoying and confusing as hell, but he was still a leader. They were not to be kept waiting. Oh, no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to keep all the masters waiting. I didn't know they were there and I rambled in panic. Alec and Jane squeezed my hands tighter. It's okay, Bella, you didn't know, and you are a newborn. It's perfectly all right, Jane assured me. Alec nodded. Yes, Bella, you are a newborn and you have familial bonds to us, plus you couldn't identify vampires in that room by smell alone yet. No one will blame you for anything. It's okay. Can we go in now? Are you comfortable with that now? I bit my lip. I won't say I'm comfortable with the idea of you in a room with some vampires I can't trust around you, but I'm willing to go in. We have to, with masters waiting. We can't keep them waiting. I took a measured step forward, forcing myself to follow it with another. Alec and Jane walked with me, smiling again and holding my hands supportively. Right in one, Bella. We can't keep our masters waiting. Arrow was particularly pleased when he entered the throne room and took the seat between his brothers. He shot a grin to each of them, but didn't say anything. Bella would be able to hear the slightest sound, and from the sound of it, she didn't need any more distraction. He was glad her bond with the twins survived the transformation. And it seemed to have survived without the slightest decrease in its intensity. Such a strong protective instinct from a fresh newborn was something he hasn't seen yet, in all those centuries he's lived. Amazing, and he would bet the twins' bond to her was stronger now as well. He would have to wait until Marcus saw them. But he was sure their bond to Bella was a familial bond already. They told her she was their sister, and Jane was nothing if not honest, painfully so at times. It was less pleasing that Bella still showed no kind of bond to him, and seemed unsure of him. He didn't like that. She had bonds to his brothers and to the twins, yet it seemed there was something keeping her from Mackin. An opinion about and subsequently a bond to him. Oh well, that was not so good. Bella didn't remember Felix from when she was human. He exchanged an uneasy glance with Keys and Marcus, not that Marcus looked uneasy. But there was the smallest flash in his eyes that told him the news concerned him, too. They were sure Bella would remember Felix. Such a massive vampire was bound to leave an impression, wasn't he? Yet it seemed they were mistaken. It was just by luck that this particular error in judgment didn't result in catastrophe back in her room. Felix was extremely physically intimidating. And Arrow only allowed him near newborn Bella because she would recognize him and wouldn't be so wary of him. It was a small miracle she didn't flip spectacularly upon seeing him, especially if he was within reaching distance of two undersized vampires she felt protective of. How did she keep from flipping? Ah, here they come. Jane and Alec finally persuaded her to enter a room with as of yet unfamiliar vampires. It was so sweet of her, placing him and his brothers in such a high regard. He hoped they won't do anything to destroy that regard. Marcus was right, she truly seemed to be free of prejudices some other vampires nursed about them. Many were wary and distrustful of them, not necessarily without cause, he had to admit. If the Cullens felt that way about them, they didn't pass those notions on to Bella. And there she was now, entering the room slowly and approaching them warily, holding hands with the twins. A rather tight grip she had on them, too, he noted. He made a point to appear as relaxed as possible, to try and soothe her a little. Felix, Dimitri and Chelsea had the good sense to go stand directly behind the chairs he and his brothers occupied the moment they Bella didn't remember Felix and Dimitri. Better to play it safe now. Immortality truly suited her well, he mused as he watched her halting and uncertain approach with appreciative eyes. She was beautiful, almost painfully so. And yes, more so than any vampire he's ever seen before. He had seen many beautiful vampires, beautiful even among their kind. Heidi and Rosalie Cullen being the most prominent of those, he saw more than enough of the latter in Edward Cullen's mind as the boy knew her since before her newborn stage. Bella's beauty was different than theirs, though. She didn't look so utterly perfect as Rosalie Cullen did. Nor was she so overwhelmingly mesmerizing as Heidi. Even so, she had something that made everyone look at her and follow her with their eyes. Rosalie's looks, completely perfect as they were empty. Heidi, while alluring and disarmingly mesmerizing, felt artificial when you put your mind to it. There was nothing artificial or empty about Bella. She had something no other vampire in their guard, or any vampire he ever met, had. It took him a while before he managed to put it into words, and even now he wasn't sure he captured it in its entirety. She was different, charismatic. She had gravity, and where every vampire could be called unnaturally perfect, no one would ever think to call Bella unnatural. She was so completely and utterly natural it moved every heart. When you looked at her, you couldn't help but think that you were seeing the amazing beauty that she held inside, that it was not only her visage you were seeing, not just a beautiful shell. She had gravity, she had presence, she had soul. Arrow grinned a little bit more at that thought. Edward Cullen believed that turning Bella would rob her of her soul. Such an amusing paradox. He wondered when Keys will think of that. Once he does, Arrow was certain he will start hoping young Edward comes visit them sometime soon, just so he, Keys, could witness him seeing for himself exactly how soulless his ex-girl fiend was now. Bella stopped about 5 meters away from where the masters sat and refused to move an inch closer. Arrow smiled at her with more than a little amusement. She seemed to be rather headstrong, that one. Willing to give in and come inside, but refusing to completely let go of all her reservations. Jane and Alec told you the truth, Bella, you know, he said softly. We have absolutely no intention of harming you or your adopted siblings. Say, how much do you remember from before the change? Do you remember any vampire in here from before? Bella nodded and flicked interested red eyes from Marcus to Keys and back again. I remember Jane and Alec. And the Cullens, mainly Alice and Edward. I know there are more of them, but I didn't have time to think about everyone. I remember Masters Marcus and Keys. Other than that, I can only remember blurry outlines of you, Felix and Dimitri. Little One said those two led me in here to see you the first time around. She didn't even remember him from before the change, but she did remember his brothers. If it continues like this, he will become jealous. He sighed. Yes, we heard you say you didn't remember them. We are sorry about that. We truly wouldn't have Felix wait in your room until you woke up if we knew that. He is rather intimidating, especially to a newborn vampire. As it is, it's a miracle you didn't flip when you saw him. Especially standing so close to the twins, whom you are obviously very protective of. I came close to it, Bella admitted. But he didn't make any threatening moves towards them and I got them to come to me soon. I felt calmer when they were safely behind me. She looked at Marcus and Keys again, still with rather interested eyes, and then she shot a wary glance at the three vampires standing behind the chairs. Dimitri is the one standing behind Marcus's chair, Bella, intoned Arrow softly. Chelsea stands behind Keys. I suppose Bella's weak bond to Dimitri did not survive the transformation. Did it, Marcus? Otherwise she would have probably remembered him. Marcus nodded. That bond disappeared. Your bonds to the twins are still there, Bella, even stronger than they were before. And their bond to you is almost finished crystallizing as familial, sibling bond as well. Your bonds to me and Keys are also still present, unchanged. The bond of creation is imbued to the bond we share now. As we talked about prior to the transformation. You can feel it, can you not? Marcus's voice was quiet, not more than whisper. Suddenly, Bella's face seemed to brighten as if she remembered something. From Arrow's experience, newborns were being frequently assaulted with sudden flashbacks of memories that had been nearly forgotten during the transformation, but back in the first few months of their vampire life. It was one of the things that made them so jumpy and easily distracted. He felt certain such a flashback was what Bella just experienced. Curiously enough, she seemed to take it in stride, and much more calmly than many other newborns he saw in his life. And she did manage waking up to Felix in her room without flipping. Might there be some sort of order in it? Bella nodded in answer to Marcus's question. Yes, I can feel it. So it really does not bother you, having that bond to me? Arrow tilted his head to one side as he took in her expression when she asked that question. It was not that dissimilar from a child asking for reassurance. Obviously, the bond of creation took to her other bond to Marcus quite nicely indeed. She seemed to really like and look up to him. Hopefully it would offer some comfort to his brother, he suffered for long enough already. I do not mind. You have been an interesting human, and you seem to be an interesting vampire as well. Confirmed Marcus. Bella smiled at that. Her whole face brightened and shone with that smile, making her look impossibly more beautiful. Arrow sighed softly. Absolutely breathtaking. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. I tilted my head to one side when I heard Arrow's last comment. Interesting, but that one was definitely a compliment, more or less genuine one, too. I almost opened my mouth to thank him. Before I could do so, though, I heard a quiet, thumping sound that seemed to be progressively getting louder. Immediately, this new sound made me lose focus on anything around me, and I started looking around, trying to determine what it was and where it was coming from. Was it something dangerous? Was it a threat to my little siblings? In less than a minute I had already determined the direction of the sound. And I stood facing the door now, the twins preventively tucked in behind me. I still didn't know what the sound was, but it was accompanied by a strange whooshing sound and several sets of footsteps that were coming closer. I growled silently, narrowing my eyes at the door. That's just Heidi, Bella. Member of the guard, it's okay. I nearly missed Alec's quiet voice that came from behind me. It didn't exactly help me relax, though. There were more people than just Heidi there. Why didn't Alec mention them? Were they a threat? And what was that sound? A little while later I got my answer to both questions. The door to the meeting room opened and an amazingly beautiful female vampire entered. Despite her beauty, I stopped paying attention to her almost as soon as I saw her. That thumping sound was actually a heartbeat. Heartbeat of two humans who followed behind the vampire, their every heartbeat accompanied by the whooshing sound of blood surging from the heart and flowing through their body. What truly made me lose every sense of time and space was the smell that assaulted me as soon as the door opened. Wonderful, delicious smell I couldn't even begin to describe. But I knew with my whole being that I wanted it, couldn't live without it a second longer. Somewhere far in my glazed mind I knew something about this wasn't quite right, there was something there that wanted me to stop and think before I did anything. That little voice was too faded though, and after a brief moment of hesitation I was flying forward, straight to the source of that heavenly smell. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. It was the next day that Masters called for my presence again. I was still upset about those poor humans from my first feeding, but Jane and Alec helped and it was not so bad anymore. After all, I was a vampire. A newborn vampire, as Alec stressed every time I started showing even the slightest hint of remorse and stress. Human blood was my only natural source of food, well, the only food a vampire was created to ingest. I was being drawn to it, its look, sound and smell all sang to me and tempted me. I couldn't be blamed for not succeeding in resisting any time, less the very first day of my immortal life. I was still determined to try my best in refraining from feeding on humans and turning to animals instead, but I already knew it was going to be hard. On my own, when the scent was so heavenly that I could barely think at all when smelling it. But I would try. I didn't want to feed on poor, innocent humans who have their loved ones and lives to return to. Even if they were so weak and smelled so good, but I would try. Anyway, the Masters called the next day, because, apparently, our first meeting was cut short when I became so distraught when I finally realized what I had done in my blood-induced feeding frenzy. When the summons came in form of Jane, I stood up from the bed where I was cuddling with Alec, took both their hands hostage, and began my slightly depressed trek to the throne room. Hopefully, I would not smell blood there anymore. "Are you okay, Bella?" Jane asked quietly, as we walked. I sighed. "Not really, Jane, but I will be, someday. We will help you." "I think I will need that help sooner rather than later," I grumbled. "I still want to feed on animals rather than humans, but after that it will be hard." It was virtually impossible to resist. "I don't know how they do it. It is our natural source of food, Bella," Jane pointed out quietly. "I know you are against it, but would it be so hard to just give in and stop seeing them as people? Most of them are just random humans, whose lives are nothing out of average, and majority of them is always coming just because of hideous looks. There are at least half of them in every group who practically reek of lust. They only come for the tour because they are hoping to get some different kind of service out of Heidi." I scrunched my nose at those words. Jane sounded disgusted, and I couldn't really blame her. It was disgusting, but was it enough to kill those humans? Suddenly the memory of the men Edward saved me from sprang up in my mind and I flinched. I remembered how afraid I had been when they started following me, fear turning into panic when they surrounded me and started coming even closer. If Edward didn't come to my aid, then I didn't like the kind of fear they made me feel. Even back then, while still human and in the car with Edward, I wasn't truly disgusted or put off by the idea of Edward going after them, hurting or even killing them. They tried to hurt me. And who knows if I was the first one they tried it with. I wasn't against the idea of hurting them, ensuring they never could hurt me or attempt to hurt me again. The thought of such guys joining Heidi's tour, with the intention of persuading her or maybe even forcing her to submit to them, was my skin crawled at that. "Bella, are you all right?" Alec's concerned voice tore me from my memories and I suddenly felt he was clutching at my hand much more tightly than before. When I looked at him, he looked quite alarmed. "You look so distraught and afraid. Are you okay, Bella?" Yes, I'm fine. "Alec, don't worry," I assured him quickly. I just remembered one of my less pleasant memories from my human life. Some men tried to hurt me, before. Alec still looked concerned, if a bit confused. But it was Jane who spoke first. "What do you mean, tried to hurt you, Bella?" She hissed quietly, underline of fury unmistakable in her voice. Her eyes were flashing dangerously all of a sudden. We know that newborns tend to be reminded of their human life if something sparkles those memories. I have just told you of men lusting after Heidi and coming in hopes of having sex with her. Was it that kind of hurt you meant? I swallowed. Jane looked positively dangerous right now, and the blunt way she spoke in didn't help my queasiness about the subject at all. It was. But they didn't. Edward came and took me away with his car. At least some good that idiot did. Did he go after them? No. He needed to get me away with his car. Apparently not good enough, Jane hissed murderously. What good is he when he doesn't even bother to make sure they are never able to hurt you again? Some boyfriend he was, stupid prick. I strengthened my grip on her hand. I'm okay though, Jane. It was a long time ago, at least I think so. I frowned. I had no idea when it happened. The past sense of time got quite sketchy, remembering so little about my human life. Maybe I should try to think about those memories more, to try and glean some sense of time from them. Not now. I shook my head, returning my focus to the current, less than desirable subject. Anyway, I am fine, and safe. And here with you. And I am a vampire, no human can ever hurt you again. Only vampires can hurt me now. If any vampire tries to hurt you in that way, I will kill him. Jane exclaimed furiously. No vampire will do that. Alec looked very uncomfortable and distraught. They wouldn't dare hurt our sister. Actually, I don't think any of them would even lower themselves to such disgusting acts. I haven't heard of a vampire guilty of such crime. That doesn't tend to happen in our world. Thankfully. Otherwise, it might do you think the throne room will still smell of blood. I interrupted myself halfway through the sentence, when I thought that particular thought again. It wasn't the first time I thought that after the fee frenzy. My brain seemed to repeat that articular question with varying intensity in my head. And we were almost there now, which may be why the question became so clear and important in the last loop that my brain did. Certainly more important than continuing the previous conversation. But if I come inside that room and get so crazed again, with no human in sight and masters expecting to talk to me? No, of course not, Bella. The smell of blood is rather distracting even for vampires of our age. We could not completely focus on serving the masters, and the masters couldn't fully focus on their duties if we could smell the blood from past feedings. No, that room is always thoroughly cleaned after each feeding, don't worry. I'm sure you won't smell anything, even with your newborn senses, Jane assured me, slowly calming down. We came within sight of the door, when I thought of something else. I panicked. Whose is in there now? I asked hurriedly, my voice becoming a little high-pitched. Why did I only think of that now? I still had to protect my little ones. Even if they were obviously more than adept at protecting themselves. They were truly amazing little dears. My little dears. Who was going to be there? The same as yesterday, Bella, don't worry. Only masters, Chelsea, Dimitri and Felix. No one else, Alec was quick to reassure me. The previous concern left his face and he looked a little amused now, instead. I sighed. I supposed he was amused by my reaction to perceived threat against them again. I'm being a little overprotective again, am I not? Alec grinned at me. Just a little. I like it, though. It's cute. I smiled sheepishly. I was supposed to be their older sister. Older siblings shouldn't be cute, I didn't think so. It was the younger ones who were cute. Adorable. Adorable little angels like my brother and sister. But it still felt good that Alec thought me cute. You didn't call cute something you didn't like, did you? When we entered the throne room, I took a cautious breath, ready to stop breathing the second I smelt that amazing scent. I wasn't even sure if stopping breathing would help me, but it couldn't hurt, could it? Jane was right, thankfully. I couldn't smell any blood. My body relaxed at that realization. And it relaxed even further when I saw the 6 figures I met yesterday, in the exact same places they were in yesterday, as well. Chelsea, Dimitri and Felix were standing behind the chairs of the masters. Each behind one of them. Ah, Bella, welcome. I wondered if you were able to continue our little meeting from yesterday. There were some other things I wanted to address, Arrow spoke happily. When we entered the room. This time, I felt it was safer to come closer. I stopped about 4 meters from the thrones. Hello, Arrow Master Arrow, I'm sorry. Master Keys, Master Marcus. I inclined my head to each of them in greeting. Marcus and Keys both nodded back at me, and Arrow grinned at me, completely unperturbed by my disrespectful slip of tongue. Yes, I am quite okay. We can continue what we missed yesterday. Wonderful. So, Bella, I wanted to ask you one thing. Do you remember anything about vampire gifts? The special talents that they sometimes have? I blinked at the rather sudden change of subject and tilted my head to one side. Somehow, while it seemed sudden, the question still seemed to be completely typical of him, although I didn't know why. Did he ask me that before? Or did he talk about gifts before? I remember there are some vampires with gifts, I answered affirmatively. I know that Jane and Alec each have a gift, also you and Master Marcus, and Alice. Jane can cause pain and Alice can see the future, you can read minds if you touch the person, and Master Marcus sees relationship bonds. I don't remember what Alec's gift is, though. And if I knew about any other gifts, I forgot about them. You did know about several other gifts at least. Arrow looked at me appraising Ly. Edward Cullen and that Southern Major both have a gift. Think about it. Can you remember yourself what they were? Arrow's lips tilted in a little curious smile as he looked at me. So, he wanted me to find out myself, to try to remember on my own. He probably knew I seemed to remember new things often enough. When Arrow spoke Edward's name, my mind almost immediately whirled with a set of memories of my good-for-nothing ex-boyfriend, and I felt my lip automatically curl with contempt. Some of the memories were ones I've already remembered before, others were new. Apparently, that prick could read minds, too, like Arrow, but he didn't need contact and he only saw current thoughts. Rather than every thought that ever flashed through one's mind. That was Arrow's gift. Neither of them could read my mind. Somehow, I felt satisfied with that memory. Edward was a prick, he had no right to shuffle through my head on top of it, and Arrow was still confusing. It was less creepy to know that my thoughts were safe from him. I also remembered that Jane couldn't affect me with her gift as well. That was nice, too. I wasn't that keen to be in pain. That was some strong, if a rather terrifying gift my sister had. At least I knew she was truly more than capable of protecting herself. That sorry excuse for a vampire can read current thoughts without direct contact. He could never read mine, though, and your and Jane's gifts also don't work on me. So, I probably have a gift, too. Arrow chuckled softly and glanced at Keys. Her disposition towards the young Cullen boy seems to be still the same. I'm sure that pleases you, Keys, doesn't it? He returned his eyes to me again. For the moment, I was rather distracted by the sight of a minuscule pleased smile that appeared on Keys' face at my words. He didn't like Edward, too. I really like that. And yes, Bella dear, you most certainly do have a gift. That is, if that curious block of yours still stands. That is actually the very thing that I would like to ascertain. If you are willing to try, of course. He seemed to have added the last words at the last second, almost as if he was reminded to add them. I tilted my head at him and frowned. I really didn't understand him at all. He seemed so phony to me. But at the same time he truly seemed to care. He was confusing as hell. Try what, exactly? I knew my voice sounded a little tenser than before, but Arrow seemed to think it was a sign of my nervous uncertainty rather than annoyance with him. I was more than happy to let him think that. Oh, nothing too terrible, I assure you. I would simply like to check if my and Jane's gifts still don't work on you. And afterwards maybe try if other of our gifts are also blocked by your amazing one. Marcus's gift works on you, but it did before as well, so that doesn't really tell us anything. Great, that required me to actually allow him to touch me, skin on skin. I wasn't really so keen on having him approach me when he was so confusing. On the other hand, could I even say no? He was one of the Volturi leaders. Annoying or not, he was one of my masters. And it would be good to know what kinds of gifts other vampires of the Volturi Guard had and if they worked on me. It would be really good to know, and I would have to find out sooner or later, anyway. After several seconds of deliberation, I nodded my head. Yes, we can try it. It would be good to know. Wonderful. Arrow Street oohed from his chair and slowly approached me. Well, that was one thing in his favor. He seemed to be doing all he could to keep me calm and unthreatened, even adjusting his posture and moving very slowly and carefully. So that I had ample time to adjust to his nearing presence. And I knew I could more or less trust him around Jane and Alec. I knew he truly meant it when he said he had no intention of harming either of them. That was probably one of the few truly genuine things he said to me, with minimum of additional threads. All too soon he was within reaching distance and raised his hand. I raised my own and pressed my palm against his. His skin felt different from mine, but I expected it. It looked different, and I was sure I already went through the different look, different feel thing before, when I was still human. Suddenly, I remembered a fleeting image of an extremely white hand, with a pinkish human hand of my shape touching it, and trying to pinch it. I didn't see the vampire whom the white hand belonged to, nor the human, who was the owner of the apparently human hand, but I was sure it was Arrow and I, before. Arrow pulled his hand away from mine and chuckled. Still nothing, he exclaimed in his typical, quiet breathy voice and stepped back, returning to his chair slowly. Jane, dear, would you try, please? I glanced at my little sister, a little pleased that my block against Arrow still stood. Jane looked a little unsure, staring at me with an almost grieving expression on her face. Master, Just for a little while, darling, Arrow assured her, with an intrigued raise of an eyebrow and a fleeting amused glance at Marcus. Just to see if it works or not. I am almost positive it won't work, but we want to be sure. It's okay, little one, I assured her lovingly. I wouldn't blame Jane for trying her scary gift on me, not if it was just to see if it worked. We agreed it would be useful to know, and I knew she didn't want to hurt me. And really, if Arrow's gift still didn't work on me, and Marcus's did, then the odds were Jane's gift would be blocked as well. Jane gave me a little uncertain smile and focused on me. I couldn't feel anything. After a while, Jan let out a relieved sigh and turned to Arrow. It doesn't work, Master. Arrow clapped his hands and looked at Alec. Alec, would you try now, please? Alec looked at Arrow, then at me, and nodded. He concentrated. Alec's gift take a little time to manifest, Bella, Arrow said, while I looked on, waiting. He can make others lose all their senses, numb them to the surrounding world completely. I nodded, tilting my head to one side and smiling at my brother with pride. My wonderful little siblings, so talented. Oh, I love them. Suddenly, there was a nearly invisible mist pouring out of Alec, crawling across the floor to me. It skirted around Jane without touching her. It took a couple seconds to reach me, and when it arrived, it pooled around me, not touching me. It stayed in a fixed distance from my body, almost as if being held away by some invisible force field. When more of it came, the fog rose into the air, accentuating the whole field, which had the shape of a dome, encapsulating me inside. Alec shook his head and the mist dissipated. I won't break through, Master, he said with a little pleased smile. Arrow had a wide smile on his face. Amazing. Dimitri, what about you? He turned to the lean vampire standing behind Marcus's chair. The vampire shook his head. I can't sense her mind at all, Master. I cannot lock on it. And you, Chelsea, the female vampire standing behind Keys, chair looked at me appraising Ly for a few moments and smiled. The same, Master. I cannot sense her bonds at all. So amazingly interesting, bounced Arrow excitedly. You must be some kind of a shield, Bella. I would even say an absolute one, but I know for a fact that besides Marcus, Alice Cullen and that Southern Major can both sense you. Or they could while you were still human. But it is an amazing gift altogether. We'll need to try it with other talented vampires in our little group. There are a couple more. Renata and Corin. Who is this Southern Major you speak of, Master Arrow? I asked hesitatingly. You mentioned him several times now. Why, Jasper Whitlock, of course. Or Jasper Cullen, or Hale, whatever he chooses to be called now. He's little Alice's chosen mate. That sparked some recognition at last. Suddenly I remembered a tall, blonde-haired vampire who could sense and manipulate emotions. I didn't remember many things about him, though. I only remembered him being in some room with me, telling me that he knew what I felt and that I was worth it. That was nice, although I didn't know what it was I was worth of. I thought his name was Jasper Hale, though, and he wasn't a major of any sort. Why did you call him a Southern Major if I may ask? I also don't remember ever hearing the name Whitlock. That's his real name, Jasper Whitlock. If I recall correctly, he used to be a major fighting in the Confederation Army in the American Civil War, while he was still human. He became a rather skilled fighter in those annoying newborn wars, before he left and joined the Cullens. He clapped his hand again. Thank you, Bella, I think that will be all for now. I will call you again sometime soon to try the rest of our gifts against yours, and I'm sure Marcus and Keys will both want to get to know you better sometime. For now, I will let Jane and Alec take you back to your room or anywhere in the castle you wish to go to. They will tell you more about the life here, and our duties. And the Southern Vampire Wars we touched on, of course. Those were quite a bother. XXXXXXXXXXXXXXXXX. The day Bella woke into her immortal life, the Cullen family separated once again. Edward was the first to leave. He up and left the house minutes after he saw her awakening in Alice's mind, and left it to her to inform the family that he was repeating his stunt from before, when Bella was still in Forks. He was on his way back to South America, to spend some time by himself, grieving for something that was his, and was lost now. The only difference was that this time, the whole family knew that none of his reasons were valid. They had no reason to doubt Alice when she retold the events of their stay in Volterra, and Jasper confirmed it by his insight into Edward's own feelings. However surprising it was, there was no doubt that Bella was not Edward's mate. No real mate would be able to renounce the other, no matter how much they hurt them. Bella's already got 10 over Edward by the time Alice came to see her, which meant they were chosen mates at most. That was why everyone took Edward's leaving worse than they did before, and some of them did not even both. Pretending to understand his actions or sympathize with him. He left to grieve for losing, which was never his to begin with. He seemed unable to accept that their bond was not so strong to survive the strain. And seemed to have persuaded himself she was his mate, despite every sign proving otherwise. One day after Bella woke and Edward left, they finished preparing everything necessary to persuade Charlie of Bella's untimely death. And Carlisle set off to Forks, with Alice and Jasper driving in the car with him. He would go pay his respects to Charlie alone, but he needed Alice with him when he confronts the new pack. She knew of the events that took place in Volterra firsthand, and would help him explaining all that happened. Her inability to see anything regarding the wolves was an uncomfortable drawback. Which made Jasper decide he would join them, if only to aid them should the pack decide not to listen to explanations and attack. He was not about to let Alice, his best friend, and the first being who gave him hope in his immortal life, walk blindly into danger. Having her walk straight into the Volturi lair was bad enough, with a good-smelling human and Edward in tow, no less. At the time he thought Edward may have been a help, he would have surely seen the light when he realized Bella was alive. Therefore, it came as an unwelcome surprise, hearing of his less than stellar performance in front of the most dangerous clan in the world, and a vampire who was unpredictable at the best of times. He may well have gotten them all killed. Esme wasn't very happy at having her family halved so soon after being rejoined again, but it couldn't be helped. Hopefully their job at Forks would go over smoothly. During most of the ride to Forks, Alice was advising Carlisle on his meeting with Charlie. Mentioning everything that she could see helping putting Charlie at peace and getting the conversation over with smoothly. Charlie was going to be devastated, there was no doubt about that. But being told Alice and Edward died in the crash as well would at least make him willing to accept Carlisle's condolences and commiserate with him. In his eyes, he would have lost more than him. Furthermore, Alice has seen that being assured Bella had at least died happy would help him in the long run, too. A faked message from Alice received mere minutes before the reported crash, saying Edward and Bella solved their problems and seemed happier than ever before, would do the trick. That was not saying Charlie would be happy about Edward's presence near Bella again, after having hurt her as he did. But the idea of her dying happy would keep the balance and offer some comfort a grieving father needed. "Wait for me at the house, will you? Make sure no one sees you, Alice," Carlisle said when they passed into Forks. "Of course, Carlisle, and take as much time as you need, this needs to be done right." Carlisle nodded. Arriving at Charlie's place, Carlisle got out of car and Jasper moved into the driving seat instead. The rest of the drive to the Cullen house at the outskirt of Forks was quiet. Jasper was supposed to be alone in the car now, and being seen talking while driving would look at least a little suspicious, not to mention Alice was watching the events taking place back at Charlie's and Jasper didn't want to disturb her. That changed soon after he stopped the car before the late Cullen residence and got out. With the first breath he took, he realized something was off. "Alice." His quiet, but intense voice tore Alice from her vision, and she looked at him. Getting out of the car herself. "Did you come here when you were here last?" Alice shook her head, and stiffened when she smelled the faint scent lingering around the house. "No," she whispered anxiously. "I came straight to Bella's house and she was really bad off, didn't want me to leave once she was sure I was really there. I couldn't stand to leave her alone for longer than it took for me to feed." "Is it?" "Yes," Jasper confirmed darkly. "The redhead who was with Laurent and James. I told you guys back then that we should have hunted her down, James was her mate. And I can smell a trace of Laurent underneath that, too. He must have been here before her. Why would she come here? We killed James, did she come to seek revenge, only to find an empty house? No, her scent is stronger than that. In several trails with varying intensity. She's been here several times, on different days. Now we have one more reason to speak with the pack. A vampire hell-bent on revenge is the last thing this town needs." He marched straight to the door and inside the house. He took another breath. "She's been inside, but probably just once, the first time here. I don't like this. At least Bella's safe from her now," sighed Alice. "Didn't Bella or that wolf you met say anything about this? The wolves must have known about the redhead unless they are completely stupid and irresponsible." "No, he didn't say anything. But we didn't exactly sit down and chat. We need to wait for Carlisle. We need to talk this over before meeting with the wolves." Carlisle, Jasper and Alice stood among the more sparsely populated crop of trees in the woods surrounding Forks. They chose that place along the treaty boundary for their meeting with wolves, because it was further from the town and quite far from any hiking or forest trails. Not that they expected any human to be out and about in the kind of weather it was. It was still winter, and even though their current surroundings lacked snow, the air was freezing and it was raining lightly. When Carlyle returned from Charlie, his face was drawn and eyes dark with guilt and regret. He radiated sadness and pain. It wasn't an easy task. Letting a father know their only child was dead. It made him a little sorry about the necessity of having that law. News about Victoria didn't make his mood any lighter. They were standing and waiting. There for close to 2 hours when Alice stiffened. "I've lost our immediate future." "The wolves," said Jasper immediately. "Probably. Which means they know about us and decided to come here," nodded Carlyle and sighed. "Best to get this over with." "We have no way of knowing how many there will be," groused Jasper. He kept watching the surrounding area with an unhappy frown marring his face. In his opinion, they were about to enter an uncharted area and it made him extremely wary. "It doesn't really matter. We're not here to fight." Hopefully they will be of the same mind. Several minutes later Jasper tensed even more. "Approaching. Several sources, can't determine exact number, but it'll be more than 3. Hostility, anger, caution, suspicion and general watchfulness," Jasper rat. He let off his information as fast and quiet as he could. The other 2 didn't react. In several minutes, 4 huge wolf forms appeared between the trees and approached slowly, growling low in their throats and glaring. "The black one is the leader," supplied Jasper. The growling intensified at the sound of his voice. "We mean you no harm," assured them Carlyle quietly, looking at the black wolf Jasper designated as the leader. "And we are not moving back to Forks either. As you probably already know, I am Carlyle Cullen. This is my son Jasper and daughter Alice. They joined my family after I left here the last time and they follow the same lifestyle, rules and treaties as I and the rest of my family do. We came because of the treaty my family has had with the previous pack. Something happened, and I think you have the right to know the details as it pertains to Bella Swan. Can we talk?" The black wolf stared Carlyle down balefully, and for a long while nothing happened. Carlyle waited for some sign to start talking. A nod maybe, but nothing was coming. The rusty-colored wolf at the right-hand side of the pack was snarling viciously, and was crouched low. Jasper slowly reached toward Alice and pulled her closer to him. That once projecting massive waves of hatred and suspicion, underlain by mourning and apprehension. "He's the most upset of them all." His words earned him a renewed bout of snarling from all 4 animals. "I'm an empath," Jasper ground out, annoyed now. "That's Jacob. At least I think it's him. That wolf smells exactly the same as Jacob Black did when we met at Bella's house," sighed Alice. "She's not dead, Jacob." "Not really, but I guess for you it doesn't really matter. She stayed in Italy." The wolf's head snapped towards Alice and its eyes seemed to gleam with something. "I do not know how much you know of what's happened prior to now. We will give you the main points, if you let us," said Carlyle mildly, looking at the black wolf and Jacob periodically. The black wolf gave a sharp nod. "Very well. Firstly, you need to know that some vampires have certain special abilities, which I believe are formerly dormant unique abilities they possessed as humans. Jasper and Alice are 2 of 3 in my family who have such a gift. Jasper, as he already told you, is an empath. He can feel emotions of those around him. Alice can see the momentary future. She can tell what is going to happen if things progress the way they are going at any given moment. She cannot see you though, and when you come close to someone, their future disappears to her as well. This whole mess started when Alice saw Bella jump off a cliff into a stormy sea in a vision. She didn't resurface for a long time and then her future disappeared. At the time we didn't know about your presence or its effect on Alice's visions, which is why Alice assumed that Bella died. Up until now, the futures of people only ever disappeared for her when the people in question died. Had actually happened was that Jacob came to the scene and pulled Bella out of the water himself. Anyway, when Edward heard that Bella died, he set off to Italy, to our leaders and enforcers of the law, to get them to kill him. Edward thought Bella was his mate, and our kind tend to lose the will to live if our mates are killed. That's why he went. Alice saw his decision to do that while she was here in Forks. She came because she had to see for herself if what she saw was really true, if Bella was truly gone. With her gift, Alice knew we could not save Edward. If any of us went after him, he would not believe us if we told him Bella was actually alive. When Bella heard, she decided to come with Alice and help. It was her decision, and when she made it, Alice could see it working. It would have been close, but she would have succeeded. Despite Jacob's attempts to change her mind, she left with Alice. She stopped Edward mere seconds before he would have exposed himself to sunlight in front of the local humans, exposing our kind to them. The Volturi, our leaders, refused to grant his request to kill him at first, but Edward knew the immediate danger of breaking the law would force their hand. Members of Volturi Guard were already on the scene, prepared to act if needed. There was no need for them to stop Edward after Bella did that for them, but Bella's presence changed things. Human are not supposed to know about us. It is our main law, and we are required by it to either kill or turn any human that finds out about us immediately. Her mere existence had been against the law, and it made us all guilty of breaking the law by not upholding it. Edward, Bella and Alice were all escorted to the leaders by the guard. Carlyle waved his hand at Alice for her to continue. Alice ate a tiny step forward and sighed again before speaking. I knew that might happen if Bella was there. I didn't need to see it in a vision. The Volturi can be quite unpredictable and difficult to deal with. But I knew that if we played it right, they would let us all go, unpunished and unharmed. We just had to make them believe Bella would become one of us eventually. We thought she was Edward's. Maiden mates cannot be separated for good, even thought Edward believed he could stay away from her to keep her safe. That's why we left her originally. Her upcoming turning didn't need to be necessarily true. We only had to make them believe it in order for them to let us go. It would buy us more time. Unfortunately, Bella blew that plan up. Alice shook her head slightly. She looked at Jacob. Did you know she didn't love Edward anymore when I came by to check in on her, Jacob? The rusty-colored wolf raised his head slightly. He didn't, supplied Jasper. Jacob growled at him and Jasper frowned back. It's not like I cannot sense it. And it helps move this conversation along if you're not willing to turn human and actually talk to us, he reminded him impatiently. Their emotions were starting to get to him, with them being so close to those they hated. Well, anyway, I probably would not take her with me if I knew at the time, continued Alice morosely. It made the situation too unstable for my liking. With their bond no longer in place, it made the future too easy to change. If she actually was Edward's mate, she would still have loved him, even thought he left her. Even though she was human, the bond would survive it all and it would renew when they met again. With the bond in place, the Volturi could not truly protest her leaving. Human mates are always turned in the end. But the bond had been broken, which means she would have been a chosen mate at most, not a real one. It made Bella unattached and less inclined to stay with our coven. Still, they would have let her leave with us if we made it plain we would turn her. But somehow Bella came to like several vampires of the Volturi Guard in the short time we had been there, and I mean really like them, and so, when the Volturi offered to turn her themselves and have her stay with them as a member of the Guard, she accepted. Alice sighed sadly again. We were so very close to leaving, all of us and unharmed. Edward and I were made the offer of staying with them, too, before Bella, and we refused. If Bella just refused their offer and opted to go with us, they would have let us go. But she didn't. She chose to stay, and once she made that decision, there was nothing more we could do. Nothing that wouldn't end badly. And I could see she really wanted it. She truly wanted to stay, despite knowing what it meant. She had been turned already. She is fine, and she loves spending time with her siblings, the two vampires she came to like there. She sees them as her siblings, but she is a vampire now. Sound Jacob was making was somewhere between a whine and a growl. The black leader was staring at them unreadably. One of the other wolves was growling, while the last, a brown one, was silent and observing. Well, that's it. I would have asked you if you had any questions about this, but unless you change into human forms there is no way we will understand you. Suddenly, the black wolf gave a quiet bark, turned around and ran off. The other wolves tensed, but they stayed put, staring at the Cullens. A little while later a tall figure with russet skin appeared coming from the direction the black wolf ran off to. The strong young Quileute man dressed only in cut-off pants slowly came to their group and stopped behind the line made of 3 wolves. My name is Sam Yulee, alpha of this pack, as he already said, he said, glancing appraising Ly at Jasper. Carlyle nodded at him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Yulee. So you are saying Bella Swan is already a vampire? It wasn't a question, but Carlyle nodded nonetheless. And that she chose to stay in Italy and be turned out of her own volition, despite leaving her father behind, is that so? Yes, unfortunately, that is right. I myself not quite understand how it came about, but Bella have made connections to several vampires of the Volturi clan in the short time she was there. As I understand it, she very quickly came to care very much about some of them. And when the time came for her to choose, she had a hard time leaving them behind. She only had her father tying her to the human world. To the strictly human world, Alice amended. When Jacob growled low in his throat again. Looking at him, she continued. She had ties to you as well, but you are of the supernatural world, whether you like it or not. And in this case, that means you are still closer to her than her dad or mother are. She will likely never see them again. I don't even know if she remembers them. Humans lose most of their memories during the turning, and the ones that remain tend to be a little hazy. I remember absolutely nothing of my human life, I only had a feeling my name was Alice when I woke. Anyway, for Bella it might have been easier to not return here human. She could not stay human, even if she chose to go with us. We may be able to delay, but we would have to make sure Bella was turned or killed soon anyways. And we would not kill her, we love her as one of us. That would have broken the treaty, snapped Sam darkly. You are only allowed here if you don't kill or bite a human. In that case, we would have been forced to BR. EAK, a treaty which has already been broken by one of yours, maintained Alice. The Volturi are as close to a vampire royal family as you can get with our kind. They keep the other vampires in line, make sure we adhere to our laws and punish those who break the laws. And we mostly have only one major law, to keep our existence secret from humans. By this law, we cannot let a human in on who we ray. LLYR, and if we find out about a human that knows, we are to get rid of the threat immediately. Which means we have to either kill the human or turn him. We didn't tell Bella who we were. She had me suspicions that we weren't entirely human, but it was Jacob Black who told her. She confronted us when she was sure about what she thought, and by then I knew that nothing we did would sway her. We broke the law when we didn't kill or turn her right after we realized she knew. We risked it, because we liked her and we thought she was Edward's mate. When Bella decided to go with me to the Volturi, she knew that she was going to the ruling clan, to a clan that could order and carry out her death. Her human days have been counted when she found out and let us know. With the Volturi knowing of her as well, we no longer had the luxury of delaying much. Treaty or not, we would have been executed otherwise, and Bella with us. Sam was staring to his left, right at the russet wolf, which was hanging his head now. A picture of guilty in mourning. Both of the other wolves were growling, this time at Jacob. Jacob. The questioning sound of Sam's voice rang forcefully. Jacob whined, and nodded miserably. To be fair, he didn't believe those legends when he told her, said Carlyle placatingly. From what Edward gleaned from her during their relationship, she had already been suspicious. During her visit to the first beach with some classmates, one of the native boys there mentioned that we do not go there, and she thought it sounded like we weren't allowed. That's why she questioned Yako. And convinced him to tell her some of your legends. Jacob wasn't a wolf at that time and didn't believe those legends, so even though he was not supposed to, he probably saw no harm in telling her. Unfortunately, he did not know that Bella would not see them as mere babble, like he did. He was prohibited to say, his own father is among the tribe chiefs, ground out Sam. Not to mention he also revealed your secret to her. That could have broken the treaty even if he wasn't a werewolf then, and you have been in your full right to attack us. And we were only 3 at that point. He sounded pissed. It was a wonder he still stood his ground and didn't attempt to attack Jacob or transform. Does this mean you do not blame us for Bella's leaving? Does my treaty with your predecessors still stand? Questioned Carlyle. Sam looked at him. Based on what you told us, you did nothing to break the treaty, unless we count allowing Bella to go with you to that clan, when you knew that having them know about her was a bad idea. In view of what one of our own did, I cannot consider that a breaking of the treaty. The elders will be of the same mind. As far as I am concerned, the treaty still stands. But I would appreciate it if you took your time returning to this lands. Understandable, agreed Carlyle, hiding his relief to all but Jasper. What about Bella's father? As far as he knows, his daughter left with your daughter and have yet to return. I visited Charlie before coming to meet you. Because of the outcome of the events at Volterra, we had to fake Bella's death so her disappearance wouldn't stay a mystery. I went to inform Charlie personally. We tried to make it seem like she died happy, for him and for Bella, too. I am hoping it will give him some solace now. I'm TR. Yuli sorry that we have to put him through this, the pain of losing his only child, but it had to be done. And it is better than if he had no information at all and spent years trying to find her. Old him Bella was in a terrible car crash in Italy with both Alice and Edward, and that none of them survived. We made sure no one saw Alice in the car when I drove here. I thought she should explain what she saw firsthand. I see. So to Charlie Swan, she and Edward are dead, too, yes. Sam nodded his head towards Alice. Yes, I am. And so is he, answered Alice, with the slightest bit of discontent when she spoke of Edward. She still hasn't forgiven him for his horrible behavior in both Volterra and back home afterwards. Fine, I suppose we are done here. I will rely your words and Bella's fate to the elders. Are you leaving now? Quote, we will be, but there is one more thing to talk about. We smelled a scent of 2 different vampires around our house when we came here. The scents belonged to Laurent and Victoria, nomad vampires who were part of a clan led by another vampire. We are aware of them, Cullen. We already killed this Laurent, he was preparing to drain Bella when we got to the scene. He came upon her in the woods. The redhead started coming after that, she comes and goes, but we haven't seen her since Bella fell off that cliff. She seems more cunning, is harder to catch. She's been going after Bella because you killed her mate. A mate for a mate, mumbled Jasper. Unfortunately, the knowledge that Bella's not Edward's mate and has cast him away won't help here. Bella's gone and for people here she is dead. Victoria may not return once she realizes that, or not. Maybe Carlisle, but if she does that she'll probably go after us. And if she finds out Bella was turned, she may even go to Volterra. She only has revenge now. If she comes after us, we will have to make do, decided Carlisle. Better is that having her do collateral damage and terrorize humans who had nothing to do with any of that. And if she goes to Volterra, she will be killed. Bella is one of them now, and her gift will be important to Arrow. They will protect her. Alice's voice was absolutely sure. I would like to leave my number with you, Mr. Yuli. Carlisle turned to look at Sam again. If Victoria comes and if you could use more help, just call me and we will come help with her. It is, after all, our doing that she was overcome with thirst for vengeance. Not that I care much for your help or want it, but I will call you if she proves to be a serious danger to our people. Or if she calls some other friends to help. Are we done now? Yes, I believe we are. Thank you for meeting with us. It's been almost 3 months now, since I joined the Volturi Guard. Became a vampire. I even had some success at becoming a vegetarian, too. Well, I hadn't. For the first 3 weeks there was no controlling it whatsoever. It didn't matter how resolute I was, or how determinedly I refused to breathe while there were humans there. At the first sound of human heart, my burning throat twitched and the sight of actual humans, combined with the deafening heartbeat, sent me into frenzy. The pain in my throat flaring to life. It didn't matter if I smelled their scent or not. How pathetic was it, that the sight and sound were all it took to do a newborn vampire in. Others kept on saying it was normal for a newborn, that every newborn reacted that way. It was natural, it was normal, it was typical, it was terrible. Nearing the end of my first month as a newborn, I tried holding my breath once again, and I succeeded. It was extremely difficult and I very nearly didn't make it, but in the end all the humans were dead, their bodies disposed of and the throne room cleaned. Every single one of my new clan members was surprised and shocked that I did it, but none as much as the 3 Volturi kings. I doubt the sight of them when they realized I made it will ever fade in my memory. Marcus's expression wasn't as memorable, what with his self-control and more peaceful character in general. He did raise his eyebrows a little and he looked at me and his 2 brothers with a faint amused glimmer in his bright red eyes. That was it. Arrow and Keys, though they were hilarious. Arrow looked completely and utterly shocked and befuddled, and he actually stuttered his first few words when he tried speaking to me. Keys just stared at me without a single twitch of a single muscle, the whole time, since they realized it until I was dismissed to leave. Vampires I didn't need to move and were comfortable in every position they found themselves in, but I could swear he couldn't move back then. And the look on his face, for once, his expression was wonderfully open and clear to me. He was completely blown away, and simply couldn't believe his eyes. Arrow told me once he recovered fluent speech pattern and limited the squealing, ecstatic quality his voice a key. Read to less than ultrasound level that it was virtually impossible for a newborn vampire, especially one who was only a month old and already took on the normal diet, to control themselves when in the same room with a human. Not to mention without any outside help, and with no support from another vampire. Carlyle never once tasted human blood, but according to Arrow he was 1 in a million to manage to do so on his own. And he was there to guide and help the other Cullens when he turned them. I was so very proud of myself. It dissipated quickly at the next feeding, when I reverted back to my frenzy routine. With even more passion than before. I killed 3 humans in that one feeding and ended up depressed in my room, with Jane and Alec keeping me company. It was the same after that. I nagged to control myself and not attack at one feeding, only to snap during the next. Now, several reversals in, I stopped getting so depressed about it. I wasn't happy, but after hours of talking to Alec, Marcus, yes. He actually came visit me and even talked to me after one such feeding, the memory of myself, wrapped in my bathing gown after having showered, sitting on my bed with Marcus in a chair next to me and talking to me in a quiet and smooth voice still felt a little foreign and unbelievable to me, even if it was my own memory and several other vampires. I finally had a slightly better understanding of it all. The fact that I was even able to keep from feeding sometimes was a testament of my determination to become a vegetarian because of my age. It seemed that nearly everyone read that the carnage at the feeding following that was directly connected to my refusal to drink human blood previously. Animal blood was simply not as satisfying or had the same nutritional value as the human blood. It didn't matter how much animal blood I ingested, I could be all bloated and feeling the blood swirling in my stomach with every step I took, and I still attacked during the next feeding. The thirsty feeling at the back of my throat never disappeared after drinking from animals, and when confronted with the sight and sound of humans at the following feeding, the pain roared to life again. Stronger and more persistent than before. It was as if my animal feedings didn't count at all, as if my body completely ignored it and just considered the one animal feeding to be a missed feeding. It seemed logical, and it sucked. I was just bloody lucky that Heidi liked me well enough to be willing to go out after each refused feeding on my part and get back with several live animals for me. She was in control of procuring the humans, in getting them to Volterra inconspicuously and making sure there were no ties between them and Volterra at all. Sometimes, she spent days in her room, plotting her next lure. Can you imagine how much more difficult it was to get a number of wild animals into Volterra so that they weren't noticed? People would definitely question why there were animals being led into a castle that was for all intents and purposes a closed-off cultural and historical monument of Volterra. And let's not forget the small, completely inconsequential fact that wild animals see vampires as ultimate and extremely dangerous predators, and go into hysterics the second we get too close for their liking, which usually equals getting within the range of their senses. Yeah, I was extremely lucky she was willing to go to such lengths for me. She could very well leave me hanging. The masters didn't ask her to aid me. Jane and Alec did. Well, they didn't, not literally. But Jane always had this glary, sinister air about her each time I approached Heidi and pleaded with her to get me something. During those times my little angelic sister looked like her trig. Her word for the day was no, and Heidi probably knew it, too. But she was too nice about it for it to be only to keep Jane happy and herself pain-free. Then again, Heidi was ecstatic when she realized there was another female vampire with a certain luring quality about her. Until I came, she was the only one, and while she got used to all the attention and innuendos, the fact that she was mateless didn't help the matter. She definitely didn't like it. I found out about my own lure several weeks after I woke up. I noticed all the attention and looks, and when no one seemed forthcoming with any information, I questioned my little siblings. It took some time until they managed to get it into comprehensible words. Heidi confirmed it after she got me the second batch of terror-crazed, squealing, whining, and smelly vegetarian dinner. She didn't bother trying to specify my effect though, she just mentioned that it was there, different than hers but equally potent. That lure of mine may be the reason why I continued being lucky and didn't have anyone trying to tear into me during my frenzy feedings yet. By now, I must have stolen at least 3 humans from other vampires. It was Dimitri the last time. His teeth were all but 5 inches from the throat of his chosen target, when I snatched him straight from his arms and tore into him right there, no even 5 feet away from Dimitri. Yet, he didn't try to attack me. He just crouched there, staring at me as if trying to comprehend what happened. Then he went after one of the remaining humans. I apologized to him after I pulled myself out of depression. But he wasn't angry at all. He actually smirked at me and told me I could have more of them, so long as he could watch me suck them dry. That was a little weird. Almost an innuendo and dirty talking all in itself. Especially with that smirk and look. But it was still probably better than the other variant. That talk with Dimitri was a week ago. The following day he left with Jane and Felix for America. Arrow sent them on some mission. I didn't know anything more than that, but I missed Jane already. I was getting a little bit clingy to her and Alec in the past month, SSING them nearly the instant they left my side and seeking them out if they didn't come back in an hour tops. That was all it took until the discomforting empty feeling inside me grew so much that I couldn't stand it anymore. It was similar to what I remembered to have felt after Ed that bloody prick left, while I was still hung up over him, yet different somehow. I had no idea why I was getting so clingy. Feeling almost abandoned when they didn't actually leave me, just left my side to go do something else. But my beautiful Alec and Jane both took it in stride. And Alec didn't leave my side since Jane left. He was an absolute dear about it, didn't question me or mention anything. He simply came into my room with several changes of clothes and stayed there with me. I was more than happy about it. Because I would need another feeding in several days. My period between feedings was slowly getting longer. That was good, though it would be another waiting it out. If I can manage. I was situally starting to wonder if there was any point to it, trying to resist when it would only catch up to me afterwards. Animal blood was not very tasty. Okay, it was disgusting and it didn't seem to do a thing about my thirst. Not to mention that my thirst after that missed feeding was freaky strong and I always ended up killing at least 2 humans, usually 3. Before, when I was still attending the feeding normally, I would kill 1 human and be done with it. Now, after missing 1 human feeding, I had a tendency to not only replace the absence from the last time and get a new one, but also to go over the top with the third. I was killing more humans now that I was trying to become a vegetarian than I had been when I was following the normal diet. Was it worth it to go on? Couldn't I just stop trying to feed on animals and revert back to human diet? The whole point of feeding on animals was to not kill humans. Wasn't it equally good to kill less humans? I turned my head from the table in Master Marcus's study, where the vampire himself has been sitting and writing something for the past 30 minutes, to the door. I'd heard quiet footsteps in the corridor behind it. We were on the upper floor, so the footsteps likely belonged to one of the other kings or to a guard coming to take care of something. The sound was very quiet, though, and I was sure distance didn't cause it. Most of the guard walked louder than masters. I still didn't find out where the masters learned that. All 3 of them tended to walk in a very flowy, gliding sort of motion which made their footsteps nearly indiscernible. The footsteps I heard were heavier than that, but not so much as to indicate a guard. Marcus didn't react to the footsteps at all, not even when they paused at the door. Source of the footsteps knocked on the door. Yes, Marcus breathed out, yet he still kept on writing. I sat straighter in my armchair and hypnotized to door. If he won't bother with caution, I will. He may think himself safe in his own castle and his own study, and he was likely right, but I had no problem with being on guard instead of him. The door opened and in walked Master Keyes, arms overflowing with heavy-looking tomes. His eyes flitted to me when he noticed me sitting there. "Marcus," he greeted. "I see you're entertaining company." "Bella." He inclined his head to me in a small greeting. "Hello, Master Keyes," I answered quietly, tilting my head to one side. His arms were full, so full that the book tower he held was dangerously tilting to one side and it looked like the books would slip and fall at any second. How did he open the door? I didn't sense anyone else there with him. She was feeling lonely. Jane is gone and Alec's in training right now. "What are those?" Marcus asked with the briefest of glances. I relaxed my alert position in the armchair as there was obviously no threat, but I still watched Keyes, well, only his arms, with confusion. There was no way he could have opened the door. How did he open it? "I believe you asked me for the oldest books from ancient Greece several weeks ago. I just extracted them from my personal library." He sat them on the writing table carefully. Marcus nodded, finished the page he was writing and set it aside. Then he raised his eyes to us. "What has you so confused, Bella?" he asked monotonously. I blinked at him. Then I looked at Keyes again. He was watching me too now, also with no expression on his face. "How did you open the door, Master?" "Your hands were full," I frowned. Keyes looked momentarily surprised, then amused. "Very carefully, Bella." I looked at the door again. "Your hands were very full. Which means I didn't have to push the handle down, their weight did it for me. I just had to keep them stable enough." "I thought you intended to stay with Arrow for the Lloyd case?" Marcus asked Keyes, taking one of the old tomes and studying the nearly invisible writing on the cover. Keyes snorted. "I did, at first. I changed my mind when it became more than obvious what the chit's real problem with Lloyd's was." I listened with interest. This was the first time I heard Keys in a real conversation with someone. He didn't spend that much time in my company. He was nice enough and polite enough when we met, or if he was there when Arrow or Marcus asked for my company, but he never tried to talk to me himself, nor did he join in any major talking when I was in the vicinity. I didn't think it was intentional on his part. He was not avoiding me or anything, but his disinterest did make me a little sad, even if not surprised. I did not remember him ever showing much interest in my person, even before the change. He was the ruler, and I was someone of no real importance. But I couldn't say I wouldn't like to know more about him. There must have been a reason why I had some kind of bond to him and why I felt respect every time I saw him. I didn't remember the reason, though. And I did try to remember. So, I thought spending more time in his company and getting to know him a little better would be in order. Yet he was not like Marcus. I wouldn't dare just come by his office to sit with him when I felt the need. I felt no such fear when it came to Marcus. He was nice enough to me, and he was a little like a father to me, being my sire. I was sure he wouldn't just tell me to leave. But Keys the First wasn't sure. So I'm guessing it did not have much to do with disregarding the need for secrecy and plotting with the Romanians. Hardly. She was inordinately vested in making sure Arrow understood that Henry Lloyd was not in on it. And in turn, she was rather vicious in her accusations against Susan, Henry's mate. Marcus sighed and set the book aside, reaching for another one. So you think she wanted him for herself? It is not usual for a vampire to lust after a mated one. Not usual, but it happens from time to time. And I'm sure it's what happened in this case. Arrow confirmed it. I don't know. I left before he touched her. You seem very sure about her intentions, Marcus remarked casually. Keys glared at him. For one, trying to break up a whole coven and using us as her tool for it, she was not very subtle. Marcus. Not to mention she dared come to Arrow. She knows of his gift. There was no need for me to be there. Arrow will know everything the second he touches her and will execute her on the spot. That chit must be completely love-crazed. She broke several of our laws with that single attempt. Whatever gift she may have, whatever extenuating circumstances, Arrow will not bother with trying to find loopholes in our laws to keep that one alive. Even if that's true, he'll want to make sure with the Lloyds. Yes, which is why I need to intercept someone after I leave. They here to summon one of the lower guard to the throne room. Possibly Grant. We'll need to summon the Lloyds, or at least the leader pair, for an audition. We can as well take care of all that right after the chit is taken care of. I could summon Grant for you, Master Keys, if you wish. I straightened in my seat again, watching him hopefully. It would be nice, doing something for him to make his ruling life easier. That and the annoying void pulling on me from the inside was starting to rear up again. I needed to find Alec. He was the only thing that alleviated that feeling these days. I was sure Jane could manage just as well. But she was still traipsing the world with Dimitri and Felix. I wished she would come back already. She's been gone long enough. Almost 2 weeks. I had my ABST. Ain't feeding followed by several animals 2 days ago. I was nervous about the pattern I seemed to be following, but I still believed I could break it if I really tried, regardless of what the others thought of my predicament. I was determined to do my damnedest to break the pattern during the following feeding. I had no intention of letting it descend into frenzy. It was only making me more set to change it. Knowing what would happen if I failed. I would kill 2 humans again, instead of 1. Or worse, 3. I already asked Heidi to bring me more animals the day before the scheduled feeding, to give me more blood. Even though I wasn't sure recent animal blood would make such a difference here. I had already tried that approach and it failed. It would probably be up to me and my determination. But it was only rational to take care of all the loopholes, wasn't it? Plus, I was already disgusted with myself for wasting so many human lives. I felt so nauseous at the notion of having killed so many that I was damn sure I would not repeat it. This time, there would be no waste. This time, it would be different. Heidi agreed to bring me the animals even though it was stacking things a bit too close for her. Getting the animals was no walk through the garden and she had a lot of things to do before the tourist time next day. Moreover, she was picking tourists from almost half the way across Italy this time. Keys looked at me consideringly. That you could, actually. Are you fine to leave here now? Oh, that was nice. I was touched he even bothered to ask me that. Maybe I wasn't so unusable for him if he cared enough to address the reason I was there in the first place. But I really needed Alec now. More than fine, Master. I need to find Alec. Do so then. Locate Grant and Summon him to the throne room by my order. I will start back to the throne room shortly, he said decidedly. I shot to my feet at once and gave them both a little bow. Yes, Master Keyes. Goodbye, masters. I was out the door the second I heard their offered farewells. When Bella was out of earshot, Marcus turned his eyes to Keyes and watched him. Is it normal that she's so clingy when it comes to the twins? Keyes asked, watching the door Bella left through with a narrowed gaze. No, that word made Keyes straighten and he turned his whole attention to Marcus now. What, she's using Alec as a placebo without realizing it. Some of her other bonds, stronger ones, are starting to strain. She's been parted from their recipients for too long and it's starting to affect her bonds. Who are the recipients? The Cullens? Asked Keyes immediately. Hopefully, appeasing those bonds would be more difficult if they were mortal, came Marcus's stoic answer, spoken with an absolutely zoned-off expression. Keyes gritted his teeth. He would swear Marcus did that on purpose sometimes, just to piss him off. He knew he hated it when Marcus was acting like that while they were talking about important matters. Do we need to summon the Cullens? He snapped. Not yet. The bonds are not so taut yet. Her bond to Alec manages to compensate for it now and Jane will be back soon enough. I will talk to them. They will make sure one of them is by her side at all times and I will monitor her from now on. We will need to summon them eventually, though, and make sure we have time to spare before it becomes critical. If not all of those bonds belong to the Cullens, we will need to locate whoever it is. Fine, I'll alert Arrow to it. Keyes calmed down slightly and started turning to leave the room, when Marcus spoke again. You should spend more time in her company if you wish to keep her bond, Keyes. You've been rather inactive. She may not have the memories, but she does feel the bond to you to some extent. As well as the accompanying feelings. She misses some feedback from you. I will talk to her sometime, Keyes snapped impatiently. He definitely didn't want to talk about that right now. He needed to get back to the throne room before Arrow starts coming up with dozens of far-fetched scenarios of why he would have summoned Grant to him. Marcus's stare intensified a knot. You are afraid. Keyes huffed and glared at him. But unfortunately, Marcus was already quite invested in Bella and wasn't willing to let go. You're afraid you will lose that bond when she gets to know you better. Keyes tensed and his face turned stony at that accusation. He didn't care about being told things like that, or think about them. Not when he had other matters to attend to. Ever. I will thank you for letting the matter rest. Marcus, he hissed quietly. I will take care of it in my own time. Well, while you wait for the time to come to you, think about this, she will, without any doubt. Loose the bond if you stay inactive for too long. That bond is strong enough to leave a mark, small as it would be. She was quite happy, volunteering to assist you now. And no, it was not only her nay. Ed of Alec's masking presence that drove her to do that. Keyes growled low in his throat and whirled around, marching out the door and back to the throne room. Cranky spaced off Marcus was absolutely the last thing he needed. That chit better be dealt with already or he'll tear her head from her shoulders himself. Marcus rolled his eyes with a slightly put-upon sigh and turned his attention to his new books. I wandered the castle corridors at breakneck speed once I delivered the summons to Grant. I kept on smelling the air continuously, trying to find Alec's scent. I really needed him. Finally, I smelled a trace of his scent at one intersection and turned in the direction it was coming from immediately. Within a minute the scent began to get stronger and I picked up several additional scents and some sounds from afar. Sounds of fighting, coming from the direction of one of the many training rooms. He did say he had some training exercise to do. I took in the vampires in the training hall immediately upon entering. Mapping their positions and looking for potential threats. It took me next to no time to locate Alec. He was halfway across the room, close to one of the walls. Some 15 meters in front of him was a group of 4 vampires, all new recruits to the guard. He seemed to be fighting all of them at once. I couldn't say I liked it, but I saw him fighting a group of 3 before. This was not so much of a stretch. I already knew that training and mock fighting with other vampires was part of his routine, I just had to get used to it. Even if I doubted I'd ever stop worrying about him. Even if only to some extent. I may be more focused and calm this long into my undead existence, but Alec was my brother, my little angel, and I hated it when someone was trying to hurt him. Whether it was faked or real. I could live with the faked battles that never left Alec truly hurt other than the slight invisible bruising that would disappear within an hour. Alec would be and happy if I interfered with his job every time I saw him being attacked. However, I would still kill anyone stupid enough to really, purposefully try to hurt him. Still and always, no one harms my siblings. No one ever will, and live. A mixed group of about 20 vampires, both upper and lower guard, and including more new recruits, stood along the perimeter of what probably the fight area. They were watching the Fighting Five, yelling out commentaries and or urging their favorite contenders on. It seemed they had some bets on again. They were prone to do that during long training sessions. They were so focused on the fight that no one noticed me standing there, between them and the door, yet. Suddenly, shortly after I saw Alec, he stumbled, looking disorientated and slightly confused. The 4 vampires advanced on him at once and Alec tried to fight them off, while still fighting with whatever it was that was affecting him. My eyes went wide at the sight. That was a gift. Someone was using their gift on Alec. They never fought with gifts in this numbers before. 4 on 1, 4 against Alec, with gifts. No, oh no, not by a long shot. I will tear the little whelp who did that to pieces. Where was he? Which one of them did it? How dare they? I was so enraged I couldn't even growl. A red haze covered my vision and I felt, rather than saw, part of it dart straight to Alec. Alec's eyes suddenly refocused and he stopped stumbling. Oi, wah, ditcha do, not workin' no more. One of the 4 recruits yelped with sudden alarm. He was a sandy brown-haired male of an average build, turned at about 25. Not that I cared about any of that. I've heard enough. I lunged. The sight that met Key's eyes when he re-entered the throne room made him sigh. Arrow was pacing in front of Grant, glancing at him curiously every now and then, and muttering to himself under his breath. Keyes wanted to leave right then, but, unfortunately, that was not an option. They had things to do. The only appeasing thing was the little pile of ash sitting innocently on the floor before the dais, a little to the side. Last wisps of purplish smoke could be distinguished rolling lazily, and slowly disappearing under the vaulted ceiling. The foolish bint was dealt with then. Ah, Keyes, finally. Grant says he was summoned here by your order. Do say, what did you call him here for? R.O. exclaimed cheerfully and rotated his whole body towards him when he noticed his presence. I am pondering the reason for some time now and I just can't decide. He seemed inordinately pleased about that. Keyes rolled his eyes. And did you not think that perhaps I called him here so we could use him as a messenger for the Lloyd clan and find out if there was any potential crime committed on their side? Well, of course I did. Brother dear, that was one of the first scenarios I came up with. Keyes gritted his teeth. Damn those scenarios of his. This was exactly what he hoped to avoid when he attempted to leave Marcus sooner. Arrow had an unfortunate hobby in coming up with dozens of scenarios for every unclear thing he came upon. He has always been that way, even ages ago when he met him and Marcus for the first time. Unfortunately, with every reading done by his gift he collected new information, memories and thinking patterns of different people, mostly vampires. When he was making decisions now, he was not making them with only his own knowledge and knowledge directly pertaining to the problem. In his decisions he was also reflecting all the previous knowledge and the effect his decision would likely have on the vampires he read. Keyes could live with that. While it made dealing and deciding matters with Arrow bothersome and lengthy, he could at least count on the final scion causing the least dissent in all the covens they were trying to rein in. Overall, in a ruling organization, such a thing was a good thing. It was the side effect of that bloody gift of his that was perpetually driving him up the walls. With his reading, Arrow also acquired thinking patterns of every being he read. Every single one of those thinking patterns as well as his whole vast knowledge came to play when he found the opportunity to try and come up with different reasons for one problem now. Where he would think of maybe 20 to 50 different scenarios in his early days, now he could think up 1,000 and more. For any bloody thing, going from the most obvious and logical to those that verged on being completely illogical, far-fetched nonsense. And he could explain his reasons for every one of those scenarios perfectly, making them all seem rather rational and logical, even those that were complete rubbish. Because when using a different thinking pattern, every set of information could be interpreted in a different way, but the interpretation would still be perfectly viable and logical. And you just try to explain to him that such a scenario is in no way the right one if he has logical explanation for it. You could argue with him for days and make your vampire voice fail and you still wouldn't get the upper hand. He would still beat you at that game in the end. Keyes would know. He ended up in such an argument with the guy at least 5 times now. He took a deep breath and slowly released it to center himself, else he end up in another frustrating quarrel again. And did you not think it would indeed be the right one, thus making the need for any other possibilities redundant? He questioned. Well, of course. But just think of all the possibilities, Keys. I try not to, thanks. Keys muttered, and then raised his voice to finally address the matter at hand. I take it I was right and the chit had her own aims in all that. Yes, turns out she grew a terrific crush on Henry Lloyd and wouldn't be able to have him unless she killed his whole coven off. She knew she would never manage that on her own, so she came up with the improbable and very nearly laughable plan of framing them in a perceived crime we would react to. Once we took care of all the Lloyds except for Henry, she would come in and try to comfort him. Such a sorry soul, Arrow sighed. Not the least bit sympathetic or sad. But then, she never was very bright. Thinking she could replace a true mate. She didn't even have any kind of standing bond to Henry of any of the Lloyds at all. She just met them once and then returned to visit several times. Flighty female, nursing herself a crush based on non-existent grounds. Quite. I thought we should send someone to call some or all of the Lloyds for an audition. Her accusations were likely completely ungrounded, but we cannot be too careful. Sure, brother, I completely agree. And of course, Grant would be issuing an audition request to the whole coven. We cannot be too careful, as you said. Some of them may have a plan they told no one about. Keys was not fooled. Yes, it certainly sounded sensible and viable, but he knew Arrow. He just wanted all of them there so he could touch and read them all. It was not vampires with gifts he was actively collecting, despite everything the other covens might think. No, he was addicted to collecting all information, knowledge, and memories of other vampires. He barely even read anymore. Why would he, when he could simply brush a hand against the skin of the one who has read the particular volume? All it would take for him was several seconds of tactile contact with the person while concentrating on the tome in question. Arrow, stop trying to fool me, would you? You just want to get new experience the easy way. You do know that the vampire population of this planet is not your personal playground, right? Arrow smirked at him in amusement. But think of the possibilities, Keys. They could have seen anything. Anything at all. Curiosity killed the cat, as they say nowadays. Then it's a good thing I'm already dead, is it not? Keys sighed and turned to Grant. Do you understand your mission, Grant? Yes, Master. Locate the Lloyd Coven and issue a request for all of them to attend an audience with you here, in Volterra. When are they to arrive here and where can I find them, please? Their last place of residence was the forest on the outskirts of London, Great Britain, western margin of the city. They are using the city center for nutrition. They were there, just 2 weeks ago with no immediate plans of leaving. If they are not there when you come, you should still be able to follow their scents. They are to arrive for the audition whenever they are able. But no later than 2 months from now. That should give them ample time if they have any pressing matters to take care of, decided Arrow. If they ask about the reason for audition, just tell them that a likely false accusation has been made against them and that we need to clear the matter with them. We are practically sure of the falsity, but we do need to check with them anyway. They don't need to know any more before they come here. Take one more of the lower guard with you, your pick. 2 of you should be enough, we do not expect any trouble for you. Return immediately after relaying the request and receiving their acknowledgement. Yes, masters. Mission understood. Collect your companion and leave Volterra right after the last light. You are dismissed. Grant bowed and left the throne room. Keys turned to Arrow. Well, that's done. Do you think the Lloyds will be reluctant in coming? No, they are not of those who fear any mention of us. While such a large coven is not exactly usual, they accept us as leaders of our race. At least they did the last time I saw Andreas. He thought that vampires needed a strict ruling organization to ensure we stay secret to humans. The IR technology has been improving very fast this last couple of centuries. Grant mentioned Bella brought him the summons. Have you started talking to her then? I met her in Marcus's office. She was CTTING with him while Alec was engaged elsewhere. No, then, you really should spend some time with her, you know. Unless you want to lose the bond she has with you. I don't need you fraying my ears about this, too, Arrow. Marcus has already lectured me. I'll talk to her on my own terms, Keys hissed. It was the very last thing he needed, to have both of them on his case. Fortunately, Arrow wasn't interested in questioning him or his motives that day. As you wish, brother, he agreed amiably. Marcus says some of her stronger bonds are starting to strain. That's why she's so clingy with Alec and Jane. She's using their presence as a covering agent for the anxiousness caused by other bonds. Marcus says it is not so bad yet as to have us calling the Cullens in, but we will get there. I was wondering about that, admitted Arrow. Serious again. She was getting a little too cuddly with them. None of the guard thinks it unusual for a newborn, but this is Bella. She has been an inordinately calm newborn up until now. In this one aspect, she is approaching normal newborn behavior. Is Marcus certain about the Cullens being the receivers of those bonds? No, he cannot be sure, but he hopes so. He should let us know when we need to call them in so that we'll still have enough time left if it's not them. At times like these I would really like it if Marcus's gift was just a little bit more sensitive. I wanted to avoid calling them in so soon. I would have preferred waiting until she was out of her newborn phase and comfortable enough with us. Why, she still doesn't have a bond to me. Keyes smirked. That frustrated Arrow to no end. He was almost jealous of anyone who was bonded to her in any way. He kept spending as much time with her as possible without making her feel uncomfortable, repressed. Watched her simply upset, but despite all his effort, she still didn't grow a bond to him. Keyes thought it was beginning to depress Arrow, which was a first for him. They heard a hurry, Ed's set of footsteps approaching the throne room. A moment later Santiago entered and approached them hastily. He was moving quickly and hurriedly, which would indicate a problem that required their immediate attention. But he seemed amused rather than upset. That was unusual. Masters, he bowed shortly. There is a minor crisis in the Eastern Training Hall. It was suggested I come get you. What happened? Questioned Arrow. Bella attacked a newly recruited guard member after he used his gift on Alec in mock fight. She had the element of surprise as we didn't realize her presence until she was on the move. And she managed to get him in a locked tear head position. She refuses to stand down. Not even Alec can get her to release him. Oh, Bella, is it? Well, let us be on our way then. Arrow made for the door happily. He would take any excuse to go and talk to her. Keyes and Santiago followed in his wake. I was pissed. I was so angry, I really had to focus on controlling my movements, Otherwise I might end up inadvertently snapping that asshole's head off his shoulders before he even paid for that stupid trick. Bella, sis, Alec was trying to get my attention. He's IED to get me to release the prick before. I didn't know why he even tried. That lowlife used his gift on Alec while he was under attack by 4 vampires. So what if they could use their gifts in that fight? Alec's gift was slower in manifesting, and even though he was very good at fighting, 4 against 1 while under influence of a gift was not fair. Not fair to anyone, and I definitely wouldn't stand for it with my Alec. Stupid bitches, will they never stop trying to hurt what's mine? I felt my lips twitch upwards at the familial name Alec called me by, and my eyes flicked toward him. I didn't look at him fully though. I still focused on that sorry brown-haired twit under me. He had the gall to continuously twitch and flail under my knees and arms in protest of my treatment of him, and I strengthened the grip I had on him. The skin of his neck made a slight cracking sound and he groaned in pain. Sis, don't tear his head off, please. Why won't you release him? He didn't hurt me. I snorted. That was yet to be seen. I couldn't check him for injuries while I had my hands full, but I sure as hell would. And heaven help those 4 if they made a single scratch on Alec. He came very close with easing the way for those other 3. Not a good move at all, I hissed down at him malevolently. His eyes were pressed closed and his face was drawn up in obvious pain. It was a training, Bella. I do those all the time. You know that. I'm okay. Alec continued trying to calm me. His voice was very even and gently patient, as it was every time he talked to me when I was upset. I loved that tone. I was one of my favorites when it came to him. I felt really loved when he spoke to me like that, especially since it was always combined with a very attentive and soft look in eyes that he kept trained solely at me. As if I was the most important thing in his life. I loved it. I hope you don't mean trainings where you are 1 against 4 with gifts allowed. I growled. Ah, Bella, I see you're having fun again, dear. A wispy, annoyingly cheerful voice broke through any answer Alec may have been preparing for me. Arrow. I looked up and towards the door. Yes, there he was, gliding over the stone floor towards us. Vampires between us parting and quickly moving to stand on the sides, allowing him to have a clear view and path to us. Keyes was floating directly behind him and Santiago. The guard who went to get them a while ago, walked behind them with a smirk on his face. I see he kept his disposition. He was smirking when left to get them, too. Master Arrow, Master Keyes, I nodded my head. Not even bothering with attempting to look less angry when greeting them. My voice sounded different when it addressed Keyes, though. But then, it always did. A measure of respect always crept into it when addressing the pale-haired king. Santiago mentioned you losing your temper when Paulian, I believe, used his gift on Alec in training. Arrow questioned softly. They were 4 against 1. And he used his gift on Alec so the others could get to him, I growled. It was all part of the training, sighed Alec. Are you hurt, Alec? Questioned Arrow. Alec shook his head. See, Bella, he's not hurt. They didn't get to him. You can let Paulian go. The fight's over, he won't try to attack him again. I narrowed my eyes at him. Alec answered for me. I already told her, but she doesn't care much about that. And doesn't see it as reason for letting go. She won't truly believe you're okay until she can check herself, Keys pointed out coolly. May I see the incident, Alec? Arrow turned to Alec curiously. My brother walked to him and held out his hand. Of course, master. Arrow grasped his hand in a gentle grip. I watched him out of the corner of my eye while guarding the brown-haired whelp. Sometimes, particularly when Arrow was being more annoying than usual, I didn't truly trust him with my little ones. A little bit later, while I was still watching him, he smirked. He looked pleased and amused about something, and curiously, it was an expression nearly devoid of any other layers altogether. It was also more pronounced than I was used to with him. I nearly raised my eyebrows. I was so surprised with the normalcy of that expression that my hold on Paulian weakened slightly. Bella, I believe you are shielding Alec, Arrow said, turning his red eyes to me. They were actually sparkling with amusement. I did raise my eyebrows now, but even I could not tell what made me do so more, his entirely Arrow atypical expression or his words. Shielding Alec, I repeated, surprised. Did he just say I used my shield to protect someone else? I could do that. How? Yes. I cannot hear his thoughts, so that's a clear giveaway. How did you do it? I blinked. Why was he asking me? How was I supposed to know how I did it when I didn't even know I did do it? I don't know, I hesitated. I was confused. I didn't realize I did it. That must have been when Paulian's gift stopped working on me, master. His nauseous disorientation worked on me well enough, but it cut off suddenly while he was still executing. Really? Yes. He yelled about it not working just before Bella attacked him. I needed to know who was doing it. I'm sorry, Alec. I would have dealt with him sooner had I known he was the source, I said to Alec apologetically, feeling bad for taking so long. Alec blinked and smiled at me. Well, he obviously wasn't displeased that I took so long. I returned the smile. Master, can you get her to let go, please? Paulian wheezed from under me. I snarled at him. Shut you gob or I'll tear your jaw off. I heard Keys snort. I looked at him quickly. Let him go, Bella. It was a training, albeit a little uneven. Paulian was only doing what both parties agreed on, and however uneven it may have looked to you, Alec seems to have done well enough, considering he managed to hold until you interfered. How will you confirm his health if you bother with a not really guilty culprit instead? He will not run, and he only did what Alec himself allowed him to do. Let go. I frowned at Keys and then at the vampire, who still strained to accommodate for my grip. He still came close to indirectly causing harm to Alec. But Keys was right about me not being able to look after Alec until I let go of this one. I scowled with displeasure when I realized what I had to do. I lowered my head down to Paulian's ear and snarled venomously. He winced. Then I let go of him and was beside Alec before the recruit even realized he was free. I gently laid my hands on C's arms and bent to carefully smell the top of his head. I still wasn't sure how I could recognize that some part of his body was hurt from smelling his head, but it worked. He really was not injured now. He would have won that fight anyway, one of the other vampires spoke up. He was already starting to exude his mist when Bella attacked Paulian and stopped the fight. They wouldn't have managed to get to him before he cut them all off. I ceased my checking at hearing that and drew Alec close, hugging him and brushing my cheek against his head proudly. I purred contentedly. That uneasy feeling inside me started to abate when I touched my amazing little brother. Sometimes I still had a bit of a hard time with wrapping my head around how strongly talented he and Jane both were. Their gifts were really something else. And according to that vampire, Carlos, he just almost won a full-out fight of 4 against 1. Love you, I murmured quietly. Alec chuckled into my ear and wrapped his arms around my waist. Love you too, sis. Well, Bella, I think it's time for you to start training your gift. We wanted to wait until you were older and more comfortable, but you seem stable enough, and if you are exhibiting instinctive control over your shield already, it would be detrimental to leave you without proper training. Why don't you run along with Alec now? We will let you know when we decide on when you should start with your training. Alec will help you of course, as well as some of our other guards. And Jane when she comes back. I disengaged from Alec and nodded at Arrow, offering him a little smile. Okay, Master. We will see you later. Master Keys. Come, darling. I tugged at Alec's wrist to make him go with me. He grabbed my hand and started pulling me to the door. We ended up running the whole way to my room. By the time we got there, I had a wide smile on my face again, the fight and the uneasy empty feeling inside me almost forgotten. Jane returned one day before the scheduled feeding. I saw her in the hallway right after I left the room where I was having my pre-feeding meal. I was drenched in blood and scent of the animals Heidi procured for me. She was already gone to the place she would be getting the tourists from. She left right after she delivered my pre-feeding buffer. Jane was just coming down the hallway with Felix and Dimitri when I emerged from my impromptu dining room. We didn't talk much right then, as the mission leader Jane had to report to the masters straight away, and after taking one whiff of my animal-riddled scent and drenched clothes she didn't really feel like going against that order in favor of spending time with me, even though her eyes lighted up like little lamps when she saw me. I felt like I was glowing. Myself when I saw that my little sister was finally back. I kept myself from hugging her when I noticed how she was trying to control the disgusted expression, which threatened to settle on her face with each breath she took. I told her Alec should be in my room at this time of the day and bade her to come straight there after giving her report. She could wait for me with Alec while I showered. Jane grinned at me beautifully when I said that, quickly nodded and fled towards the throne room to give her report. Felix wandered off shortly after I met them, with just a friendly little nod to me. Dimitri offered to help me shower after Jane left. I wasn't sure if he was serious, or if he expected any answer at all, but I refused anyway. If I were to go just by the look on his face, I'd say it was half a joke, half a serious offer. So I thought answering would be in order just to be safe. I was confused and surprised to hear that suggestion from him now. Sure, he said something similar shortly before he left, but I thought that was a one-time matter, triggered by me stealing his meal. Even if it wasn't, I would have thought the mission would lead him to other thoughts. Well, it either didn't or he was reminded when he saw me. It didn't matter anyway. He didn't expect me to say yes, and if he had meant that offer seriously, he should have been serious enough to say it within Jane's hearing. Getting each other up to date with Alec and Jane came as close to being perfectly content as I could be nowadays, what with that whole empty feeling that never seemed to truly desert me. No idea why I felt like that and I didn't like it, but as long as I had Alec and now Jane was back, too. I didn't feel the need to worry about that uncomfortable pull. I was perfectly happy the whole day we hung out in my room. Cuddled on my bed and talked our mouths off. With both of them so close to me, the annoying pulling sensation in my chest disappeared completely and I was happy, completely happy and content with my life. Then Heidi came back with dinner. Well, I should have known such a wonderful day couldn't last. But even so, I didn't expect it to go to hell so fast. During the feeding I tried to resist as I set to do. I've put everything I had in me into that attempt. I held my breath, closed my eyes, locked my hands behind my back and I concentrated, with all my being, on tea. Guilt and nausea I felt at ending the lives of so many people when I only needed one. I didn't want the blood. I didn't want it. I was full of animal blood, I could still feel it in me. And then I was off and all the energy I put into my attempt at self-control went to hell in a handbasket. When the starved haze settled and I could once again think clearly, I immediately broke down crying and fled to my room. I didn't kill one human. I didn't kill two. I didn't kill three. I've murdered and drained 4 people. Alec and Jane hurried after me and helped me while I was hysterically trying to get all that blood off of my body. Hair and clothes. They helped me put on fresh clothes, helped me burrow under the covers on my bed, and settled in there with me. They said nothing, they just kept physical contact with me all the time and were there with me, for me. When my panic attack ebbed away, I no longer tried to delude myself. I could not do it. The effort I've put into my resistance of bloodlust today has left me completely drained and I failed anyway. I did my best, and I still failed. I won't try again. I could not live with myself if I kept on like this, killing 1 or 2 more people than I needed in 2 feedings. I won't attempt the animal diet anymore. When the knock sounded on my door, I flinched. I was so depressed and drawn inwards that I overheard anything that would have told me someone was coming. "Come in," Alec invited quietly. I whimpered when he did that. I didn't know who was on the other side and I was in no form to adequately protect my little siblings. I hastily emerged from my burrow in a panicked flurry of bed covers and tensed in mortification when I saw Master Keys in the doorway, looking at the scene with raised eyebrows. Master Keys, of all people. The bed cover lied half on my bed, half on the floor. On the floor 2 meters away from my bed. I've ripped it in half when I was trying to get out from under it and into better protecting position. Jane and Alec were snickering quietly behind me. I bit my lip. Master Keys. Oh, I'm the first stuttering vampire alive. Wonderful. Just what I needed. I thought Keys smirked, but it was Jew. Saint a fleeting shadow and was gone immediately. His face was serious as he looked at me. Bella, I intended to talk to you later, and certainly not about this. He seemed a little uneasy, maybe. Why would he be uneasy? But I'm afraid I cannot let this go. I assume you know why I'm here. I blinked. I didn't actually. He probably came because of that feeding, but I didn't know why. I doubted he wanted to see how I am. He didn't look particularly thrilled to be there with me. I frowned. He sighed and continued. Something has to change, Bella. You cannot go on like this. However much you want to only feed on animals. And I do realize we allowed you to try, you have to see it is not working. Not at the present time, anyway. Try again later if you will, when you are not a newborn anymore and can control your bloodlust better. We promised you that when we offered you place in our garden we will keep our promise. But we have to do what's right for our whole coven, we cannot discriminate. Other members of the guard because of a single promise, not if we can keep the promise without causing harm to them. This situation is getting too far now, Bella. With you eating more than you should, Heidi has to lure more humans here. That means more of them dies every other month than normal. It's a waste, and it's unfair to everyone concerned. To Heidi for never knowing if she manages to meet our needs. To those who are left dry and have to run out to get their own meal after everyone is sated if there was not enough for everyone, to you and the twins for having to go through this every second month, and to the extra humans. 2. Do you understand where I'm coming from, Bella? I swallowed, and stared. He cared, despite not caring much for humans other than their obvious use as Livy. Stock and less obvious potential for making fine vampires sometimes, he cared about the wasted lives anyway. And he cared about each and every one of us, about what was good and right for every one of us. He came to me, even if he for some reason obviously didn't want to, because he wanted to take care of us and keep us content, and the failing attempts of mine were making it impossible for him to do what he had to do. To take care of us. Like the master that he was. I guess I had my reason now. He was a leader, a king. I could follow this person. I could respect this person. I could rely on a master like this. This must have been what made me grow a bond to him when I was human. Whatever it was, it must have been connected to this. I know, Master Keys, I reassured him. I have ALR. Edie decided to stop trying just before you came in. I couldn't keep going like I was, killing so many. I didn't think of the inconvenience and injustice I was causing, inadvertently, to others around me. But you were right in that matter as well. I will stop trying to transfer to animal diet. I will eat normally, during our feeding days, with my little ones. Keys nodded sharply. You can renew the attempt after a year or so. When you are out of your newborn stage. You might be able to manage then. I nodded, but I wasn't sure I'd dare risk it again. Not after this. I will see about that later, Master Keys. He nodded again. I will leave you with Jane and Alec then. Don't be too hard on yourself, Isabella. You are a newborn yet. He left. I smiled sadly to myself and half-heartedly drew the bedridden half of the covers to me. I snuggled back in between Jane and Alec again. Jane leaned on me and Alec brushed fingers of one hand through my long hair. I sighed. At least I had my little angels. Arrow, Keys, we need to call the Cullens. Marcus's low voice entered Arrow's conversation with Keys. The Lloyd coven has just left, as well as Bella and the twins. After bouncing back from the depression of her last mass feeding, Bella practically forced her way into Keys' service. He didn't protest, not after Marcus informed him that he somehow managed to not only reassure her bond to him, but strengthen it even more that it was before. He really didn't plan to approach her after that feeding. He didn't intend to work on her bond to him at all, he simply had to go and tell her how things were. Her large unplanned feedings were inconveniencing and hurting too many vampires in the guard. Even if it was a slightly risky business, because they did give her their word that she could do it. He still couldn't look the other way after that. Upon hearing Marcus's words, Arrow immediately abandoned his conversation with Keys and both he and the white-haired vampire turned to face the third brother's chair. Already, brother, It was a little over a month since Marcus's first warning. They could all see Bella growing progressively more nervous and upset over that time, and not Evie. And the twins' constant presence seemed to offer her respite anymore. She did get calmer in their presence, but she never completely relaxed. Bella was not even halfway through her first year as a vampire and they ran out of time. Not even the twins' touch can cover that strain anymore. We need to have them come, continued Marcus. I had hoped she would have a bond to me by that time, said Arrow unhappily. Then he sighed. Well, no time like the present, as they say. At least we do have a rather nice means of communication with them. He turned his face forwards and mused about the exact wording of his message. When he decided, he focused and spoke the words he chose out loud. Alice, be a dear and call me on this number, would you? He recited a sequence of numbers that was the phone number to the reception desk. Then he leaned back and nodded. It is done, Marcus. Do you really think she will see that? Keys sounded very skeptical. Of course, Keys, Arrow nodded with an excited smile. Wonderful gift, that one. So very handy. In the Cullen household Alice's eyes went blank and she stopped moving. She had been walking to her laptop, where she intended to do some online shopping with Rosalie. And she stopped still in the middle of the room. She only ever stopped moving entirely when she was seeing something bigger, something more important. And she had been continuously focusing on anything Victoria or Volturi related that was concerning them. Those visions would be deemed the most important by her subconsciousness now. Her sudden lack of movement drew the attention of every single vampire present in the room at the time. Carlyle was sitting at the table on the opposite side of the room, reading a medical journal. He was the first to say something. Alice, what is it? What do you see? Alice said nothing. She continued staring into space, watching events play out in her head. Carlyle watched her carefully, waiting for her to snap out of it and talk to them. Rosalie, sitting at Alice's laptop, and Emmett, who had been watching the TV before her vision, both watched her as well. The last two members of the Cullen household, called in by the cautious tone of Carlyle's voice, just entered the room when Alice snapped out of her vision. Before anyone could say anything, she scrunched up her face and whined miserably. I don't want to. For a whole of 10 seconds following that statement, the only sounds heard in the Cullen living room were the occasional smack of flies hitting the window panes, nearly undistinguishable whisper of specks of dust settling on surfaces in the room, and whatever outside sounds the windows failed to block out. The undead occupants of the room could as well be non-existent for all the sound they made. The little sprite-like thing in the middle of the room spent those 10 seconds scrunching up her face and squeezing her eyes shut in soundless protest, while the other 5 vampires stared at her in incomprehension. Alice, ventured Carlyle again, when he found his voice again. What is it? What do you not want to do? Arrow, Alice whined miserably. Emmett snorted and mumbled something under his nose, which caused Esme, who was closest to him, gasp out a shocked, Emmett. Rosalie and Jasper both glared at him, even if they didn't hear him, but Alice didn't notice any of that. Did you see Arrow? Insisted Carlyle. Come, Alice, speak up. This is important. He wants me to call him, Alice mumbled unwillingly. Jasper and Rosalie ceased their glaring to stare at Alice again. Call him. Why? Asked Jasper immediately. What happened? Something about Bella probably. Why else would he want to get in contact? Fretted Alice nervously. I didn't see much of anything that made sense, just glimpses and short scenes that don't really give me a good picture of anything. I didn't notice anything bad or worrying, but really, this is Arrow, and the Volturi, and I don't want to talk to him. Suddenly she lighted up like a Christmas tree. You can call him, Carlyle. I'll give you the number. Wait, Alice, how do you know he wanted you to call him? Questioned Carlyle. I saw it in a vision, of course. I saw Arrow sitting in his throne and staring at the wall as he said his speech. He probably premeditated it to make me see it. What exactly did he say? He said, Alice, be a dear and call me on this number, WOU, what? She frowned when she saw Carlyle start shaking his head not even halfway through her speech. Then you need to call him, Alice. He obviously wanted you to do so, otherwise he would have made it more general. Best get it over with. We will be right here, we'll hear. But, the longer we wait the more difficult he is likely to be, Alice. Come now, we will be right here. We need to know what he wants. Alice stared at him in dismay. I don't like this. I realize that. Here, use my cell. He flicked his hand and the silver cell phone went sailing across the room straight into Alice's hand. She stared at it morosely. When she typed the number, it was one number every other second. The dial button took even longer to press and Alice scrunched up her face again when she held it to her ear. They listened to the ringing tone echoing from the device with bated breath. "Good afternoon, this is Volterra Castle, receptionist Gianna speaking," a soft, modulated voice said in flawless Italian. "Hello, Gianna, Alice Cullen speaking. Arrow wanted me to call this number. Miss Cullen." The female voice sounded a little higher now, belaying its owner's surprise. "I have not heard Master Arrow." They heard the voice rise even higher in renewed surprise and then they heard another voice over the line, muted as if sounding from afar. "I should be getting a call from Alice Cullen any moment now, Gianna darling." "Oh, yes, Master, she just got on the line, here you are." Then they heard another hurried, yet polite assurance over the line, "Miss Cullen, I am putting you on line with Master Arrow immediately. I wish you a pleasant day." "Ah, Alice, I'm so glad to hear from you. How are you, pray tell?" The unmistakably excited voice of Arrow sounded from the phone and Alice flinched slightly. She forced her face into a polite, if forced, smile and her voice was calm and polite when she answered him. "Quite well, Arrow, thank you. I must say it was quite a surprise seeing that vision you sent me. Is anything the matter? I thought it would be us getting in contact with you, and even that not for several more months." "Oh, well, you know how it is, dear Alice. Life often has different ideas than we do," sighed Arrow happily. "I need you to come to Volterra as soon as you can. Something's come up and we really need you here sooner rather than later." "Are you saying you want our whole family to come to Volterra at once?" "Yes, my dear Alice, that's exactly what I am asking." "Well, I guess you and Edward could opt out if you really wanted to, that's actually up to you, but the rest of you will certainly have to come." Alice really wanted to take him on that leave he offered her, but she knew she couldn't do that. She couldn't let Jasper go there on his own, without her. He used to be a high commander in one of the southern newborn armies, who knew what terrible notion could grab the hold of one of the Volturi kings while he was there. And she also wanted to see Bella. And she wanted to see the faces of others when they saw her. Altogether, there was no choice. "What is this about, Arrow? We have not committed any other crime and you have yet to tell me why you need us to come," she bit her lip. "That was a little too forward. Do you not already know?" Arrow's voice sounded surprised. My, Alice dear. Well, if you do not know yet I certainly will not be telling you." "That would be telling, actually," he snickered over the phone. "And you do not need to know at this point of time anyway. Rest assured, we have no quabbles with you at the moment, and you won't be in danger coming here. If that rests your caring little soul. However, what you do need to know is that you are required here at Volterra as soon as you can get here, and I mean that literally, Alice dear. Do not dawdle, will you?" She glanced at Carlyle and raised her eyebrow. He nodded. "Okay, Arrow, we will come. I will be coming along, too. We will hurry." "Wonderful. Oh, one more thing, will Edward be coming with you?" Alice cringed. No, Edward isn't with us at the moment. He is still traveling South America." Good. Between you and me, I really don't think his presence will be welcomed here at the present time. Bella tends to get a little testy when reminded of him," he giggled. "Well, I am looking forward to seeing you again, Alice. Say hello to others, will you? See you soon." "Yes, goodbye, Arrow." Alice terminated the call and looked at Carlyle. "That went well. I suppose we should go pack, and I need to call the hospital," stated Carlyle calmly. Rosalie gave him a scandalized look. "That went well. We've been ordered to Volterra, Carlyle." "Yes, and there is nothing we can do about it but comply." "And you heard that conversation, Rosalie? Arrow was at his best behavior." "Well, I would be on my best behavior if I wanted to lure my prey to me," snapped Rosalie. "But, as Alice pointed out, we committed no new crime and the Volturi cannot detain or destroy a vampire on a whim. They have worked hard to get to where they are now, they would not jeopardize that." "As much as I hate to say it, we should get a move on," interrupted Alice suddenly. "Those few minutes you spent talking right now will have caused us to miss the earliest flight we could catch, and our reception at Volterra turned the slightest bit less welcoming. They must really want us there as soon as possible if they're keeping track of the flights, too. I think the longer we procrastinate the less happy they're going to be with us. Let's go pack." She flitted up the stairs. The flight was long, tedious and rather quiet. Their packing took longer than expected even though they tried to keep it as short as possible. They missed another flight and only caught the third one out. Because Alice kept pushing everyone and persuaded the flight attendant to let them join the flight even when they closed the check-in minutes before. It was a tribute to the situation they were facing. Gee, when Alice didn't even bother buying them seats in first class. They traveled in economy class, and other than the occasional inquiries aimed at Alice, they simply talked quietly among themselves or contemplated what happened. Trying to make sense of why would the Volturi possibly be calling them all the way to Italy. "Alice, how are we looking?" questioned Carlyle during the final approach to Florence. "It could have been better," grumbled Alice. "But we'll be okay. Every version of Welcome I see mentions us taking the third flight. It almost seems as if something's really going on, with how set they are on the time. But I didn't notice anything suspicious, not really. Bella's always with the twins every time I try and see her, and she looks unhurt, although not really happy. I think still might be something regarding her, but I guess we'll find out when we get there." "Right, what about what happens after we get to the airport? Is there a car rental nearby?" "Actually, I think we'll be getting a drive," remarked Alice and frowned. "I'm not completely sure. I keep getting glimpses of the airport, but nothing specific, and it's interspersed with glimpses of other places. The airport always comes back, though. And what does it mean? Are they still deciding whether to come get us or not?" "We're nearly there," Rosalie pointed out skeptically. Alice shook her head. "No, whoever's doing that, they're already there. Waiting for us. But I think they are trying to hide from me. They keep changing their mind about if they are staying or going and where they are going." "Should we expect an attack?" Carlyle's immediate question to Alice was alarmed, although a little surprised. "It doesn't feel like an attack," Alice vetoed thoughtfully. I rather think they are playing a game, actually." "Playing a game?" Quote, "Yes. A game of who's going to dupe the seer." "How sure are you about that, Alice?" Jasper questioned with a hint of concerned demand in his voice. The last thing they needed was to misanalyze the situation while being so far off the home turf already. "Pretty sure. And, well, they wouldn't risk delay and exposure in front of the whole airport lot, would they? It'll be nearly overrun by humans. You know, they don't exactly seem like the playful sort either," pointed out Rosalie suspiciously. "It does seem a bit like Arrow, though," ventured Carlyle slowly. "You think it's Arrow out there?" "What? No, of course not. If there truly is some kind of trouble up in the castle, he would not leave there. No, it is not Arrow waiting for us at the airport, but whoever it is. They are either doing this on Arrow's command or out of their own volition. They would know Arrow won't be angry with them when he hears of them taking such liberties. He would be too interested in the outcome of the game himself." The light above their seats went on, asking them to tighten their seatbelts, and a voice on the intercom informed them they would be landing soon. Alice sighed and rested against the backrest. "Well, we're going to see who it is and on whose behalf they're blurring things. Just be on the lookout for them. If they are in the airport, they will be masqueraded to fit in with the humans. Wouldn't put it past them to try and give us a scare if they believe they fooled me. Then again, they might be waiting in the car." Rosalie huffed and grumbled something about nothing being straightforward and rubbish-free when it came to them. They did wait for them in the airport. They only had half a second of warning in form of a vampiric scent when rounding the sea. Corner when a male vampire in heavy raincoat, pants, hat and scarf pushed off the wall and stood in their way, maroon eyes flicking over their faces expectantly. He seemed pleased about their slightly surprised expressions. But his shoulders dropped slightly and he frowned when he realized they were already expecting to come across him somewhere. "Sorry, better luck next time," confirmed Alice. He sniffed. "You took your time. Follow me." He turned around and set off at a brisk human pace. "May I ask what was so urgent as to call us here?" questioned Carlyle calmly as they exited the airport building behind him. "What makes you think I will tell you now when you left us waiting?" "Masters will tell you. 3 to a car," he ordered when they approached 2 black cars waiting in the parking lot. Carlyle sighed and stepped to the first one, closely followed by Esme. Alice exchanged a nod with Jasper and stepped forward to join them. The other 3 went to the second car. It seemed like a proof of the urgency of the situation when the vampire waiting for them in the garage led them through the halls of Volterra Castle at a quick vampire pace. Soon enough, they were being ushered into a throne room, and led to stand in front of the 3 wooden thrones occupied by Marcus, Arrow and Keys. Arrow flicked his gaze to a group of about 10 vampires standing to the side, and a male vampire left the room immediately. Then Arrow stood up from his throne and smiled widely. "Carlyle, long time no see, old friend. So this is your new family. Hello, Arrow, Keys, Marcus." He nodded at them in recognition. Keys gave him a most diminutive nod back, just a nearly not noticeable twitch of the head. Yes, this is my family, though not so new anymore. This is my wife and maid Esme, behind her are Rosalie and her maid Emmett. You already met Alice and this is her chosen mate, Jasper. He gestured first at Esme to his right, then behind and finally to his left. Ah, yes, Jasper Whitlock. We heard a lot about you, didn't we? Brothers, quite a life you lead, once. Jasper just stared at him from his place next to Alice, seemingly unsure of what to do. Finally, he nodded at him. Pleased to meet you, Arrow. Arrow, would you please tell us what is it that you needed us to come for, so urgently? Alice thinks it might be something about Bella, but she has not seen anything that would confirm it. Well, you sure are right about that one, it is Bella we called you for. You see, Marcus here noticed. Arrow broke off and listened attentively for a moment. We could hear a quick spattering of feet fast approaching the door to the throne room. The very next moment, the door opened. Jane, Alec and Bella huddled together on Bella's bed. Alec had his arms firmly wrapped around Bella's shoulders and was humming a little calming tune, while Bella pressed her face into his shoulder periodically, as if to assure herself he was really there. Jane was lounging across Bella's legs, playing G with the tips of Bella's long brown hair, her own leg bouncing impatiently and picking up on speed every time the taller female let out a small, unconscious whimper. The ever-tightening bonds were taking such a toll on her already. Jane truly doubted Marcus's assurances that they have time for another try if the Cullens proved to not be enough. Finally, the fifth whimper in the last hour broke from Bella's throat and Jane had enough. I'll go see if the Cullens are anywhere near. Hold on tight, decided Jane suddenly, picked herself up and flashed out the door right after pressing a hasty kiss to Bella's temple. Direct contact and kisses were the only things that had any notable effect in dumbing the discomfort in Bella now. And even that was only minor. Jane angrily ran through the halls, heading straight for the throne room. She passed Afton on the ground floor but didn't even notice him. She was too busy worrying about Bella and wishing all kinds of harm to come to the Cullens when they finally deigned to arrive. All that waiting was making her spitfire furious and frustrated. Bella was so far into it there was really nothing she could do to help her. And not only was she and Alec completely helpless in the face of her pain, the only ones who could help right now were the Cullens, which was even worse. It was completely unfair that the ones who could help were damn veggie dolls currently taking their sweet time. They missed 2 flights they could have caught if they did what Arrow asked them to, and moved it. But no, their veggie majesties could not be bothered, and who comes to harm because of it? Her sister. She was so angry at being helpless she felt like crying. Which was making her even more angry in turn, because first, she couldn't cry, and second, he couldn't kill the Cullens for making her feel like that, not if they were the recipients of Bella's straining bonds. However, if they proved to not be, she almost hoped they would turn out to be fake hopes as she approached the door to the throne room and hurriedly entered, all set on asking the first useful vampire in there on the veg whereabouts. She kept that frame of mind until she entered the room fully and her eyes fell on the group of 6 vampires standing in front of the masters. She scowled immediately, especially when some of them turned their heads to look at her entrance. And she found herself subject to their weird yellow stares. You sure took your sweet time. Where the hell have you been? She hissed at them furiously and stiffened in her outrage. The Cullens tensed, too, watching her warily. Well, all but the Alice one who'd been there before. The black-haired seer was the only one who didn't turn to look at her. Sure, her body was all tensed up as well, but she stood facing the masters and her eyes just stared dead ahead, watching the space a little to the left from Master Marcus without seeing it. She seemed blind and deaf to anything. She broke out at just moments after Jane noticed her. Then she turned to her too, and she seemed a little shaken. Jane didn't wonder about it at all. She didn't care what was up with her, she was too preoccupied with something else. The older blonde-haired vampire, probably the leader, Carlisle Cullen, glanced at her after her words in surprise. We came as soon as we could, I assure you. You are Jane, aren't you? He said calmingly. She hissed again, offended. Some Volturi vampires around them began to slowly edge away from around the direct route from her to the Cullen clan, and her line of sight, but she didn't care about them either. She went white-hot in rage at his assurance, which was nothing but an ugly-faced lie. Did he really think they were born yesterday? He had the guts to straight-on lie after keeping Bella waiting. No, you didn't. You missed 2 flights before you actually managed to get on board of one. That's not as soon you could come. She practically shuddered at the suppressed rage when she screeched at him. Her reaction had taken him aback. He glanced at Alice and then at the 3 vampires sitting in the thrones. None of them offered him any reassurances. Arrow and Keys C. Met too amused to try and rein the little raging vampire in, and Alice actually looked shaken, which didn't help his frame of mind any. Suddenly, he felt a wave of familiar calming influence swap Arrow. Owned him, and he turned back to look at Jasper and then Jane, who the wave of calm was obviously intended for. Only it didn't seem to have the desired effect. Rather than calming her, the diminutive vampire seemed to recognize external influence immediately and growled. It was almost disconcerting, watching the youthful angelic face transform into a look that seemed almost demonic. "Don't you dare try and control my emotions. You frickin' veggie doll," she practically howled. "Then stop being so angry." Jasper snapped desperately, annoyed and obviously bothered by the screaming emotional output she was flooding the room with. Jane practically sputtered. "Stop being so angry. Stop being so angry. I have a damn good reason for being angry. Stop being so angry. I'll show you angry, you." She was so angry she couldn't seem to come up with any curse strong enough and suddenly decided to enforce her opinion by something else instead. She lashed out at Jasper with her gift a split second after thinking of it. He didn't expect it and gave her the satisfaction of falling to floor with a strained yell. Then she saw him grit his teeth. She only had time to think he was trying to quench the cries, as many other before him. When her world was engulfed in pain. I was holding on to Alec the whole way to the throne room. The taut feeling in my chest grew to be damn near painful, and it was really doing wonders for my sunny disposer. Alec and Jane seemed to know what was causing it, but they didn't tell me. Well, not directly, but the way they were talking about it made it seem like it had to do with some other people, and not me. I wasn't faulty. Jane made sure to make that abundantly clear when she realized that was what my words hinted at. For a moment, I thought she would bite me, she was so annoyed with me. In any case, her intense reaction was enough to make me believe that what she was saying was in fact the truth. I was not faulty. It was not my fault, and I wasn't sick or defected. It was nothing I could have affected in any way. That didn't really make it any better, nor did it really do anything to help me understand it better, but it did make me feel a little bit better. Apparently, that feeling in my chest had something to do with the Cullens, and Alec said it was Marcus who noticed it first. Marcus saw bonds, so it had to do with bonds, right? Was I missing Alice already? Masters did say that bond was so strong we would have to visit each other from time to time. Or were my other bonds with Cullens as strong as the one with Alice was? I didn't remember being as close to any other of them as I was with Alice, except for that prick, and I sure as hell wasn't missing him. I snapped my teeth angrily at the thought of him and had to remind myself to keep on track. My mind was still so terribly spread, running every which direction it liked, but in the past couple of weeks I was getting better at noticing when I lost track and mostly managed to get back to it sooner or later. The track I was following right now was possible bonds with other Cullens. Not that prick, bonds with other Cullens, but if there were some, why would they leave me then in the first place? They would know they were attached to me too much to keep clear forever, right? If it was only Alice, she might have been collateral damage, but if there were more of them, well, masters have apparently called them here. Thinking they could make it better. I didn't particularly want to see them after they left me, but I guess it wasn't up to me. And it did hurt. Anyway, they would likely never compare to my twins. They have been right there with me the whole time, and their affection and care always seemed to envelope me in this warm cocoon that took the edge off the tight feeling in my chest. But even they could not make it disappear. Could a simple look at the Cullens, if they were the cause, make it disappear? Maybe I didn't have to see them for long then. Maybe I didn't have to prolong my exposure to those who abandoned me, as if I was not worth the trouble. I flinched at the thought, and Alec actually whimpered next to me. My discomfort was making him anxious, too. Both of them, Jane and Alec, hated it when I was hurt or felt bad. They worried about me, and my pain hurt them, too. I patted Alec's arm a little, and we walked faster. It was one of the worst days now. I didn't have any energy or will left to be anything but miserable when Afton came to call us to the throne room. But we made our way there immediately either way. Jane was probably already there. She must have met Afton somewhere along the way. Did she stay there, waiting for us to join her? I heard some noises when we approached the throne room. I thought I heard Jane's angry voice, shouting at someone. Was she scolding the Cullens? Were they already there? Whatever I expected to see upon entering the throne room, It wasn't Jane falling to the floor with a pained cry, screaming like someone tortured her. My whole body tensed and locked up in sudden terror. My Jane. No, I cried, my voice weak and high-pitched with the lack of oxygen in my lungs. I flew across the room to Jane in a fraction of a second. She didn't scream anymore, and whatever it was that happened to her seemed to have already passed. She was slowly picking herself up from the floor, but that didn't make me any calmer. What happened to her? Why did she hurt? Was she hurt? I couldn't lose my little Jane, not now, not ever. Jane couldn't be hurt. Please, let her not be hurt. The little vampire with young, angelic face didn't seem to be in pain anymore. But she looked disoriented and shocked, angry and scared. So very scared. Jane, my Jane, are you okay? Honey, darling, are you hurt? I mumbled frantically and my hands were patting her whole body, helping her up and making sure she was okay. I basically clutched her close to me when I burrowed my nose into her hair and took several deep breaths, trying to find out where she hurt. But she wasn't injured. I could tell she wasn't all right. Her little body shuddered in my arms from time to time, but she didn't feel hurt. She whimpered a little and I pulled her even closer to me. Poor little Jane. Whatever happened, she didn't deserve it. She had had enough pain in her life, she shouldn't hurt anymore. I was sure it only brought her back to that day when they tried to burn her and Alec. Being in so much pain, and knowing your twin was right there with you, being hurt exactly the same at exactly the same time and you couldn't do a thing to help them. Alec is okay, little one, don't be afraid. You will be all right again, too. Angel, what happened to you? I whispered comfortingly to her while she seemed to get her bearings about her again. She still looked shaken, but was back in the present again. I used my gift on one of them. He reflected her gift back at her, said Alec's quiet, tense voice next to me. I snapped my head around to look at him. Someone hurt my Jane. Alec was looking at something behind me. I whirled around and the moment I saw a male vampire form standing several meters away, with tousled hair and clothes, looking as if he just picked himself up from the floor, too. I flung myself at him. He made no move to defend himself, didn't move at all, actually. He let me crash into him and throw us both to the floor, and made no attempt to protect his face when I scratched at it in his throat. Don't hurt my sister, I screeched at him with every sweep of my hand, not even seeing him through the haze of red-hot anger. I'll tear his head off. Hurting my poor little Jane. I'm sorry, Bella. Suddenly, I felt as if my muscles spasmed and tensed in one position. Somehow, I couldn't move anymore and found myself caught in a half-crouch. Leaning over him, with one clawed hand on his chest and the other second away from tearing into his forehead again. I knew that voice. There was something about it I remembered it, somehow. I frowned, trying to remember it more clearly. I knew it. I didn't hear it with the regretful and pained tone it had when it apologized, but I recognized it. Where from? Slowly, as I was still trying to remember when I heard the voice, the vampire's face under me came back into focus. It was scratched and leaking venom in places where my nails broke through his hard skin, but I still recognized the blonde-haired face of the vampire from my memories. It was that tall one, the Southern Major, Jasper, whom I remembered before. Something inside me twisted tightly at the sight of him and I gasped, almost sobbed. Suddenly, I almost felt like crying, but that feeling disappeared when I noticed something else on his face. Something I definitely did not remember before. I gasped again and my eyes grew big, my insides twisting anew with sudden fright and panic. Scars. There were scars on him, multiple scars, many and many scars that littered his face and all parts of his body that I could see. Half circles of vampire teeth sinking into his skin and marking it, from many different vampires, at different times. They were all over him. That was not good. That was. I leapt off him and crouched before him defensively. All instincts inside me suddenly screamed, danger, at the sight of that, and I had trouble even standing still, much less wrapping my head around it enough to think of anything else. There was something else I should concentrating on. I knew I was being sidetracked again. I should be doing something else, I knew it, but scars. So many vampires bit him, fought him, tried to kill him, and here he was, alive and bearing the marks of so many that came so close and still failed to kill him. And I just scratched him. I made his face leak venom. What did I do? He'll kill me. I had to run. No, I couldn't run. I wouldn't run. He hurt my sister, Jane. He threw my Janie to the ground. He hurt her. I was right to hurt him. Wait, Jasper hurt Jane. Jasper, the nice vampire who told me I was worth it, hurt my little sister. Why? I suddenly felt like crying again, but for different, no more clear, reason. He hurt Jane and he's been hurt. Someone hurt Jasper. Hurt him so many times for him to have so many scars, I whimpered, but right afterward I growled at him. He hurt Jane. He hurt my sister. Who cared he had scars? Oh, the scars might not to growl at that one. I chanced him an uneasy look, but he just stood there and stared at me, not moving a single muscle. The grooves at his face already stopped seeping venom and were knitting themselves up. They shouldn't be healing. They were for Jane. They should be hurting for a long time yet. I made a half step toward him, to correct it, but then I wavered again, looking at his face, and his intense yet tense and pained eyes. So close to me. Somewhere in the back of my head I thought it was good he was there, I liked he was there. But I shouldn't like him there. He hurt Jane. And he's been hurt. And I hurt him, and all this was tearing at me inside. I whined miserably to myself, feeling torn in two and feeling way too many things at once. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to wring his neck, tear his face apart one scratch after the other, but I also wanted I don't know what, and I felt like hugging him for being there, and most of all I was completely useless because I could. And even avenge my sister when she was hurt. And it was him that hurt her. Suddenly I bent in half from the pain at the though that they hurt each other and clutched at my head. Two people that were important to me, felt important to me, had hurt each other, and I didn't even know what to do about it, about anything, anymore. It hurt so much. I didn't know why that blonde Jasper felt so important to me. But he was, and my little Jane hurt him. She used her gift at him. It hurt. And he hurt my little sister in turn, which hurt even more. What do I do? They were not supposed to hurt each other. They couldn't hurt each other. It will kill me. But my Jane, and what will she think now, when her sister can't even avenge her? What kind of a sister am I then? I sniffed and my sight blurred when venom cloaked my eyes. Useless. Two hesitant hands clasped my arms, and slowly drew me into a solid chest. It felt nice. Comforting. I shivered and automatically burrowed myself further into the comforting body. Strong arms enveloped me, and if I didn't hurt so much, I might have purred at the feeling. I felt different, smaller hands, on my back and arms, too. Bella, a small, worried voice spoke next to me. My little angel, was that Alec? Don't cry, Bella, it is okay, we are all okay, the little voice, this time slightly different, insisted. I am sorry, Bella, please don't cry. I didn't want to hurt you, I'm sorry. This time it was the voice from my memories that spoke, in soft whisper. I sobbed once. Don't hurt Jane, don't do that, don't, I can't, I mumbled to that voice brokenly. I'm sorry, I only mirrored it to defend myself. She attacked first, but I am sorry, I really didn't mean to hurt you. Or her. Somehow, it hurt her more than I thought it would. I am sorry, promise you won't do that anymore. I pulled away from him and looked straight into his face, my forehead wrinkled anxiously. Nice and comfortable his chest might be, this was important. I blinked at the sight of his scars again. Were those new? They didn't look new, but now they didn't scare me as much as before. This was important. Promise you won't hurt Jane anymore. Please. She had enough pain to last several lifetimes. And it hurts to see her hurt. Promise me. He looked at me. I will not use my gift against her to hurt her, I promise. But if she uses hers against me again, I cannot promise I won't lash back instinctively, Bella. But I do promise I won't be the first out of the two of us to hurt the other. I swallowed. That didn't seem good enough. They couldn't hurt each other. Bella. I looked down when I heard that high voice again. Jane. Jane was there, right next to me, her hand on my back, and Alec, too. They were really there. I really did hear them. Janie, I'm sorry. I didn't defend you well enough. I couldn't. It hurt. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry with me. Alec clutched to my arm more tightly in support. SSSH, Bella, it's okay. Doesn't matter, Bella, I don't want you hurting yourself. You're my sister, Jane insisted, looking me straight in the face worriedly. She seemed a little confused, but resolute. I am not angry with you. I don't know why it hurts you so much. But I will not use my gift on this prick, if it hurts you. I don't want to hurt you. But he cannot threaten or hurt me or people I like, because if he does, I promise to behave if he does. Jane's face looked a little sour at saying those words, but any hard feelings cleared the second she saw the effect it had on her taller, hurting sister. Bella gave her such a bright smile it lightened the entire room. Jane grinned happily back at her and patted her back. That was right. No hurting. Her sister would not be hurting. She never again wanted to see that look that was on her face before, intermittently. Ever since she attacked the veteran veg. She had no idea why the idea of hurting him, or them hurting each other, hurt her so, but for now it didn't matter. What mattered was that their sister was in pain and she wasn't supposed to be in pain. Even her and Alec's touch didn't clear it away, and it was supposed to. She will never see her in such pain again if she can do anything about it. Unfortunately, that included not killing that veg. Oh, well, I promise to behave if you do, too, Jane, Jasper's voice answered Jane directly. Jane met his eyes, now considerably calmer than before. Well, he still needed to work on being on time. She will definitely need to have some words with him about affecting her emotions when he was the one in the wrong, and his eyes really had weird color. But other than that, if Bella was happier with him there, and for some reason she seemed to be, then fine. If she has too, he must have been one of those stronger bonds to affect Bella this strongly. He better not he gone for so long next time. She nodded at him, agreeing to cooperate without words. Jasper looked next to her, at her brother. He still had his whole palm pressed flat against Bella's arm, but was a little calmer now that Bella seemed happier. He had been as distraught as Jane herself was when they saw what happened with Bella back then. She seemed so torn and upset after she recognized the Major. So full of conflicting instincts and emotions, she looked to be on the verge of breaking down. They never saw her like that, not even in her first days as a vampire. Both of them forgot that little trick the blonde vampire pulled on Jane when they saw that. Alec returned the solid, assessing look the Major was watching him with in the same stout, direct manner. Alec, the blonde Major spoke at last, greeting, assuring and asking at the same time, all through the use of a single name. Alec had to admit the male vampire looked stronger and more worthy than he imagined he would. Being part of the Cullens didn't detract too much from the powerful persona of the Southern Major from tales, it seemed. And what tales they were. He will not forget what he did to Jane. But Alec had to admit the Major did apologize and did promise, both of which seemed genuine. And he saw what that terrible mess did to Bella. He never wanted to see her like that again. He decided he will walk the line. For Bella, everything came down to their older sister these days. The sister they acquired without even trying, who simply saw something in them she liked and chose them because of it. Who gave Jane and him another family member when they thought they would only ever have each other. Master Arrow came a close second, but he was not family. Bella was. Major, Alec answered, his level voice greeting. Accepting and agreeing in return. Jasper, the blonde vampire corrected him quietly, his lips tilting upwards slightly in the corners. Alec nodded. Jasper. Slowly, four of them extricated themselves from the improbable tight group they formed during that confrontation, concluding their personal business and taking a step back to get back to the matters at hand. Bella, nervously and a little hesitantly, stepped back from Jasper too. She was obviously unwilling to let go yet, but knew she needed to. And she was nervous, and embarrassed, with her reactions at the same time. She didn't even know what she felt anymore. Can a person, even a vampire, feel everything at once? Because that's what it felt like. She really didn't want to go back and analyze it all, but knew she would have to at some point. Jasper gave her a small encouraging smile. Too much to deal with, he nodded to show he knew what she was going through. He could hardly not know that. Was one drastic emotional roller coaster he just went through with her. She phased through so many different causes and effects, and their combinations, all at the same time, that he would be hard-pressed. Said to remember another newborn coming close to that. And she was nowhere near done with them. Those threads will take time for her to sort through. Will take time to sort through, but it will get better. Bella blinked, and smiled at him brightly in grateful response. Jasper's eyes widened and he felt his heart constrict. God, she was breathtaking. She's been like that since she came through the door, but now, standing face to face with her and being subject to a smile that felt like ray of sunlight coming through the darkest storm, Jasper knew he never met another vampire like her. Rosalie was beautiful, but she never shone this bright. Bella was. He couldn't even describe what he thought when he looked at her. He couldn't decide what it was that made her seem so different from others. What was so different about her? Well, he would have to think on that some other time, because Arrow chose that very moment to emit an ecstatic, high-pitched, girlish squeal. His emotions had been on a roller coaster similar to Bella's during all that, except for the anger, as far as he could concentrate on them. The end.